The Exiled Alpha by Wattpad author Silverless. Prologue. 3 years ago, the world's strongest pack fell to a single, blood-crazed wolf. No one knew how one person could topple an entire territory, or what he'd done to emerge victorious in the bloodshed that ensued. Nobody talked, and nobody knew much of the one who became a tyrant, seemingly in the blink of an eye. One thing was sure, and that's that in a mere few hours, the leading pack of the world had fallen. The Roman Empire wasn't built in a day, but it certainly fell in one. After this wolf out of the shadows gained the title of Alpha, he held it quietly. Connections were cut off with his new pack. What happened within those borders were a mystery to the rest of the world, but rumours seemed to have spread. People talked of the new Alpha spilling blood at every turn, how he would slaughter dozens without even being provoked, that this wolf was so absurdly powerful that he ruled by himself. No Luna, no Beta, no adversaries, yet nobody knew what drove him. 3 long years went on. Eventually, any more news of the pack felt silent, until one day it becomes loud. That day, something happens that shakes every werewolf to their core. The tyrant Alpha is exiled, driven away from his own claimed territory. The pack struggled to rebuild after that, left alphaless and weak, but they were no longer anyone's concern. The world had their eyes on the one whom they threw out instead. Word spread rapidly that the exiled Alpha is with a vengeance, that he roams the woods, trespassing from territory to territory, just looking for another pack to conquer, to rule. Every wolf across the globe quivers, on edge and paranoid, doing whatever they can to prepare themselves to ward off the monster lurking somewhere out in the woods. And the Visari pack is no exception, although their new Alpha has a different approach to the threat, and that is to take a Luna to fortify the pack's leadership. The more leaders, the more intimidation to outsiders. Right? Chapter 1. Chosen Luna. Snow crunches under my feet as I walk on the mountain path. The hoot of an owl mixes with the faint voices of people partying in the valley below. I envy them. They get to celebrate the exact thing that's caused me 3 mental breakdowns and a stomach twisted with dread. I sigh, slowing my pace. I can't stop it at this point, but I'll sure as hell stall for as long as I can. Maybe the alternative isn't so bad. Being invisible and ignored might be better than being tied to a narcissistic arsehole. I come to the high point in the trail and step off it. A moth flutters up from the patch of tall dead grass. It dances around in front of my face for a second before disappearing up into the black starry sky until it's too small to see anymore, likely off to hide somewhere else. I'm jealous of its freedom. It can hide from its problems. I can't. Through a gap in the trees I look down to where the pack members are preparing in the clearing. Their bonfire is burning bright and tall, disrupting the otherwise black shadows and creating a spot of warmth among the cold landscape. Even with the distance, I can see the snow sparkling in the firelight. A beautiful winter night has never looked so ugly. 4 days earlier. This one or this one? I wonder if squirrels live in neighbourhoods. If a squirrel lives a couple trees away from another, does that make them neighbours? Or what if a squirrel builds a nest in a tree that already has one? Do they fight or do they coexist? Adrian! Opinion! They probably get along. They probably go over to each other's nests and ask to borrow sugar. No, not sugar. Acorn dust. Like squirrel cocaine. A hard smack to my leg makes me jump. Ow! What the hell? I rub my burning thigh and give Amy a death glare. What did I do to displease Her Royal Highness now? You aren't even paying attention. You're laying there staring at the ceiling like a washed-up cucumber, she accuses. So maybe I'm not giving her my undivided attention. She has a fair argument there, but in my defence, she can usually carry on a conversation just fine with herself, as long as I give the occasional nod and grunt of acknowledgement. I realise she's standing in front of me, holding a silver and black dress in each hand. After a quick game of eeny, meeny, miny, moe, I point to the black one, in order to avoid further abuse. That simple action is all it takes to perk her back up. "Great, I thought so too," she says. She hauls the dresses back across the room, hanging the silver one in the closet, and dragging the black one across the back of an armchair. "You know, I really wish you could go to this party with me. Make some friends. It would be good to talk to someone else besides me for once." She lectures as she plops down on her vanity. She opens a small glass bottle and starts smearing skin-coloured paint on her face. It matches her cocoa tone perfectly. "I'm starting to regret doing this much," I grumble in return. Amy is the only person I truly consider a friend. I've known her for about as long as I can remember, though it wasn't until about a year and a half ago we became close. "Oh, please. Your bitch-ass loves me and you know it. And since you love me so much, you should come with me." Her words are mumbled as she puckers her lips to slather her dark purple lipstick on. I don't waste time in shooting her down. "Not a chance." "Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I can hear Orkin boys a sight to see. Tall and sleek, with water dripping from their silky hair, down their chiselled abs and right to their—" I gag. I actually gag. When there's not enough to stop her, I throw myself into an exaggerating coughing fit to get the point across. The last thing I need to hear is about Amy's fantasies. Her many, many fantasies. And believe me when I say they're sickening. Her ones for the males of the Orca Pack, another tribal pack, whose members have a special affiliation with water, are exceptionally disturbing. You can act out gross all you want now. One day is coming when the high and mighty Adrian Gage is going to find someone attractive. And when you do, I'll be there to rub it in your face. She pauses from a meticulous tracing over her eyebrow with a pen. An ornery smile is struck to her face as she looks in the mirror to see my reaction. I roll my eyes. I'm sceptical. Extremely sceptical. Amy embraces her sexuality fully, while I, on the other hand, I'm not interested in the subject. Yet, somehow, we still get along, despite being the equivalent of polar opposites. Yeah, whatever. I stand up from her bed, grabbing my black jacket. "I'll see you later." She looks up at me with one eyebrow matching her chocolate-coloured hair, and the other barely visible under all the other products that professionally caked on. "Where are you going?" "I have to help clean up for the party. Another celebration for that mightier-than-thou arsehole, I'm presuming. Who knows what for now," I say bitterly. My blood nearly boils with irritation just by thinking of that spoiled brat. In addition to that, I can feel my hair already falling out with the thought of putting up with Anthony for the rest of the day. Amy laughs. She's always found my hatred for that arsewipe to be entertaining. Needless to say, I don't find it so amusing. Just looking at him makes me homicidal. "You can always come with me," she chimes with a cheery voice, wiggling her one visible eyebrow. I snort and turn to leave. "Okay, laugh it up. You're next on the list." The sun is warm against my back, making it seem more like mild fall than early winter. "You missed a spot," Anthony nags for the millionth time from down below. I can feel my patience deteriorating. "Does it look like I'm done?" I glare down with hatred of 1,000 suns, where he's busy steadying the ladder and critiquing my every movement, even with the top of his head covered by moderately long brown hair. Annoys me. I've never liked Anthony. He's the kind of person that could drive a Buddhist to take a swing at him. I'm not sure why this unlucky fate picked me as his target. but I somehow always end up getting stuck with him, be it pat errands or border patrol. No, but you should get it before you forget. Right there, up in the corner. His innocent, completely clueless tone of voice only makes him all the more irritating. I clench the sponge tighter, causing all the water to run out and down my arm. Shouldn't you be hanging ribbons or something? I'm just trying to help you, okay? This party is for you, you know. He points to another spot on the second-story window that I've been cleaning for half an hour because it's impossible to satisfy this annoying freak. For me? What do you mean it's for me? It's for Nathan, just like everything else, I say, scrubbing the window like I have a vengeance to settle with it. Nathan is the Alpha's son. Along with his upcoming 18th birthday, the title will also be given to him, and just like all Alpha children, Nathan's a spoiled brat. Anything we do as a pack is always for him. One time his father even made us throw a party for his first chest hair. What was even worse is that it was a dinner party. Of course, I couldn't eat anything without throwing it right back up, because one thought of always on my mind, and that was the fact that we were celebrating a chest hair. You haven't heard? Nathan picked you as his Luna. Right then, my foot slips off the ladder, sending me plummeting downwards. My stomach is skinned on the steps before my hands gain purchase where my feet once were. What? I choke on my own saliva, while trying desperately to retain my footing. I thought you would have known by now. He shrugs simply. No, there's nothing to know, because it's not happening. I state firmly, and begin to climb down the ladder. Wait, what are you doing? Adrian, we're not done. Adrian! His yelling falls on dismissive ears, because there's no way in hell I'm walking back there, or letting this happen to me. There's a lump stuck in my throat, and I'm so angry that my jaw quivers if I'm not grinding my teeth together. My stomach is in knots, but not the good, excited kind of knots. Instead, it's the kind of knots that urge breakfast to make a reappearance. I storm my way towards the Alpha's house, on the hunt for a certain ego-inflated, soon-to-be Alpha. The angry and quick pace I keep earns me some concerned stares from the pack members as I march through our little village. I try to ignore them as I make a beeline for the house. Now that I think of it, everyone has been treating me differently. I've been getting dirty looks and side-eyed glares all week, and I'm just now noticing it. They could only be thinking one of two things. Why her? Or, thank the God, it's not me. Chapter 2. Threatened with a cage. My face burns with embarrassment and ignorance. Apparently everyone has known about my fate except for me, but that ends now. After having burst through the door of the Alpha's house without a single trace of hesitation, I head for the stairs where I know his office is. I'm marching my way down the hallway when angry voices stop me dead in my tracks. That maniac is on the loose. How am I supposed to take over when he's out there, just waiting for someone to pounce on? I recognise the whiny yet smug voice of the celebrated prick, Nathan Swelter. Since I needed to talk to him anyway, sticking around by the partially open door wouldn't be that wrong, would it? I've never exactly been against eavesdropping before, so what's the difference now? That's my reasoning as I creep close to the door and press my ear against the wall, letting the gift of heightened hearing do its job. He's less than likely to bother us if there are two leaders. You have a Luna picked out, correct? I recognise the voice of Alpha Andre, speaking in a composed tone. I want Adrian. He responds almost immediately, causing me to physically restrain the gag squirming to escape my throat. At the mention of my name, I feel the colour drain from my face. She's the one, and I'm tired of waiting for both her and my title. A deep hum reaches my ears, what the Alpha always does when he's considering something. Then wait no longer. I'll have the wedding moved up to Thursday. Since there's no mate bond to bind you, vows will work just as well. Plus, you'll have more time to get acquainted with her. Maybe even... There's not going to be a wedding, I announce, seething after barging through the door on impulse. There's no way I can stand out there and silently listen to my future being decided for me. Not anymore. I'm sick of being a ghost in my own life. 2 pairs of eyes turn on me. One is Nathan's, a light blue that pairs nicely with neatly combed black hair. The other pair are a darker blue and belong to his father, whose once inky black hair is now peppered with grey, evidence of the stress that comes attached to the title. "Excuse me." Alpha Andre stands up from his leather office chair. He has squared shoulders and a tall stature that would be hard to beat. One thing is for sure, and it's that he's used to looking down on people, not vice versa. He shoots me that disappointing gaze that he's mastered over the years, making even the most arrogant of wolves ashamed of themselves. I swallow, fighting to keep my attitude under control. Too many times I've mouthed off at him and seen the consequences, but keeping this new leaf turned over is proving to be quite challenging. I'm not marrying him, or anyone else. I seethe again, planting my feet firmly in place. He can't possibly think that he can force me into this. Can he? He's held control over my entire life, but surely there's a line he won't cross. There has to be. To my right, Nathan lets out a frustrated moan. "Why can't you just cooperate for once?" He whines at me. "I thought we were past this. I can give you everything you want. Who turns down the title of Luna?" He looks to his father for help with pleading yet demanding eyes. He's never grown up. He still reminds me of that same child who threatened to throw a tantrum if he didn't get his dessert, or the one who threatened to have my fingers cut off if I tried to play with a toy he'd forgotten he even had. You can't give me shit, or you wouldn't have treated me like it my whole life. I shoot back, feeling a growl starting to rumble deep in my chest. He's always thought of himself as royalty, and everyone else peasants. But in my eyes, a king without a crown isn't a king at all. Alpha Andre snarls at me for my backlash. "Watch your damn tongue." He then turns to his son, confidence thick in the air around him. "She'll do whatever I say." He sits back down in his chair, leaning back and watching me with a calculating look, one that reminds me of the beady-eyed snake in a grass. "Won't you, Adrian?" he asks in a sickly sweet, ominous voice. I hate that voice, that tone. I hate it with all my being, and I always have. It makes me sick, sicker than imagining a future with Nathan. I clench my jaw tightly, my hands curl into a fist. "And if I don't?" He tilts his head down and smiles darkly, clasping his hands loosely together. "Then you'll be locked up again. You wouldn't want that, would you? I'd think it gets awful lonely down there." My blood turns to ice, and I suddenly feel cold, chilled to the bone. It's as if I can already feel the frigid stone against my skin and the silence ringing in my ears. I hide my fear and scoff, sceptical and taken aback. There's no way I can go back there, not to that hellhole. Though if he's serious about this, then I'm more screwed than the missing ones in his head, though that's an easy accomplishment. "You wouldn't." I force my words to come out as a challenge, yet on the inside I feel like I'm breaking down, dropping to my knees and begging to keep my freedom. He smiles again, his eyes sparkling with a twisted amusement. "Oh, but I would." He enjoys this. I know he does. I find myself staring down at my shoes. Heat rushes to my cheeks at the fact that he can bend me so easily with one simple threat. This can't be happening. "The wedding is Thursday." The Alpha's words are like a cold bucket of reality, reassuring me that this isn't a nightmare. "That should be enough time. Now go on. I believe you have a ceremony to prepare for." Go figure. forced into an engagement, and I'm still the one who has to cater the party I don't want. My feet moved mechanically towards the door, more than ready to leave, but not without knocking a potted plant off the nearby table first. The sound of the clay shattering on the floor is amplified by the thick silence of the room. Bitch, I mumble under my breath. What was that? Nathan snaps. It surprised me that he doesn't let his daddy handle this for him too. I start to prepare a sarcastically sweet response, but instead I decide to voice my true feelings. There's no longer a reason to keep my mouth shut. I whirl around on my heel to face him. My eyes lock with his, shooting daggers dripping with venom. Bitch, that's what I said. I snap loud and clear. You're a fucking bitch, and I hope and pray that one day comes when your rotting and bloating body is found floated in the river, eyeless, because the fish have already picked them out. It feels as though my skin is on fire and my lungs ache for air. I mean every single word of what I say, and my tone is more than laced with hatred. It's seeping in. Pure and livid hatred. I don't wait to see if he's going to patronise me further, or if his father is going to throw me back underground for not holding my tongue. I slam the door behind me with enough force and intent that a loud crack through the wood streaks across it. Instead of going back to prepare for the party like I've been told, I head straight to one of the many small cabins in the village, and into my bedroom, which is similar to a loft. Fairy lights hang around the tops of the dark grey walls. The room is flooded with natural light from the giant window that my bed is saddled up against. I plop down on it, burying myself in the sheets. Just forget it. Forget everything. Forgetting is always easier, except this time I can't push the dreadful thoughts away. The wedding is Thursday. That leaves me with 4 days. 4 days left of freedom. 4 days left to figure out how to save myself. Suddenly, in a random thought, I remember what Nathan said before I barged in. That maniac is on the loose. How am I supposed to take over when he's out there just waiting for someone to pounce on? What maniac was he talking about? And what does that have to do with him needing a Luna before he becomes the Alpha? Chapter 3. Whispers of Him. The sun is starting to sink down, casting a dim light over the bare trees and white sparkling mountains. The air is cold and invigorating. I walk along the snow-dusted path leading out of our little village and into the woods nearby. Large trees, somehow still full of leaves, form circles around the clearing. Amy is standing against the shadowy tree line. A group of girls, none of which I've ever bothered to have a conversation with, are surrounding her. Their voices are low, kept in a hushed tone that only signals one thing: gossip. I perk my ears, listening in. I hear he's ruthless, a monster whose wolf is 3 times the size of any other alpha. A petite, bleached blonde, Maya, says, her eyes wide for emphasis. Her brunette friend shudders before giving her input. They say he's an absolute beast. He goes out committing mass murder whenever he feels like it. Suddenly, she lowers her voice even more, and it turns shaky. God, what if he comes here? Who knows what the hell he is right now? They all exchange wide-eyed glances, looking to gauge each other's reactions. Who the hell are they talking about? And why are they so jittery? As I approach, a stick snaps under my heel. All of them jump, including Amy, who has seemed fearless for as long as I've known her. Maya even lets out a choked scream. All of their eyes turn on me as if I were the devil come to claim their souls. Their faces ghostly pale and their mouths are agape. God damn it! You can't do that! Maya shrieks at me, her face turning to an accused stare. Something about her tone cuts right through me. I narrow my eyes and push my lips into a snarky pucker. If you're so scared, then Why didn't you go choke on something besides fear? She sucks in a sharp breath, taken aback. Maybe it was a bit too far, but I can't say that I'm sorry. Nathan has already frayed my nerves for the day. Maya's mouth gapes like a fish out of water as she tries to find her words. You know what? Fuck you, she spits before storming off. The other 4 girls follow her off, scowling at me as they go. I brush it off and turn my attention back to my best friend. Amy remains standing with her back towards the tree. What was all that about? I ask, walking up to her and pointing a thumb back to the rest of the group. She isn't fazed by the little scene she just saw between me and Maya. It's one thing she tried to teach me, how to keep my inner thoughts inside. Needless to say, she never succeeded. Now she doesn't even pay attention to my lack of filter as she raises an eyebrow, her forehead wrinkling. You haven't heard? I shake my head, furrowing my brow. I need to know what's going on. People gossip all the time, but never like this. Never with such fear. They called him the Exiled Alpha. She pauses in order to look up at the sky as it grows increasingly darker. Shit. I have to go. I'm already running late. Her sentences are rushed as she bends down to grab the strap of her purple backpack and heave it onto her back. Wait, what do you mean, exiled? Before I can finish, she reaches out and grabs me firmly by the shoulders, looking me dead in the eye with such intensity that I feel paralysed. Listen to me, Adrian. She squeezes my shoulder, speaking firmly. I don't have time to explain right now, but just don't go off into the woods by yourself. I know you like to, but don't. Stay near the pack. You understand? I catch a chill running up my spine, one that's not caused by the cold. I can only think for one moment, and it's what the fuck is out there? I don't understand. I have no idea what she's talking about, only that whatever it is dangerous. But I nod anyway. This seems to be good enough for her, because the next thing I know, she's pulling me into a hug. Stay safe, bitch, she says beside my ear. So much for her seriousness. She lets me go and steps away. When she does, she's wearing one of her signature honorary grins. Usually that gesture would comfort me, seeing her back to normal instead of spewing warnings at me. But it doesn't, because her smile is forced. Sorry I can't stay for the party. Looks like you'll get Nathan all to yourself, she teases sarcastically. A pang of anger shocks my stomach, and I open my mouth with intent of spitting profanities at her, but I bite my tongue as a realization hits me. She doesn't know. She doesn't know about the blackmailed engagement or wedding. If she did, she would have told me. I know she would have. And she would have kicked Nathan's arse, regardless of the consequences. I force an empty smile back at her, not quite as convincing as her own. Let her have her fun, I think. My problems aren't hers. Yeah, whatever, I call back as she gets farther and further away. Just don't get AIDS. She turns around just brief enough to stick her tongue out at me in playful sneer. I let out an heavy sigh when I turn around and start walking back. There are a couple of people bustling about, a lot of them carrying various ribbons or decorations. I walk past all the working wolves, heading back to my room. If Nathan or Andre, either one, expect me to prepare for the party of my own demise, then they're out of their minds. What could they possibly do it to me? Sentence me a lifetime of misery? Oh, wait. It's been 3 days since Amy left. 3 days that I've been locked in my room, trying anything to keep my mind off reality. The only time any part of me left the room is when I stuck my head out the window to smoke, not wanting the smell to stick to the walls. The little glass ashtray on my desk is full, and 2 empty cigarette packs lay in the trash can. At least 4 times a day, one of the lower-ranking members, a maid or a servant, would bring me food. My only guess is that this is Nathan's way of trying to suck up, faking sweetness in hopes that I won't act out during the ceremony. What he doesn't know, though, is that his pathetic attempt to win me over is in vain. I won't bend for that arsehole no matter how much food he sends me. I didn't even realise I was letting myself drift to sleep until a knock on the door stirs me awake. Each time food was delivered, someone called out to me after knocking. No voice follows this one. Now what is this? Let me guess. I have to plan the bridal shower? They knock again, this time louder. I'm coming! I growl, untangling myself from the sheets. I stumble my way over to the door and open it. Nathan is standing here, hands in his pockets and a polite smile on his face. Well, hey there, sleepyhead, he chirps. His tone is so nice that I can almost feel the bile rising in my throat. The party's starting in half an hour, so look your best. It is in our honour, after all. I narrow my eyes and step back, looking up and down. Who the hell are you? He laughs, as if that was the funniest thing he's ever heard. A cheerful sound, but also a fake one. I just came to remind you, he says, with an overly friendly tone before turning businesslike. Now do something with your hair, put on something expensive, and meet me downstairs in 10 minutes. I don't move. Instead, I stand there like a statue, keeping my sceptical stare focused on him. Okay, look. As my chosen Luna, you have to have a look that makes everyone jealous of you in sight. Of course, they'll already do that as long as you're on my arm. But still, I expect you to act like a perfect sweetheart. And if not, there'll be consequences. And just like that, the act is up. His conceited and bossy attitude is back in full swing, along with that pulsing vein in his neck. It always makes an appearance when he doesn't get his way. I continue staring at him with dead eyes, knowing it would eventually make that nerve of his crack. If he intends to try and control my life, which he does, then he'll at least have to give me his reasoning. Why am I your chosen Luna? I ask, suspicious. It doesn't make sense to me. We don't even get along anymore, so why would he want to marry me? Against my will at that. He smirks, meeting my eyes with a devious gleam of his own. You're mouthy, Adrian Gage. A sharp tongue and a clever head. That's what people can't see until it's already too late. He moves closer, lifting my chin with his thumb. With less than an inch between our cheeks, his hot breath fans over my ear as he speaks in a low whisper. And I can't forget those grey eyes. They're so cold, so unpredictable, so unreadable. He swipes his thumb across my jaw as he steps away, turning and leaving just like that. Remember, he calls, his voice echoing in the dark hallway. 10 minutes. My fingers raise to the touch where he did. I rub the skin until it starts to burn. I'm quite certain I've rubbed it raw with my palm, yet it still doesn't feel clean. So that's his reason. He plans to use me as his pawn, but I'll be damned if I help him win whatever chess game he thinks he's playing. With Alpha Andre's threat in mind, I close the door and get to work on myself reluctantly. If only I had fashion-savvy best friend like all the movies portray, then this would be a lot easier. The cruel thing is that I do, except she's miles away, partying her arse off in another pack. At least one of us is having a good time. Chapter 4. The Bonding Ceremony. I comb through my long hair, letting it hang down my back, working against the clock. I throw on a pair of dark jeans, leather boots, a white t-shirt and a black jacket. He said wear something expensive, but this event can be called a high-class cookout at best. Technically, it's a bonding ceremony, which is the equivalent of a wedding to humans except without all the elegance, fancy clothes and decor. Just like Nathan said, I find him waiting for me in the living room of the pack house. He stops his pacing in order to look at me head to toe. How much did that cost? Enough, I answer as I walk past him. Is it designer? He asks, coming up beside me. It is for tonight. He makes a disapproving grunt. We'll go shopping later. You look good, though. I stopped dead in my tracks, stiffening. Did he just compliment me? He offered me his arm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. Wouldn't want to be late. I wiped the petrification off my face and forced myself to take the arm he's offering. It's an internal fight to keep myself from pulling away from him. Something about having any sort of contact with him seems wrong, and stomach churning, unappealing. When we walk up to the open forested area that the party is set up in, everyone's eyes turn on us. The urge to shrink down and out of their sight is crippling, but there's nowhere to go. Plus, I have too much pride to even attempt to hide against Nathan's side. Public shame can only go so far, and that would be on an entirely new level. There's no doubt in my mind that this is the latest gossip of the pack. The oh-so-beloved Nathan Swelter, soon to be the alpha of the Vasari pack, is claiming a mate who isn't his. He leads us past a towering bonfire whose flames reach high into the dark sky, and to a long table set on a wooden platform which acts as a makeshift stage. There are 4 seats at the table, all at one side, so the occupants could be facing the crowd. Alpha Andre and his Luna, Nathan's mother, sit together at one end. I break away from Nathan and go past them, planting myself at the furthest end, as far away from them as I can be. To my misfortune, Nathan sits down next to me, far closer than I prefer. No more than half a minute passes before he places his hand on my knee and starts tugging at my leg. I shoot him a burning glare so heated that he should burst into flames on the spot. "Seriously?" I snap, keeping it at a whisper. He growls lowly, leaning closer. "You're mine now. Show it." I clench my canines together so hard that my jaw aches. I roll my eyes and huff before throwing away my dignity and following his orders, lifting my legs so that they're on his lap. It's a Vasarian display of ownership. While sitting, the female would position herself so that the back of her thighs touch the top of the male's, though her butt stays in her own seat. In intimate cases, only between true mates, the male would wrap his arm around the female, her head resting on his shoulder. However, that's not the case for us. I put my thigh on top of his, but other than that, I keep as much distance as possible. It would be hard for someone to figure out that we're not mates. The stiff body language, the tense and mechanical movements, and not to mention my obvious disgruntle. It's enough to make any spectators cringe with second-hand embarrassment. And of course, there's plenty of them to do so. Practically the entire pack is staring at us from below, unblinking. Despite the cold winter air, my face is on fire. "Act natural," Nathan scolds in my ear. "Maybe if I weren't to be blackmailed, I could," I hiss back. Alpha Andre stands up, clearing his throat and sending us both a scolding look. He then slaps on a pleasant smile and faces towards address the crowd. "Wolves of Vasari, may I introduce you to your soon-to-be Alpha and Luna," he announces, making a grand gesture towards us. His speech goes on after that. Most of it, if not all of it, is him rambling on about Nathan's childhood and his meagre yet exaggerated achievements. Not a single thing is said about me. It's almost like he completely forgot that I could have been considered his daughter at one point. I'm not surprised, though. Nearly half an hour of empty words and transparent compliments later, he concludes his speech with something along the lines of, "May he reign long and prosper with this pack." Applause bursts from the crowd when Alpha Andre sits down. Although I tuned out the majority of his speech, I highly doubt the applause is sincere. When the clapping starts to fade, a single hand in the middle of the sea of people pops up. "Nathan and Adrian aren't mates. What happens when she finds her mate? Will Nathan then find a new Luna?" I perk up upon hearing my name, but Nathan opens his mouth first. "There will be no other Luna," he answers. My brow furrows when I realise his tone is almost defensive. Who knew he was such a good actor? He continues, and slowly the defensiveness dissipates into professionalism. I choose, Adrian. The ceremony will bind us, and if her mate has a problem with it, he can either get over it or take it up with me. I shiver. There's something about talking about my hypothetical mate that seems unnatural. Wrong, even, and I don't like it. There was no more questions after that. I was beyond thankful. The sooner this torture is over, the better. Pack members begin passing out the food, giving me the dreadful cue to talk to the Alpha's arsehole-ish offspring. When did you turn into plastic? I ask him. He looks at me, confused. What? You're fake, Nathan. Just like your little declaration of caring about me. His gaze hardens and jaw tightens, like I've hit a nerve. That's good, though, because I'd sever it if I could. I'd watch your fucking attitude if I were you, he warns dismissively. I glance down at his palm resting on my leg, then back up to him. And I'd watch your hand if I were you. I growl, my teeth turning to canines. Various dishes are sat down in front of me, all of them fresh and steaming, but none of them are bribing enough to make me stay. Where are you going? Nathan asks as I abruptly stand up, having not even touched my single morsel of food. I mumble a bit of retort, one I'm sure he can hear. For a walk. Get off my back. I don't look back, not even after hearing the rattling of silverware when a palm slams down on the table. Growling follows, low and provoked. I guess now we both know what it's like to be inconvenienced by someone else. Let her go, Alpha Andre orders. I can just imagine him grabbing his son's wrist and pulling him back down before he can even get up. He's controlling like that, except this time, I'm thankful for it. Darkness hangs heavy in the sky, though the dim moonlight makes the snow on the ground sparkle. Pointy and crooked shadows are cast down from limbs of the trees above. My hands are burrowed into my coat pockets as I trudge along one of the many paths that are well burned into my memory. I stormed off and away from the party. I want away from all of them. As I come to a high point in the mountain trail, I catch sight of the bonfire far below, like a giant burning ember along the grey, bleak landscape. Suddenly my stomach drops. I temporarily forget all my woes of dread as I remember what Amy had said to me. Don't go off into the woods by yourself. Stay near the pack. As if to go with my immense feeling of regret, my skin prickles with apprehension. Goosebumps pop up all over my arms, along with the hairs on the back of my neck rising. Shit. Amy would kill me if she knew I didn't listen. That is, if this notorious lurky beast doesn't do it first. I tense up, suddenly getting the feeling that I'm being watched, though I know it's only a simple symptom of paranoia, right? I shake my head, laughing to myself. I'm acting as ridiculous as Maya and her group of floozies. Either way, I turn and start back down the path I came, the snow crunching loudly under my feet. Almost like static in my ears that's loud enough to drown out everything else. As I go down back the path, my mind goes back to reality. Dread settles in my stomach at the thought of going back to that arsewipe whom his mother mistook for a person named Nathan. When I slip back into the vicinity of the party, I can't help but notice the tense atmosphere of the people and their constant whispering, or how their eyes are wide and flickering around as if they talk to one another. It's true then. They really ran him out. I overhear a hushed voice ask as I stop at the refreshment table. At the corner of my eye, a tan-skinned girl, who I know as Tricia, bobs her head of curls with a nod. They exiled him, she said quickly. I didn't think they'd ever do it. Not after 3 years, especially. What the hell is everyone whispering about lately? What did Amy say? The Exiled Alpha? I busy myself to look casual, pouring a drink I don't even want. He's probably already looking for another pack to take over. Oh God, Trish, what if he comes out there somewhere in the woods right now? What if he smells the bonfire and... Sophia, calm down. Tricia stops the other girl's increasingly hysterical rambling. Just don't think about it. Yeah, you're right, she agrees, although her voice is quivering. Hey, are you eavesdropping on us? I look up to find a pale redhead staring accusingly at me, assumedly Sophie. I can't help but notice the vibrant hot pink jacket she's wearing, along with the matching headband. I know it doesn't take that long to fill a cup, she continues, her eyes shooting daggers at me. Tricia, on the other hand, smiles apologetically, as if this sort of thing happens a lot. I glance over at her before turning back to the table and picking up my drink. You'd better keep your voice down. He might hear you, I mock, as I start back towards my seat. I have no idea who he is, but if she spites her, then so be it. What happens next is nothing but a blur. While going back to my seat, I feel watched yet again. I look up to find Nathan's wide eyes staring at me. He stands up, his mouth agape and the colour drained from his face. In the same instant that he points behind me, a blood-curdling roar shakes the ground, followed by high-pitched screams. I whirl around, coming face to face with Sophia, her arm raised in the air with something grasped in her hand, but that isn't what catches my attention. Behind her, leaping out of the shadowy depths of the forest, is a monster beyond imaginable. An enormous, wolfish creature with glowing ruby-red eyes. Even in mid-air, it looks 10 times the size of a normal wolf, and 10 times as terrifying. I don't even get a chance to panic, or even so much as scream. The last thing I can process is a rock-solid object crashed into my temple, erupting my skull in pain. Simultaneously, my vision plunges into blackness, like someone turned out the lights. The last thing I saw was the beast coming straight towards me. Chapter 5. She Hurt You. My eyelids flicker open, just barely enough to recognise the blurred blues, blacks and whites of the night forest. I immediately notice the burning, sharp pain that lighting my neck on fire with discomfort, like there's canines sinking into my flesh and winning a tug-of-war match with gravity. I'm being carried? Like a fucking wolf pup? Cold wind blows against my face, cutting right through my clothes and causing me to shiver. Blindly I reach my hand out, trying to feel for anything at all. Warm fur tickles my palm, sending a jolt of electricity through my chest. I remember what I saw. A giant wolf leaping out of the woods, roaring louder than any monster ever could. A sort of drugged, calm fear comes over me. I don't want to face this thing, whatever the hell it is. So I close my eyes and let the safety of the darkness seep back in. I wake up to a pounding ache in my left side of my skull, right above my temple. My eyes open, which makes the pounding worse. Out of instinct, my hand reaches up to the source of pain. Instead of oozing blood like I'd expect, I'm surprised to feel the soft gauze of a bandage wrapped securely around my head. I roll my head to the side to take in my surroundings. Through the trees in the distance, a bright orange flicker stands out against the night. The bonfire? I can barely see it through the trees. How did I get out here so far? Sitting up, I close my eyes tightly as I wait for the spinning to stop and the nausea to pass. When I finally open them again, my heart stalls. Staring straight at me is a complete stranger. Though strange is far from the word I'd use to describe him. As soon as my eyes lock with his, all of my senses immediately pulse in unison, shaking me to my core. All my attention is on him, and only him. His smell, his looks, and even the pleasant rhythm of his heart in hyperactive hearing. Or maybe that's just mine beating violently out of my chest. He's sitting cross-legged on the forest floor, leaning forward as if to get a closer look at me. His eyes are pure obsidian colour, and they hold an uncanny resemblance to the glowing red ones I vaguely remember. His messier is a brownish copper, which matches the thin layer of clean-cut stubble on his perfect jawline. Even with the small bit of distance between us, it's clear that his build is larger than average person's, not to mention 3 times as muscular. I can't even try to think straight. He's attractive in a way no one person should be allowed to be. His fingers flex in and out, the tendon in his wrist popping up along with some veins in his forearms. Judging from the raw power stored in that action alone, it would be ridiculously easy for him to take a life away. Those hands look like they could bring death to a dozen different brutal ways, and I feel like they have. Yet, for some reason, I yearn to reach out and touch them. The pulsing sensation gets stronger, making my focus on him so heightened that everything else is dull. My lips part slightly, but no words come out. Instead, it gets stuck in the front of my mind, lingering at the tip of my tongue. Mate. I flinch at the word. He makes a move to get up, and I scramble backwards on my butt, fighting my every instinct to go forward. My back meets the smooth trunk of a snow-covered fallen beech tree. It blocks me from going any further, and I exhale heavily. Of course, that's my luck. He's coming slowly towards me, making my breath itch. From a standing position, his side looks impossibly large, and impossibly like a force not to be reckoned with. His nostrils flare as he sniffs the air. A low growl rumbles in his chest, getting louder as it travels up to his throat. "You smell like him," he says in disgust, pushing it through gritted teeth. Him? Does he mean Nathan? But if that bothers him, then that makes the 2 of us. "And you smell like a wet dog," I retort without missing a beat. That was a lie. That was the biggest lie I've ever told in my life. He smells good. Really good. Like an addictive masculine cologne mixed with the natural scent of a pine forest. And the fact that scent makes my stomach twist with nerves scares me. His gaze burns into me, telling me I made a mistake. The lightning in his dark eyes seemed to dance, like a black and grey fire burning in his irises. It's as though it signifies a battle of some kind, like he's fighting with his own inner wolf. "What are you to him?" he asks, finally, the growl still in his voice. "Why does it matter?" I fire back. My wolf may already trust him, begging for his arms to encompass me, but I can't say the same. He takes another step forward, hands clenching into fists. "Answer the question." I stay silent for what seems like centuries. Some part of me doesn't want to tell him the truth, not only because it would be voicing my misfortune and misery, but also because I somehow felt like I'd betrayed him. "Where is everyone?" I ask instead, trying to change the subject. His shoulders visibly tense, as if I've made him uncomfortable. For the first time, he breaks eye contact. The way I see it, he doesn't have the right to be uncomfortable in this situation. I do. He doesn't answer the question, which only makes my mind race faster. I happen to glance past him, and a lump forms in my throat at what I see. The snow is disturbed and sprawled everywhere, bright patches of red stain where once sparkling white. Amongst that, my eyes land on a piece of hot pink fabric, laying in the middle of it. A headband. I dare to venture further, looking even further past. A body is laid, sprawled and broken in the snow. I recognise the dishevelled, fiery redhead. My blood runs cold. "Did you?" I don't need, nor want to finish the sentence. He follows my line of vision before answering with a simple and motionless reply. "Yes." I swallow hard, feeling my hands start to shake. God damn it. Why am I so nervous? If he wanted me dead, he would have killed me while I was unconscious. Why?
She hurt you.
As if on cue, my hand comes up to touch the bandage around my head. He cares if I'm hurt or not? No response comes to mind for that. That girl didn't mean anything to me. She made a snide comment about everything and walked over everyone. She was rude and a pain in the neck, but still, it doesn't seem believable. But if Sophia is dead, who else went with her? I hadn't even realised I was lost in thought, staring at the ground until the snap of a twig pulls me back to reality. My neck doesn't even have time to turn before I'm scooped off the ground, pressed against his warm, solid body. An electric sensation ignites wherever we touch, erupting my skin in tingling, pleasant fire. It's like a chain reaction, making my heart start to pound again in my chest, along with my muscles relaxing instantly. The logical part of my brain tells me I should be concerned about where he's taking me, but I can't focus on anything except his body against mine. My neck tilts to rest on his shoulder, the sensation lulling me into a state of tranquility. Whether it's the possible concussion giving me hallucinations or not, I think I hear a faint, animalistic purr in response. I close my eyelids, focusing on the smooth gait of his walk, while being carried by arms that make me the equivalent of weightless. It seems like minutes pass before I open my eyes again, and when I do, we're in the small village of my pack. I happen to look up, and in the second-story window of one of the houses, half a dozen pair of eyes are staring down at us. Among them, Amaya's. Her face is twisted with contempt, glaring hatred at me through the glass. I can't even be bothered to react this time. I look around and notice that not a single person is outside. They're all in the windows, peeking out and watching us like hawks. It's almost as if they're scared of something. What did they witness that I didn't, besides Sophia's death? I'm carried straight through the middle of the village, right to the grand cabin at the end, the one notoriously known as the Alpha's house. The stranger carrying me, my mate, is unfazed. He continues on as if it's his territory, as if he has every right to be here. He steps over the threshold of the front door, angling me carefully so that my feet don't hit the frame when we pass. The entire pack just watched helplessly as a trespasser waltzed through our village, stepped into the Alpha's house without a trace of hesitation. What did he do to them? The door clicked shut, plunging the room into darkness at the mercy of night. But more importantly, my stomach knots as the stairs creak under the weight. What will he do to me? Chapter 6. Battle of the Scents. My heartbeat pounds in my ears as the bedroom door clicks shut behind us. This stranger has an iron grip on me, not to mention an aggressiveness that could terrify anyone. I want so badly to feel safe in my mate's arms, to let myself relax against his warm chest, but I can't. Anxiety only grips me tighter as he carries me towards the bed. The sheets rustle quietly as he sits me down on the edge and begins to pull off my jacket. My heartbeat pulses in my throat as the panic begins to settle in. Once the jacket is tossed off onto the floor, almost in a disgusted manner, he pauses for a minute after that, raising his nose as if to sniff the air. I take this opportunity to squirm further onto the bed and further away from him. I hug myself tightly and pull my knees halfway to my chest. Suddenly, the white t-shirt that I'm left with feels too thin for comfort. I swallow nervously, watching as he walks over to the attached room and turns the light on, revealing a bathroom. My skin prickles as I watch, the saliva cold in my mouth. What's he doing now? In one swift motion, he raises his arm over his head, peeling off his shirt. My eyes feel ready to bug out my head. I did not sign up for this, I thought to myself. The light behind him illuminates his figure, creating a sublime muscular silhouette made of rigid lines and defined curves. I can only faintly see the centre of his outline, but it's enough to tell that his abdomen is no less apparent. Striding towards me, his steps are slow and confident. He stops in front of the bed, looking down at me with intent, dark eyes. I lean back as he reaches forwards, but I don't lean far enough. His fingers touch under my chin, igniting the area with a tingling feeling as he gingerly pushes my jaw closed. Heat rushes to my cheeks when I realise my mouth had been open. Was it that obvious? My eyes flick to his uncertainly. What happens now? Because there's no way in hell that I'm letting these clothes leave my body.
Wash his scent off,
he orders, his voice like steel. There's no denying that it's a command, not a polite suggestion. He then drops his t-shirt carelessly onto my lap. His voice is cold as he instructs me, begrudging even.
Then put this on.
With that, he lets his gaze linger for a few seconds. Then he turns and strides out of the room, closing the door behind him with a loud click to disrupt the nerve-wracking silence. I scrunch my face up in both discontent and confusion. He wants Nathan's scent off of me. That's the only conclusion I can come to, and a likely one considering his early disgruntlement with the scent. Being treated as a doll to be dressed up is irritating, but in this case, I don't want Nathan's scent on me either. Cautiously, I slide off the bed, watching the door like a hawk. I half expecting to burst through at any minute, spewing more demands. With shirt clutched tightly in hand, I pad into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me and making a point to lock it. Mate or not, my privacy is my own. The searing water is uncomfortable, drumming against my back between my shoulder blades. My skin is burning to the point that I think it may peel off. I've always preferred the cold, and I'd never choose a hot shower over a moderate room temperature or even a slightly cold one. But I need to feel the pain. I need to have the distraction it provides, almost like it's a pause button. I fight to keep my mind off the situation at hand, along with the questions that go with it. Did this stranger, my mate, whose name is a mystery, take over the pack? How many of my pack members did he kill? Am I still expected to marry Nathan? I shake my head, pushing away the curiosity. Whatever happens, happens. It's not like I was allowed to control my life before. What's the difference now? My focus turns back to my reddening body as I turn the water off and step out of the shower. I'm shaky as I put my clothes back on, my muscles lulled into a trance from the heat. Even more warmth pulls in my stomach when I take a deep breath of the addictive scent clinging to the anonymous stranger's shirt. I'm not a petite person per se, but it's still oversized to the point where I might be able to get away with not wearing anything else. Nonetheless, I slip my jeans back on anyway. There's a certain line drawn in my dignity that I'm not quite ready to cross yet. And walking around pantless, with a shirt tail barely covering my arse, would require crossing that line. When I re-enter the bedroom, my lovely and very congenially mate is nowhere to be found. Is this my window for escape? As soon as the thought crosses my mind, I ridicule myself, such a ridiculous idea. Running away from everything I know just to be killed on sight as a rogue? I'd rather not. Yet, at least. I wander out the bedroom, which has to be the guest one considering its lack of scent, and down the stairs, right out the front door I was carried through. The stranger doesn't stop me, nor is he even any sign he's there. Outside, the entire village looks like deserted and desolate. Everything is dark, with only the moon acting as a dim lamp of silver light. The snow crunches beneath my feet as I wander through the empty streets, which are really just worn-out paths weaving between the cabins. My nostrils flare when a certain hair-raising smell reaches my nose. Immediately, goosebumps raise over my arm as I slow to a stop in the middle of the village, smelling the air more intently now. Blood. No, it's more than just blood. It's carnage. If that smell, combined with the dark, soulless streets, isn't enough to send someone over the edge, then having your every move watched is. Just as before, when I look up, I find the curious, frightened eyes peering at me through the windows. A growl escapes my throat. I'm some kind of spectacle for them, and that fact piques me. I stare right back, but whoever it is doesn't budge. If they won't come out, then I guess that means I'll go in. The heavy door of the pack house shutting behind me is louder than it should be. Usually I would avoid drawing too much attention to myself, but between Nathan's ceremonies and whatever the hell that this can be called, I haven't been left much of a choice. When I turned the corner going into the grand living room, I met with about a dozen pair of those staring eyes, glaring at me through dark hue and blue shadows of the room. "You're wearing his shirt!" Maya's irritating, high-pitched voice exclaims as she throws her arms out dramatically. She's standing in front of one of the large windows beside the couch. There's no doubt that she was peeking out of it just a few moments ago. I'm not sure what she's trying to imply by her comment, but it runs right through me nonetheless. "You're clothed at all?" I regurgitate her exaggerated shot right back to her. More often than not, she's usually showing more skin than she's covering, and it's far from being subtle, which is why I'm surprised to find her covered from head to toe in winter apparel. I can sense the room growing possibly tenser. Everyone silently watching shifts uncomfortably in their seats and standing positions, but some of them I can feel staring holes right through me. Maya crossed her arms and sneers. "You're calling me a slut when you're the one who went to bed with a fucking tyrant?" I freeze. Tyrant? Then it clicks. This is the tyrant everyone's been whispering about. The monster that Amy warned me to stay away from. Oops, so much for that.
"Enough, Maya,"
Alpha Andre growls, entering through the kitchen. His presence immediately weighs down the air, making it heavy with tension.
"Adrian."
He motions past himself, gesturing for me to enter the room he just came from. Alpha Andre may be the last bastard I want to talk to, next to his son, but I gratefully take the opportunity to get away from Maya. As I stride across the room to Andre, I stick my tongue out to her in a taunting sneer. She always hated being scolded by Andre instead of being his lapdog, and I've always loved her indignation over it. Once in the kitchen, I clench my jaw when I see Nathan sitting at the table. There's no denying that I have strong feelings for him, just not the feelings he wants me to. But repulsion is a very strong feeling nonetheless. Although repulse isn't what I get when we approach the table, it's more like happiness, because there's something about him, with his head down, held between his hands, with stress creasing his features, that's satisfying to me.
"Explain to us,"
Andre says, leaning past me to lay his palm flat on the tabletop,
"what that monstrous bastard wants with you."
Chapter 7. Hide and Seek. "Explain to you?" I repeat, raising an eyebrow. "You're the ones who watched it happen."
"And you're the one who he took into my goddamn house,"
Alpha Andre retorts coolly.
"So I'll say it again."
He stands up straight, as if to add an intimidation factor.
"What does he want with you?"
I realise that I don't want to tell them. This thing between me and that monstrous bastard, assuming it is what I think it is too personal to be ruined by Andre's opinion and Nathan's hatred. So I play dumb instead. "I don't know what he wants," I answer, adding an irritated tone to make it sound believable. Andre ums as his eyes rake over me, from head to foot and back, deciding whether to believe me or not, whether to kill his prey or let it walk another day.
"That's his shirt,"
he observes, stroking his black and grey beard. I notice his nostrils flare subtly, smelling.
"Did he make you wear it?"
I nod. Half a minute passes by. Half a minute of Andre deep in silent thought, and half a minute of Nathan and I in silent confusion. Then he speaks.
"You're the meat,"
he says. Come again?
"He was watching the ceremony from the dark,"
he concludes.
"He knows you're Nathan's chosen Luna. Taking his pack is one thing, but taking his Luna is a statement of further dominance. He's baiting Nathan to challenge him, and you're the bait. The meat."
I blink, dumbfounded. His theory sounds surprisingly reasonable. Probable, even. My stomach drops as I consider the possibility that he's right. The feeling of stupidity eats my cheek. Maybe I didn't know as much about this stranger as I thought. Maybe his ferocious desire to replace Nathan's scent with his own had a different motive than I thought. Maybe what I thought I felt for him was nothing at all. Out of the corner of my eye, Nathan stiffens in his seat. His jaw is clenched without a doubt, and I'd bet my money that the vein in his neck is just waiting to make an appearance.
"So he's toying with me,"
Nathan growls, balling his fist on the tabletop. Alpha Andre pulls out the chair opposite his son and slumps down in it, stretching his long legs out. He crosses his arms over his chest and heaves a sigh. 3 prominent stress lines crease the old Alpha's forehead.
"Riot Sydney doesn't toy with people. He destroys them."
A forceful shiver jerks my entire body, and my breath audibly itches at my throat. My chest is like a drum locked in a room with metal walls, every beat being echoed right back to it. The effect that name has is terrifying. Riot Sydney, I repeat in my head. The Exiled Alpha. That's his name. My eyes blur out of focus as I remember his face, his perfect jawline covered with just the right amount of stubble. Stubble that I haven't gotten to feel against my skin or in my palm. His sharply cut nose and strong cheekbones. Somehow, there's something about everything about him, right down to that minuscule scar that cuts off the tip of his right eyebrow. That Riot Sydney fits perfectly. An aggravated growl demands my attention. When I look up, Nathan's fierce glare is settled on me.
"You're thinking of him now, because you think he's going to win this game?"
Although they're informed in questions, his touchy words are identical to an accusation. I raise an eyebrow, taken aback by the confidence in himself. But of course he would have confidence. Arseholes always do. And with his pompous need to have confidence comes my profuse need to crush it. A devilish grin starts to pull at the corner of my lips. I blow air out of my nose in a laugh. How could he not? He's already taken your pack. Now what's dominating it to him? Nothing. There's the angry vein that I've been waiting on. I anticipated Nathan's reaction, irritation so beside himself that he bites his tongue and clenches his fists like a red-faced child, trying not to have a little tantrum. But Andre's, I didn't anticipate. Andre's, I didn't even think possible. Not for this. A quiet growl rumbles in his throat as he slowly comes to sit up and straighten in his chair.
"Nathan,"
he growls, not looking nearly as relaxed as he had 5 seconds ago.
"Take her back to the cell."
The colour drains from my face. My stomach twists so violently that I want to puke. My hanging jaw is trembling, spasming, visibly shaking.
"She won't be any use to him down there."
I take a step back. Don't fucking touch me. My voice is weak, so weak and unsteady. Nathan reaches out to grab my arm.
"Adrian."
No! I jerk back in towards the door. I register that the side of my face is twitching, involuntary.
"Adrian."
Shut up!
"Don't make this difficult."
I reach behind me and fling the door open, rushing out so fast that I nearly trip over my own feet. When I turn back, he's in the doorway, making a hasty grab for my arm. The door is slammed shut, and in the same instant a scream tears from the other side of it. I see the shiny nails of 4 fingers sticking out before I turn and bolt without a thought into the brush of the forest. I hope they rot and fall off, asshole. The snow from the previous day is mostly gone, only a light dusting left on the frozen ground. The trees, leafless and bare, still provide hiding places, not that I'm using them. My claws click against the hard dirt and frozen carpet of dead leaves on the forest floor. My heartbeat pounds in a frantic rhythm in my chest, and hot breath heaves from my mouth, warming the clothes between my jaws. I can hear him nearly a mile back. He's also breathing heavily, claws scratching the dirt every now and then with a faltered, lazy step. And sometimes, when the wind blows from behind me, I think, just maybe, that it carries the smell of his bloodied, broken fingers with it. I remember this game from when we were kids. I remember playing hide and seek with the Alpha's son before he turned into a bastard. I was always better at it, because I knew the land better. Every tree and every bush, memorised through every season. While he hardly left the village, I strived to get away from it. But he never gave up then, and he won't give up now. Especially not now. Not when his daddy has given him the order. My run slows to a jog, then to a walk, until eventually I come to a stop and drop the clothes behind a mound of piled up brush. I sit for a handful of seconds behind the barrier of fallen limbs and sticks, catching my breath. Taking in the deep and light browns of both the ground and the trees and brush surrounding me, I curse the sky for not having snowed the night before. Against this background, my cream-coloured fur is nothing but a white flag waving surrender. I grit my teeth and bear the pain of my body shifting, changing fur for skin. I all but get the dark jeans buttoned and the shirt pulled down before the hairs on the back of my neck rise. He's near. I suck in a sharp breath to shallow my breathing, but it's pointless. An arm shoots from around the brush pile, his hand grabbing the collar of my shirt. I gasp, rips from my throat, and I'm jerked sideways, pulled face to face with that piece of egotistical shit. My hand wraps around his wrist, trying to crush it. "Stop running!" he manages through heavy breaths. On instinct, I swing my arm around, dragging my clawed fingers across his face with a burning hatred. If only it were his throat. As soon as he expresses his pain vocally, through a string of choice words, I break away and flee off into the woods once again. If we keep on like this, maybe he'll bleed out first. The frozen mud seems to bite at my feet, my boots having been abandoned at the beginning of the chase. It stings, no doubt the skin gradually being scraped off the bottoms. I make a sharp turn and run a few more yards before picking a tree and feverishly climbing, hiding in a long shot. I know that, but my folder of options is progressively getting thinner. It's only when I drag myself up one last limb and lean back against the trunk that I realise just how much fire is burning in my lungs and how shaky my hands are. I suck in air, breath after breath, hoping to cool the heat in my chest. When I look down, a bright red in the corner of my eye catches my attention. On my collarbone, staining the brilliant white of Riot Sydney's t-shirt, is 2 drops of blood, one thumb size and the other slightly smaller. Chapter 8. Name Games. My head jerks back up, something feathery and wet hitting my cheek. I brush away the fat snowflake and blink the sleep from my eyes. It's had to have been at least an hour by now. Nathan's persistent bastard, but he won't give out for long, surely. A sharp pain is shooting through my tailbone from sitting on the hard tree branch for so long, and the rest of my body is excruciatingly stiff. I grimace as I throw a leg over and sit up further to begin to climb down. It doesn't matter how seized up I am or sore I am, anything out here is better than that cell. My claws scrape into the bark as I slide down the trunk of the tree, groaning deeply as soon as my feet hit the ground, and gravity becomes more of a reality. Giant flakes of snow float down around me, landing in my hair and sticking to my clothes as I stretch. The atmosphere is darkened, the sky turning a dreary grey. Maybe he went back to his daddy with his tail tucked. No more than a whole 5 seconds later, and the loud snap of a snake snapping comes from the direction I had. Of course, Daddy would be mad if he went back, and we can't have that, can we? He won't leave me alone. Nathan may be a pompous arse, but he's a persistent one. It becomes clear to me what my options are. I either stay here and get thrown back in that hellhole, or I leave. The only way I can escape is if I start walking now and never turn back. But there's nowhere to go. I'm oblivious to the world outside Visari. I know that there's other tribal packs, Orca, Bastille, and Telonia, but I don't know their customs. I don't know their people or their land or their way of life. Everything is foreign beyond here. Another sound, like a body pushing through vegetation, is now closer. Panic starts to set in, the tingling in my limbs urging them to take action. He's getting closer, quickly, undeniably, and terrifyingly closer. I run. I run for all my miserable, wasted life is worth, without any fucking idea where I'm going to. I just run. Twigs snap at my ankles, and my bare feet are yet again cold and pained on the frozen ground. But I'm not stopping. I don't care if I leave trails of blood in my path. It hurts me that I can't shift, since 4 legs are definitely faster than 2. But shifting now would be like sounding the alarm for him to come find me. For whatever reason, a werewolf can sense whenever another one shifts nearby. It's a strange feeling, like a presence over your shoulder, except the presence comes from the shifting wolf's location. The next thing I know, my shoulder is being ploughed into a hard ground as a giant furry mass hits me from behind. I can feel the skin being scraped off my arm and elbow, and the bloody wounds being filled with dirt and snow. My jaw is slammed shut in the process, my teeth clamped down involuntarily on my tongue, sending tears into my eyes. I don't even register the pain. Instead, my attention goes to what's standing over me and pinning my back against the ground, and it's not Nathan's light grey wolf either. It's that giant, nightmarish monster I saw right before my pack was taken over, the one that dragged me into the woods, a paradox of gentle canines at the back of my neck. I never got a good look then, only a few glimpses through bleary, barely unconscious eyes. Now I have a good look, gaping up as it looks back with searing eyes. I'm unable to move, staring petrified. I jerk when he moves his muzzle closer to my cheek. He smells it first, and then nudges the loose tendrils of hair aside with his cold nose. A drop of blood slides down my face, leaving a warm, slick trail as the way to my jaw. I realise there's a numb burning there, like a claw scratched into my cheek. I must have done it during the fall, or not even noticed. He starts to lick the wound, his soft canine tongue acting like a painkiller. The blood is wiped away and the burn starts to die out. Once satisfied, he starts sniffing elsewhere, as of searching for my wounds. He makes a low growling sound when his nose stops just above my collarbone, right over top of 2 red stains, the stains made by Nathan's broken fingers. Just as suddenly as he flattened me to the ground, he hurriedly steps off. For a split second, I think there's a flash of red in his eyes, but when I look again, it's gone. As he turns away from me, I take the opportunity to stand up. His wolf is a sight to cower at. Supernatural wolves by default are abnormally large, but there's something more looming about this one that I just can't explain. Even in a standing position, he still casts a shadow over me. When he turns back to me, there's a subtle flash of light within his irises, followed by a quiet rumbling in his chest. Then he jerks his head in the direction of the village, staring me down with threatening gaze. It's like he's accusing me of something. He's angry with me, but why? Then I realise this is technically his pack now, and now he's caught me running away from it. I wring my hands together nervously in front of my stomach. My heart is beating so loud that there's no way he can't hear it, but it's not from the adrenaline of the chase this time. It's from fear. What will he do to me? All the warnings I've heard whispered, all the craze, all the terror everyone has had for this wolf all pops into my head. What will he do? Judging by the stories, the possibilities are endless. I take a timid step backwards. A horrifyingly enraged snarl rips from his lips as soon as I do. This radiance of power and aggression that he gives off, it's so strong that I can hardly control myself. For the first time in my life, my instincts are telling me to cower. I just want to lay down and cover my head with my hands and hope for the best. Yet I don't. I stay standing, staring at the ground in front of me and fighting the urge to close my eyes. When he starts to move towards me with an enormous paws crunching the leaves behind them, I tense up even further. He circles me, walking around until I can feel his presence behind me. Then his nose prods me between my shoulder blades, forcing me, shoving me forward. He's taking me back to the village, and back to that Cretaceous arsehole. Fantastic. The entire way back, he follows close behind, close enough for his hot breath to fan the back of my neck. By the time we reach the Alpha's cabin, which is assumedly his now, I feel like a prisoner. He escorts me right through the door, not offering the chance to falter a single step. My cheek is bleeding again, and a dampness is on my hairline that I can't decide between being moisture from his breath, nervous sweat, or werewolf slobber. I settle for not knowing. I'm guided through the large living room, with up the stairs, and down the hallway. He prods me in the shoulder with his nose for 100th time, silently ordering me to stop in front of the door to the guest room from before. Taking the hint, I open the door and enter. He gestures into the room with his head. Hesitantly, I walk further in, looking around. The door suddenly clicks closed, leaving me alone. Now what? Does he expect me to do something here? Is he waiting for me to make a run for it again? I sit down on the bed, sinking down in the plush comforter. I look at my lap, spacing out while I'm mindlessly picking at the hem of his shirt. I'm still zoning out when the doorknob suddenly turns, making me jump in my own skin. He's standing in the threshold of the door, my eyes going directly to what's in his hands. "What are you doing?" I blurt out with a bit of a squeak. I swallow nervously, watching his every movement like a hawk. He approaches me, a long, thick rope hanging in his grip. "Hold out your hands," he orders, standing in front of me now. "Are you serious? You're going to tie me up now?" I ask with a sceptical laugh. This might not be the time to be laughing, but are you kidding me? He growls loudly and suddenly, making me yank my arms up in the heartbeat and hold them out to his mercy. He starts by tying my wrists together, then my hands, while my fists are balled, making it impossible to spread my fingers, and henceforth impossible to use my claws. He ties the opposite end of the rope to the bedpost, giving me leeway to move around a bit but never leave, just like a dog on a leash. He avoids eye contact the entire time he works, making me wonder if it's possible that he feels somewhat guilty for this. The lighting in his obsidian irises is doing that flickering thing again, like his wolf is trying to come out, but he's fighting to restrain it. Typically, a werewolf's eyes only turn black when its primal instincts are triggered. His have stayed black, which means he's been on the edge of his losing control of his wolf this entire time. He starts towards the door, and I suddenly feel the need to stop him, like some part of me wants him to stay, if only for a few seconds longer. "Are you at least going to tell me your name?" I ask indifferently. I know his name. I've heard it off Alpha Andre's tongue, but some part of me, needs to hear it off his. He pauses with his hand over the light switch, not bothering to turn around. Even beneath the fabric of his shirt I can see the taut muscles of his back tightening. Riot Sydney. A few seconds pass as the name sinks in. Goosebumps raise on my skin and entire body prickles with alertness. I visualise the spelling of it in my head and repeat it various times. He looks over his shoulder, not at me, but exposing the side of his face in my direction. What's yours? I'm quiet for a while before answering. Why should I tell you? I say it mostly to annoy him, but partially because I truly don't see a reason to tell him. He doesn't deserve that yet. Because I told you mine, he growls, something he seems to do a lot. His fingers grip the frame of the doorway harder, causing the wood to crack loudly. So, I didn't offer you a trade. I off, as I lay over on my side and squirm to get comfortable, which is a challenging task when you're unable to spread my arms at all. Once settled, I rest my head on the pillow and close my eyes. Good night, I say curtly. It doesn't take long for the light to slip off and for the room to be bathed in darkness. Directly following that, the door slams aggressively closed. Despite it, I can't find it in me to be scared anymore. I lay there, fully ready to go to sleep, but something eats at my conscience. In the back of my mind, I know that it's because he's angry with me, but I push that thought away. I got the last word in, and that's all that matters. Chapter 9. Don't get attached. My sleep was restless the entire night, tossing and turning, accommodating for my tired hands. I wake up for about the 5th time, this time to morning sunlight illuminating from the curtains from behind. Right then, the door opens, revealing a very worn-looking Riot Sydney. His eyes are tired, and there's dark purple semicircles under them. He looks freshly showered, his wet hair pressed down on his forehead. His smell makes my wolf howl to the point that I have to take a few breaths to retain myself. A masculine cologne mixes with his natural piney musky scent, making my heart falter a few beats. He walks over, still refusing to look at me. My spirit drops. For some reason, I crave his attention. That reason more than likely being the mate bond. Does he feel it too? He holds his palm out towards me. Hands. Comes the same emotionless commands. I oblige, placing the tied bundle of rope in his open hand. With the other one, he starts to cut me free with a single protrude claw from his index finger. It slices the rope like a razor blade on paper, making me shudder inwardly. The thought of that same claw pressed against flesh, doing that exact same thing, is mortifying. Once cut, the ropes fall from my wrist. The skin is an angry red, irritated and rubbed raw. The sweat and the abrasions only make it burn worse. Riot seems to flinch at the sight, his eyes locked intently on my rose-coloured hands. For a brief moment, I get excited. The look in his eyes, locked anxiously on my hands, almost makes it look like he cares, like it pains him to see. When I think he's finally going to say something, he turns away abruptly, with a quiet growl and heads for the exit. And just like that, I'm left alone again. Half an hour passes before I finally will myself to wander downstairs. When I do, there's no trace of Riot. To both my dismay and my pleasure, I find his scent lingering faintly about the house. It triggers a desolate feeling in me, something unexplainable. Am I missing him? Before I get a chance to figure out what it is, 3 solid knocks sound from the front door. At first, I freeze, remembering Alpha Andre's latest command. Put her back in the cell. Now they've come to get me, They know Riot brought me back, and now they know that he's gone. I take a shaky breath as the icy chill of vulnerability clenches my heart. A few seconds later, 3 more knocks come, more impatiently now. God damn it! Open the door, Adrian! A very irritated, yet comforting voice yells from the other side. A voice I've got stored away in my memory as belonging to the only friendly person in this pack. Immediately I'm rushing to the door, my adrenaline-filled fingers fumbling over the handle to get it open. Thank the gods you're still alive! I no more than fling the door open before I'm being pulled into a rib-crushing hug. I inhale Amy's scent. The familiarity of it is much-needed comfort. My nose presses down on the top of her shoulder, my face burrowed into her curly strands of dark brown, almost black hair. I swear to you, I'll castrate that worthless bastard, she growls, her chin bobbing on my shoulder as she does. Have at it, I grumble, finally freeing myself from her suffocating bear hug. Whether she hears the vexation in my voice, or sees it on my face, her brown lips fall into a frown. But it's not a sad frown, because her sharp eyebrows scrunch madly together along with it. Where the hell does he get off thinking you owe him a marriage? Her voice is irate. The more she talks, the angrier she seems to get. The blackmailed marriage. I'd almost completely forgotten about it. I remember it only makes all my previous questions resurface. Surely Nathan won't still try to go through with it. A sickening bile rises in my throat with the thought of how close I came to being bound to that spoiled arsebag. The only comfort I find, however, is in the fact that, so long as Riot is here, holding the title of Alpha, just out of Nathan's reach, then that spoiled brat has no power over me. How many people died? Amy suddenly asks, the burning anger still present in her chocolate-coloured irises. I shake my head and shrug. No idea. Sophia, at least. There's a silent pause between us. Not an awkward one, but one long enough to let me sink into my thoughts. I contemplate telling her about Riot, about my suspicions, about his strange, almost bipolar behaviour. But right as the first word is on the tip of my tongue, it falls back down. If I say it out loud, if I allow someone else to know what I think is between us, then it only becomes much more real, and that terrifies me. How did you know I was here? I ask instead, changing the subject with a nervous gulp. She gives me a pointed look. Adrian, the entire pack knows he brought you here. That's all they're talking about, how apparently he's using you as some kind of pawn. She rants with disapproval, giving the impression that Nathan isn't the only one on her shit list. Although she didn't say a name, only a pronoun, my heart speeds up and my face heats slightly. God damn it, I've got to stop. Speaking of being a pawn, Amy continues, oblivious to my spike of nerves, Andre's asking for you. He's waiting at the pack house. He's asking for me? After ordering for me to be put back into that hellhole, and then sending his son to play a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek with me, he has the audacity to ask for me? Tell him he can go You're going. She cuts me off sternly. And so am I. My breath fogs in front of me with every exhale. The air is frigid and dry. The ground remains frozen, a painful reminder of my bleeding, bare feet the previous day. I pull the door of the pack house open, Amy's hot breath fanning the back of my neck as I do so. Do you want me to come? She asks gently. I shake my head in response and assure her that I've got it handled. After about a minute of arguing with her, I finally convince her to wait outside. I walk down the lightless hallway towards the living room, the radiant warmth of the fireplace increasing the closer we get. When we enter, Andre immediately shoots up from the leather couch, his long legs stretched out, no doubt containing pent-up energy. His fingers curl repeatedly into a strained fist as his livid eyes lock with mine. He's not pleased, and neither am I. When he opens his mouth to speak, I already anticipate his words. I gave you an order, and you resisted. He says it in his classic condescending, ashamed tone, the exact tone he uses any time he wants someone to feel guilty for something that isn't their fault. And I gave you my loyalty and you didn't care, is what I really want to say, but for once, as if the silence of the room were giving me time to think, I bit my tongue. I noticed Nathan sitting by the fireplace on the adjacent couch. He cradles his right hand in his lap. To my utter shock, he avoids looking up. His head is down and his shoulders are slumped, just like a newly neutered dog. I want to know what's going on between you and that tyrant. He spits the last word through his teeth in disgust, like it would soil in his mouth if he didn't get it out fast enough. Well, I don't get very far in my answer before he cuts me off. Tell her what you smelled. He barks at Nathan. For a second I almost think I see the golden boy jump. His scent was circling us, Nathan says. It hardly sounds like his voice, without the arrogance flowing through it. So that's why Nathan stopped following me. That's why, for the first time in his privileged life, he gave up on something. It's not because I out-endured him, or because he had lost my scent, or decided to grow a heart and let me go free. It was because Riot's scent was there, threatening him with his presence, acting like a border between Nathan and I. I remained silent. I tried to keep myself from reading too far into it, but how can I not? Don't think this is a permanent thing. As if he read my mind, Andre shatters the bit of hope my wolf instinct had started to drum up. Once this problem is dealt with, then he won't be around to intervene with your punishments anymore. Better yet, he won't have a reason to. His voice is cold, purposely indifferent. In fact, it's vain. Don't get attached, Adrian. He's not your friend. All you are to him is a pawn. I don't let a long pause of silence follow his words this time. My jaw has clenched as hard as it possibly can, and if I go any longer without opening it, it'll reach a cracking point. And what am I to you? I snap, staring this shit excuse of an alpha dead in the eye. For years I looked up to him, admired him even. At one point, he was almost like a father to me. But things fucking change, don't they? If you say anything other than a pawn or a waste of space, then you're a goddamn liar, I growl. My hands are shaking and my heart is pounding as I dare say the words. You should have just left that infant in the rain where you found it. We play a speechless stare game, Andre and I. He doesn't respond with anger, nor does he wear it on his face. He doesn't have to, though. I can feel it filling the room, ready to swallow us all. When he finally answers, it's impassive. I'll withdraw my order to lock up. For now, you're dismissed. He doesn't have to say it for me to know to take the truce. Chapter 10. Something Else. As soon as my feet cross the threshold of the pack house, Amy is beside me. I expect her to start ranting about Nathan and his dad, or badgering me about wanting to know every last word that was said back there. But she doesn't. I'm shocked. We get a few metres through the village, walking down the main path between the houses, before she finally opens her mouth. Alpha Andre is a controlling, unpleasant, condescending bastard, just like his son is. I breathe out a sigh of relief that she's not gone ill. Here comes the rant I've been anticipating. But I do agree with him. I choke. I physically choke. You what? Just hear me out. She holds her hand up, coming to a dead stop in the middle of the pathway and turning to me. She sounds like the peacekeeper now, using that soft, over-reasonable voice to try and cover up the actual meaning of her words. The exiled alpha is dangerous. It'd be best if you stay away from him. Who knows what the hell he'll do to you? She reasons. I stare at her blankly, wide-eyed and mouth open. I wait for her to start laughing, to elbow me in the ribs and say she's only joking. But she never does. It'd be best if you... That phrase was going through me. It'd be best if you kept your mouth shut. It'd be best if you just let me do what you're told. It'd be best if you just learn your place. A hesitant fear crosses Amy's face as she continues talking with her hands, speaking calmly. All I'm saying is I've heard things, and just watch your tongue. The wolf's not stable. Do you think it's your turn to move the chess piece? I accuse hotly, the initial shock subsiding to anger. Her gaze locks me down on the spot, like a mother getting ready to scold her child. Don't be an idiot, she squints at me. I'm not trying to get you killed. Whatever motive he has, they weren't formulated with the consideration of anyone else. I don't respond immediately, and I find my eyes resting on her, contemplating her perspective. I don't know his motives, and I don't know his intentions for our pack. There's no argument that I can truthfully use against her here. As if realising she won, her voice softens and quiets. You weren't here when he took over Balaj. The rumours we heard were nightmarish. We had no idea if they were true or not, but that only made it worse. And then, nothing. It all stopped. She snaps her fingers. Like that. She pauses, taking an anxious breath. And then we got the word of his exile. You saw the effects of that. The fear. Her eyes flit to the ground and back to me. I'm begging you, Adrian. Stay away. Her argument is valid, I'll give her that. Yet I still can't find the fear within me that everyone else has. I ask curiously, what makes him any more dangerous than any other power-hungry alpha? She looks around, almost like she's on edge. He's not the same breed as the rest of us. My face scrunches in question. What do you mean? He's a Lycan? No, the Lycans lived in the same time as the gods and goddesses, and died with them as well. But this tyrant, he's something else. And what's, I make air quotes using my fingers, something else? She shakes her head. I don't know. I've just heard stories. It's like he's a different breed of werewolf. Something beyond us. Amy and I parted soon after our chat. I left her at the doorstep of her house, not necessarily on bad terms, but tense ones nonetheless. I can see her viewpoint, but somehow it still irritates me and I don't know why. Now as I climb the steep path winding up one of the mountains surrounding our village, I feel my legs burning. It's not a painful burn though, it's a liberating one. I come upon a familiar circle of trees, grapevines hanging in thick curtains around them as if they make a wall. Walking up to it, the peacefulness of the place sinks in. This is my escape. When I still lived in Alpha Andre's house, I would come here to escape Agatha, our housekeeper and nanny. She bore prejudiced mindsets, and just like everyone else seems to, she saw me as her target. She'd pull me away from Nathan and I's training, forcing me to instead clean up their messes. She tried her damnedest to turn me into a perfect maid and housewife. Needless to say, she never succeeded. When she failed, time after time, she started to resent me because I wouldn't mould to her hands. You should have just left that stupid baby to die instead of taking it in. All she ever caused me is trouble. Agatha's head-splitting voice bitched to Andre one time. Granted, I was eavesdropping. I wasn't supposed to hear, but it stung then, and it still stings now. This is where I would come when her nagging became relentless. where she wouldn't leave me alone even though she hated me. It was the only place I found safe where she couldn't find me. Now I needed it again. Pushing a curtain of vines aside, I enter, going straight to the large, flat rock that sits at the other side of the circular outdoor room. I plop down on it, closing my eyes and resting my head on my folded arms. Childhood all over again. I let myself drift off, escaping reality, if only for a few minutes. Except I don't get a few. I get about one, before all my senses go into overdrive and my awareness skyrockets. A presence is standing over me. It takes only a millisecond before my wolf knows exactly who it is. I pop one eye open and look at him. He's expressionless, as always, but there's something in his eyes. Something like sympathy?
Come on.
His voice, stone-like voice, speaks. I heave out a long sigh. All I want is sleep, but apparently that's asking too much, though at the time I'm too tired to put up a fight. I sit up on the rock, and the top of my head coming up level to the bottom of Ryder's chest. Where are we? Hey! One of his arms scoops my legs up while the other snakes around my torso, lifting my bottom off the rock completely. As soon as the side of my body presses against him, my muscles turn to jelly. God damn whatever this feeling is. Just like before, when he carried me into the Alpha's house, I'm lulled into a state of dopey tranquility. In that moment I give up, leaving myself both figuratively and literally in Riot's hands. The last thing I see before shutting my eyes and resting my head on his solid shoulders is the vines being pushed aside as he carries me through them. The ride ends all too soon when we come up on a large cabin nestled between trees. I blink the sleep from my eyes and try to get a better look. The sides are varnished and clean, along with many crystal clear windows. He walks up the steps and into the porch, his shoes tapping against the woods. My feet meet the ground when he all but tosses me down, taking the pleasant feeling away like a cold water dumped on my head. I stumble slightly before finding my balance. I catch a growl in my throat before it can escape. He's already turned away from me, facing the door. His body blocks sight of whatever he's doing, but I can hear the mechanical sound of a lock twisting. Suddenly, I remember Amy's fear. I can hear the shake in her voice and see the wide, serious eyes. She wouldn't lie to me, nor would she have a motive to. All she wants is for me to survive. I think about running. Now could be the last chance I get before I go into the house where he attends to God knows what to me. Mate. The word comes to mind, along with a deafening pulse, like there's water in my ears. My wolf gravitates towards him, wanting nothing more but to lean into him and feel the electric touch once again. Common sense, however, pulls me the other way. In a split second, half-assed decision, I find myself leaping over the rail and pumping my legs as fast as they can go. I know I've made a mistake when a monstrous snarl shakes the ground beneath me. I sprint deeper into the forest, the shadows growing darker the further I go, the will to survive encouraging me to keep moving, my blood pumping faster. A minute passes by, maybe two, but in reality, it's only been a couple of seconds. Then, without a warning, something heavier than a boulder barrels into me. I crumple to the ground from the impact, with its weight crushing my lungs. I gasp for air, claws digging into my shoulder blades as large paws hold me firmly against the ground to make sure I don't get up again. I swallow hard, gathering enough words to speak. I won't run any more, I say, breathing heavily both from the adrenaline and the short game of predator and prey. He growls in approval and steps off me, although still standing over me. With one paw, he rolls me over onto my back. And sure enough, that same enormous wolf I remember is towering over me with searing eyes. You've screwed up now, Adrian. He snatches my shirt collar between his teeth, pulling me to my feet as he steps back. I don't object, realising that it's probably in my best interest to do things that discourage him from moving those canines an inch over and sinking them into my throat. He guides me back to the cabin, his muzzle never far from my neck, ready to grab me any second. This is the second time I've been shoved at snout point back to a place I tried to escape from. Maybe this whole escapee thing isn't my cup of tea after all. Or maybe I just need new tactics. "I'm going," I grumble, as he prods his nose into the small of my back, urging me through the doorway of the cabin. I'm pushed up a flight of polished wooden stairs, down a dark hallway and into a bedroom. Riot doesn't follow me into it. On my own accord, I go sit at the edge of the immaculate white comforter spread across the bed. My mind races, trying to make up some kind of logical reason as to why he's brought me here, away from my pack, the pack he's just conquered. Movement is in the corner of my eye, grabs my attention. Riot, standing on 2 legs now, enters. Dread fills me up as I spot what he's bringing with him. "Hands," comes the same and motionless. I couldn't care less. Command. I oblige, tiredly. He ties them up tightly just as before. "Asshole," I murmur, glaring at his fingers as they pull the knot tighter. He doesn't acknowledge my insult. Without a word this time, he walks over the doorway, flips the light into the darkness, and closes the door behind him. My new bedtime ritual. Chapter 11. You're bipolar. All through the night, there were strange sounds outside my door. Footsteps would often pace back and forth in the hallway, accompanied by canine sounds, sometimes low and inconsistent growls, sometimes indistant snarls, and other times quiet whimpering. One time there was a scratching on the walls. It was in short and frenzied strokes, no doubt tearing all the way to the insulation. On multiple occasions the doorknob would jiggle, like someone was holding it from the other side, but it never did open. The pressure would let up after a minute or so. Then all the sounds would leave until they returned a couple of hours later, in a different, unprecedented pattern. I wake up for about the 4th time, this time in morning sunlight illuminating the curtains from behind. My stomach voices its dissatisfaction with a long, drawn-out gurgle. The empty feeling in it is torturous. Either it's my cruel imagination hoping to taunt me, or I smell food cooking. The sweet aroma of French toast in particular. As if on cue, the doorknob twists and swings open, making me jump out my skin. Riot strides straight towards me, making my heart thump out of control. He looks miserable. Dishevelled reddish-brown hair, dark semicircles tainting the skin beneath his eyes. His broad shoulders, usually held high, are slouching, and his mouth is pressed into a thin and motionless line. Avoiding my eyes with his own, he holds out a large open palm to me. Hands. With a razor blade at the end of his fingers, he cuts the ropes off. The red, irritated, burning skin hurts, and looks just as bad as last time, if not worse. Food's downstairs if you want it, he says before exiting the room, this time leaving the door open behind him. Mate. That's a funny concept. I've heard so many stories of what a mate is supposed to be, how everything is supposed to be perfect and taken straight from a storybook. Maybe I'm just being sceptical. Hell, that's exactly what I am. But this is far from what everyone promised. One moment he acts like he cares, cleaning my wounds so gently, and then the next, I'm being tied up like a dog. Nonetheless, I couldn't pass up the offer of food. I lingered a bit in the room before going after him. When I stepped out of the room, the hallway was found in a mess. There were places on the carpet that were shredded to threads. Long claw marks were carved messily into the wall, fluffy pink material leaking out. A chill went down my spine at the sight before turning away. My nose acted as a guide as I made my way down the stairs, following the sweet aromas. It led me to the kitchen, golden sunlight spilling in through the sliding glass doors and the window above the sink. I walk in just as Riot is sitting, a plate full with food on a wooden framed glass table. He barely glances at me before leaving the room. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Huffing to voice my annoyance, I ignore the strange behaviour and sit down in front of the plate, not hesitating to start eating. My eyes widen at the burst of flavour. I don't bother taking my attention from the syrupy goodness, not even when hearing him re-enter the room. I sense his presence, move to the opposite end of the table, sitting down across from me. The only sounds beside the silence is my fork occasionally tinging against the plate. When I get ready to cut off another bite, I feel him staring at my hands. They'll heal, I reassure him. Once I speak, he finally gives me the eye contact my wolf has been longing and been demanding. He nods his head, his eyes refusing to leave mine. In that instance, he looks somewhat vulnerable, like a child after they've been caught doing something they shouldn't be. It makes me want to go leap across the table and hug him, telling him over and over again that it'll be all right. Eventually, I look away and down at my food, but I feel too uncomfortable to eat now. I don't know what the future holds, whether I'm expected to live here with him or not, or am I just his hostage? Maybe he planned to use me for ransom. That would make sense as to why he cared so much about what I meant to Nathan. The closer we are, the bigger the reward. But yet again, that same controversial word comes to mind. Mate. There's no doubt about it. Riot and I are mates. Will he accept that, though? So far, he's doing a shit-poor job at it.
Why won't you tell me your name?
I look up again to study him. There's a sort of desperation on his expression, emphasised by the dark circles on either side of the bridge of his nose. He couldn't have gotten much sleep last night, judging by the restless sounds that were outside my door and the condition of the hall. He went through a torture beyond imaginable. I lay my fork down. The same reason you don't reward a dog with a treat for a trick he hasn't done. If he wants to tie me up like an animal, then two can play that game. The familiar rumbling starts in his chest again, and his fingers turn white as they grip the edge of the table.
You're weird,
he mumbles, while studying me suspiciously at an angle. He's calling me weird? The one who went out of his way to invade my pack and drag me away to an unfamiliar forest is acting as if I'm the pest? You're bipolar, I retort, leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms to watch him with the same sceptical gaze he's sending my way. Seconds turn into minutes, and minutes into hours as we sit there in an unspoken staring contest. The longer he stares at me, the louder my heartbeat sounds in my ears. The longer I stare at him, the more I want to feel the touch of his skin against mine. He starts to squirm slightly in his chair, in visible discomfort. He breaks first. A grin cracks my lips when he pushes his chair back harshly as he stands up, growling to himself. My head turns with him as he walks over to the glass door leading to the outside.
Come on.
He slides it open and steps outside, stopping and looking back to make sure I'm coming. Slowly I race to my feet, following him out the door and sliding it closed behind me. Where are we going? I question, an eye alert once again. He begins walking straight into the woods, which isn't surprising since the cabin is in the middle of the forest.
I need to let my wolf out, and if I leave you alone, you'd run away.
He doesn't pay any attention to me as he answers, looking straight ahead as if I'm not even there. He needs to let his wolf out? That must have been what all the commotion was last night. His wolf is restless, and by fighting it, he's only tormenting himself. Riot, I say. He falters on one step but quickly covers it up, like he's almost stopped in his tracks but didn't. He looks over at me as if to ask a silent what. Oh, nothing, I continue, facing forward apathetically. I was just seeing how it felt to say my mate's name. How does it feel, Riot? It occurs to me that this is the first time I've openly acknowledged the mate bond between us, It's not like it's a secret because he has to feel it too. Maybe it's because he ignores all the mutual sensations that I know he feels, or maybe it's because I'm just a hostage he's waiting for the right chance to get rid of. I glance over at him, out the corner of my eye. He comes to a dead stop, a clawed hand swinging up to stick into a nearby tree. His form is shaking almost violently. His beautiful copper eyes have darkened tenfold, all the way back to the obsidian colour I've grown used to. "Tell me your name," he orders with a clipped tone, his voice distorted into a snarl. I pause for a minute, thinking carefully. He's always had a sort of baleful aura about him, but this was on a new level. A level that would be potentially life-threatening. "No." He suddenly doubles over in a fashion that I've seen way too much. He's losing control, and it's only a matter of seconds before his body morphs into that of a wolf's, a seething one at that. I don't stick around to witness the shifting. My feet are pounding against the ground in the opposite direction as soon as my brain processes what's happening and registers the fact that I caused it. A wolf is easily faster than a human. A human sprinting at full speed still wouldn't stand a chance against a wolf just jogging. 4 legs are better than 2, I guess. With that in mind, I shift into my own wolf without even slowing down. The wind blows through my cream-coloured fur, blessing every hair with a cool caress. My paws thud against the ground rhythmically, the crisp air circulating through my lungs. This is what freedom feels like. Excluding the fact that a seething, irate beast is sure to be on my trail, it feels liberating. Nathan never understood that, not even when we were friends. He thought my morning runs through the forest were silly, a waste of time even. He never did understand. But I guess when your parents serve everything to you on a golden platter, the small things become irrelevant. The frantic and multiplied flapping of wings overhead makes me trot to a stop. Crows are fleeing in abundance from the direction I'm heading in, cawing their shrill warning as they go back the way I came. I look around the unfamiliar setting, searching for whatever could have scared them. The brush is so thick in the area of the forest that everything could be hiding in the growth. My ears perk as a sharp snap of a stick ahead. Instantly my eyes land on a figure standing among the undergrowth. Adrian? Chapter 12. Bad Ideas. Adrian? I recognise the alpha to be Nathan approaching me. "Where the hell have you been?" "Here." He takes his jacket off and tosses it at me. "Shift back." He says it so demandingly, and with a pang of irritation in his voice, as if he's actually angry with me for making him go through the trouble of finding me, like it was my fault that the tyrant picked me up and carried me off into the woods. I glare at the jacket in disgust, the same way I looked at him. As repulsive as the idea of wearing his clothes is, I don't have much of a choice. I have to find out what he and his father are planning, and to do that I have to speak. After taking the jacket in my teeth, I glow at him pointedly until he takes the hint and turns around. The familiar sensation of my bones breaking, reshaping, then fusing back together overtakes my body. In a matter of a couple of seconds, I'm standing on 2 legs again, my wind-blown blonde hair hanging down to the brush of the small of my back. The sound of a zipper signals Nathan to turn back around. I have to bend and pull at the jacket to get it to reach far enough to cover everything, leaving me in an awkward, half-standing, half-crouching position. "Problem?" he asks with a dumb smirk on his face. He, at least, has the luxury of pants. Looking at it, I snap back without hesitation, making a point by staring him dead in the eye. He growls, his cocky mood suddenly changing to one of vexation. "Don't give me your fucking attitude. Get your ass over here so we can go. The wedding was rescheduled to 3 days from now, and I can't stand up there alone." His expression suddenly darkens, becoming more frightening seriously. My jaw drops. After all that's happened, and he's still pushing it? I notice progressively coming closer, but at a slow pace, reminding me of a snake watching its prey. I promise certain things, Adrian, and I fully expect to get those things. My skin starts to crawl with the thought of whatever things could be running through his sick head. I already told you there's not gonna be a wedding, I growl out, a shadow overlaying my own irises now. He smiles, a devious gleam in his eye. And my father told you already what would happen if you didn't. I wouldn't be able to visit you down there. Nobody would. My stomach drops at his words. I'd forgotten about that threat until now. There truly isn't any winning scenario to choose from. One way, I'm being forced into a deprived marriage, and the other, I'd be stuck with a psyched-out mate who may only want to sell me back to my pack for ransom. And then I'd be back to square one. Nathan is just a few yards away from me, making me tense with vulnerability. On normal circumstances, it wouldn't be an issue. As kids, we went through the exact same training, learning and exploiting each other's weaknesses. But now, one wrong move, and I'd be the equivalent of naked. Right as I begin to feel the panic set in, we both jump at the sound of a snarl that's so powerful that it shakes the ground beneath our feet. Nathan is frozen in place, his eyes the size of saucers. For a second I think he's gaping at me, until I realise he's looking over my shoulder. Riot is behind me. His claws carve deep marks into trees as he stalks past them, dragging his flexed fingertips over the bark as he goes. Large canines hide behind his parted teeth, sharp enough to rip the flesh off the bone with barely a graze. His black eyes glow to a deep ruby red, the same colour I remember leaping from the woods the night of the ceremony. There's something threatening about them, something haunting. I can't help but sense one crucial thing about them, and it's that those are the eyes of the wolf inside him. A shiver goes down my spine when they land on me, more particularly the jacket around me. I want to say something, but the words jumbled in my throat. Before I can blink, my back is being thrown against the ground, a large figure on top of me. The fabric screams as it rips at the seams, his long claws frantically shredding it to pieces until there's nothing left to cover my shame, leaving me feel cold and exposed. My arms come up to cover my chest, while I cross my legs to hide what little I can. I hastily curl into a ball by habit, shielding my abdomen from view more than anything. Covering my stomach is still second nature to me, despite my private parts being subject to the same jeopardy. I timidly look up to see Riot standing over me. In one swift motion, he pulls his shirt over his head, dropping it carelessly on top of me. As he stretched his arms over his head, his body seemed to tell a story. The further the shirt went, the more things it revealed on his smooth skin. 3 long scars ran diagonally across his left pec, in the form of a claw mark. Despite those flaws, he's sculpted better than a Greek statue, well-defined muscles gliding beneath his skin with every movement. Realising a drop of saliva forming in the corner of my mouth, I tear my eyes away. Stupid mate bond. Without a second thought, I cling onto the shirt for my dear life. It's not exactly a full outfit, but it's better than nothing. I brace myself to find those petrifying yet stunning eyes burning into mine, but Riot doesn't have any further interest in me. Instead, his attention falls on Nathan. He moves ever so slowly in his direction, like a lion tormenting its prey just for the fun of it. Except there's nothing close to fun about him. Anger rolls off his body in thick waves, enough to make anyone's nerves crack. His daddy's spoiled little brat. Nathan's face is pale, just like it was the last time I saw him. Every step Riot takes forward is another step Nathan takes back. He eventually realises that there's nowhere to go. The initial state of terror must have worn off. because his attitude changes just like the wind. You're the bastard who crashed my party, tried to take my pack, Nathan growls, that vein in his neck starting to twitch, something that has become far too familiar to me. He pauses, glancing past Riot and at me before back to his active threat. I want her back. I'll pay whatever price is, but she comes with me. And then, just as all of his conversations go halfway through, the polite tone in his voice drops. It sours into one of mockery. I get that it must be lonely in exile, but find your own Luna. This one's taken. It seems as if the whole world goes quiet, waiting for what's to come. I breathe in, my heart pounding in my ears. The calm before the storm. Riot goes rigid. Nathan's face falls. Then the storm breaks loose. A feral snarl tears through his throat, making me jolt with a natural instinct of danger. But I'm not the one who has to worry about that. In the blink of an eye, there's blood spraying from Nathan's nose. Riot's knuckles have busted the dam. His neck turns at an unnatural angle, and a loud, echoing pop makes me cringe back. But it doesn't end there. Riot continues throwing punch after punch, even after he's straddling him on the ground. Nathan struggles beneath him, in the end eating more fists than he deflects. I notice the spine rising along Riot's back, pushing up against the skin as if forms a bumpy ridge, a telltale sign of the shifting to come. A jolt of electricity shoots through me, alarms going off at the sight. I've seen him as a wolf before, but he only had black irises then. He was in control for the most part. The red glow in them, however, means something entirely different, something that I don't want to witness. Riot! The scream comes out before I can stop it, so unexpected that my voice breaks halfway through. Maybe my wolf knows something I don't, because what I saw as pointless screaming made him stop dead. His fist comes to a sudden halt halfway to Nathan's face. Riot's head snaps to look at me, on full alert. His wild eyes flicker, as if scanning for more enemies. Then, as if realising what he's doing, he glances down at his victim, and then back to me. He comes towards me at a quickened pace, scooping me up off the ground, without even slowing down. He cradles me like he did before, looking straight ahead, and acting like he doesn't feel the sparks between us. As I'm carried away with long strides, heart thumping against my sternum, I try peeking over Riot's shoulder. Is he? A thunderous growl sounds out, and Riot drops his arms down, lowering me so that I can't see past him. His bare chest is warm and inviting. I find myself unconsciously nestling into him, my wolf starving for the sense of safety being near him gives me. His scars are right beside my face now, piquing my curiosity. Gently, I begin tracing them with my finger, feeling the contour of the damaged tissue. His body tenses at my touch, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. His jaw clenches tightly, stifling at the reaction. In an act of mercy, I drop my hand into my lap. Pushing his wolf again isn't a good idea. In fact, it's a terrible one. Nathan might have learned the hard way, but I certainly don't need to. Letting out a small sigh, I lay my head onto his collarbone. It's Adrian Gage. He cranes his neck, and even though I can't see his face, I know he's looking down at me. What? My name, I clarify, mindlessly studying the curves of his bicep. It's Adrian Gage. Chapter 13. Are you jealous? I'd started to fall asleep in Riot's arms. My eyelids began battling slowly until they closed. Barely awake, I feel him squeeze me closer to his body. The electricity between our skins lulls me into tranquility. Except this time, reality doesn't come back like a slap to the face. He doesn't drop me as soon as we get to the cabin like last time. He carries us through the door, up the stairs, and down the hall further than I've been before. He turns into another bedroom, this one with black walls and white trim, basically the opposite of the one I slept in. He sits me down in the middle of the room, the plush carpet soft against my bare feet. He starts rummaging through dressers, plucking out articles of clothing. Soon he walks over to a door on the far side of the room, opening it. He holds out a handful of clothes to me as I approach.
Everything should be in there.
With that, he all but shoves the clothes against my chest, walking out of the room. His latest nice streak is over now, but at least it lasted longer than the previous ones. I step into the bathroom and lock the door behind me. Undressing is simple, since the only thing I had to cover me was his shirt. I lay the clothes he'd given me on the counter as quickly, looking through them. A black V-neck and grey sweatpants, both which smell like him. Riot didn't talk for the rest of the day, which left me on my own, and of course, leaving wasn't an option. While I spent most of my time playing solitaire with a deck of cards I'd found, he was pacing around the house restless. A lot of the time he was outside just watching the woods. I suspected Nathan had put him on edge, and he probably expected him to send more wolves after us. I'd made the living room my home for the day. It has a typical hunting lodge feel to it. There's high windows that fill it with natural light, and various animal mountings. The main spectacle being an enormous moose head hanging above the grand stone fireplace. The floors are wooden, stained with dark varnish to look perfect. Despite the beautiful room, there was something strange about it. All the furniture was wrapped in plastic, as if to keep the dust off of it. This made my mind reel. Was the house abandoned, or he'd just found it? Or was it his, and he only used it on special occasions, such as a kidnapping? I had uncovered part of the leather couch, allowing enough room for me to sit comfortably, sinking down into it. As I reached forward to move another card on the coffee table, the same words go through my head for the millionth time. Try to take my pack. It must be lonely in exile. I haven't been able to get out of my mind. Exile? A word I'd heard all too often lately. As if on cue, the door opens and closes, signalling that Riot is back. He'll stay for roughly an hour, and then he would leave again. That's the pattern he's following all day. I feel his presence moving over the room behind the couch, ignoring my existence like it's nothing. It bothers me. It makes my chest crawl with fear I want so badly to forget the feeling of. I haven't said anything to him being brought back here, and I don't want the chance to be voiceless again. Not to him. You want to play? I ask, anxiety pulling in my belly along with anticipation. I'm tired of beating myself. I wait a couple of seconds, hopeful, but he keeps walking. The saliva in my mouth goes cold. No, it's fine. He's not ignoring me. He's thinking of an answer. It's fine, I think to myself. When no reaction comes, I try again. Afraid of losing? I guess I can understand that. The panic grows by the millisecond. My hands are jittery as I reach out to pick up another card, trying to convince myself to be casual. He's almost gone now, 1 foot out of the room. He doesn't hear me. He's not turning around. At the last minute, in a flash of desperation, I blurt out his name, almost yelling. Riot! He stops, standing in the doorway with his back to me. Why am I here? I ask, the silence in the room amplifying. If I'm such a damn bother to you, then just let me leave. The more I talk, the angrier I get. I was brought here against my will, only for the ones who's supposed to be my mate to act like I'm a nuisance he's stuck with. He turns around slowly. I flinch when his dark eyes are staring daggers at me. There's so much venom in his voice that I have to hold back a whimper. Another doing of the mate bond.
Why? So you can go back to him? Good luck picking him off the ground.
He ends in a growl, his hands flexing like the first time I saw him. He wants to hit something, or fight someone. Anything that lets his aggression be released. My brows furrow tightly, and going against all my instincts, I raise my voice at him. What the hell are you talking about? I jump back at the sudden shattering of glass, the arm of the couch juttering into my back. I quickly spot the fragmented vase pieces thrown across the floor. Or thrown something that works too.
Tell me you're not his Luna.
He's shaking as he comes closer, but his voice is as steady as a kill shot, deadly and certain. The length of the couch is the only thing separating us now, and even that's not enough. I can feel the presence of his wolf surfacing, the same lethal aura that rolled off him when Nathan got in his way. The fear starts to disintegrate. That's what was bothering him. That's what made him hate me for the entire day. My stomach flutters with excitement at the thought of him being possessive. One word could send him off the edge at this point. It'd be like throwing a bone off the cliff and watching his wolf drag him off after it. So I say 4. Why? Are you jealous? An amused smirk curls my lips.
Fucking right I am.
He responds immediately, with dead certainty. I blink, the smirk falling from my face. What? Wait, what? Him admitting to caring about me was the last thing I expected. He steps closer, the couch proving to be the sad excuse of barrier. My back arches, the armrest preventing me from scooting away any further. Soon he's right in front of me, barely giving me room to breathe. His arms cage me, one on the armrest and the other on the back of the couch. The close proximity hits me like a punch in the gut, forcing all the air out of my lungs. When I inhale again, my nose is filled with his addictive scent. I swallow, trying not to let regret show in my face.
Answer me.
His face is unreadable, but his voice is a death warning. I give what sounds more like a question than an answer. Technically? A growl rips from his throat, deafening and murderous. The leather squeals as it tears at the mercy of his claws. I press myself even further into the cushions, wishing it would just have mercy and finish swallowing me whole. You know, this couch looks really expensive, and I'm not going to be the one to pay for it if it gets reupholstered, so...
Did he touch you?
He asked through clenched canines, cutting off my nervous rambling. His mouth opens and closes again like he wants to say something else, but stops himself. My unfocused gaze falls to his chest. No. He leans in closer, the tip of his nose caressing my jaw as he inhales the scent of my skin. His voice is so low and soft that it sends ice through my veins, making me shiver.
No, he never will.
My fingertips ache with the need to touch him, to feel his body flush against mine in a solid embrace. I itch to watch his muscle flex beneath his tan skin and to study his scar further. The collar of his shirt only teases me, gravity pulling it down like he's bent over me, giving me just a small glimpse. His eyes, which have turned an impossible shade darker, roam over every inch of my face, my forehead, my cheekbones, my nose, until eventually, landing on my lips. His mouth is slightly parted, his tongue unconsciously flicking out to wet his own lips. Cautiously I reach my hand up to curl my fingers gently around his wrist. When he doesn't pull away, I begin running my hands slowly up his arm, feeling the exquisite razors and dimples of his muscles. A rumbling, yet soft sound is coming from him, like a canine purr. By the time my palm reaches his shoulders, he seems to lean in closer. My fantasy cuts off before it can even be started, when he suddenly moves away, standing up straight. The sight of his receding form is like a bucket of cold ice, and water all over my head. He's heading for the door, but I don't want him to leave. Not now. He wants to marry me, I say off the top of my head. He stops in his tracks, every muscle in his body visibly contracting. A human might not be able to notice such small things, but a werewolf definitely can, and the sound of his knuckles cracking makes me tense. His father arranged it. I wouldn't have had a choice. The party that you crashed, that was the bonding ceremony. When I stop talking, I feel like I could drown in the silence that's so thick in the air. There's no growl, no snarl, no nothing. Riot? He flinches slightly at the sound of his name. Then he shakes his head and continues walking out the room. Just like that, I'm unheard again. It feels like my heart shrivels in my chest. I've always envisioned it wilting like a flower, but this time it feels worse. So much worse. With one last glance towards the card laid out on the table, I lay down, burying my face against the cool leather. Chapter 14. Going Too Far. When I wake up, the room is dark, lit dimly by the light of the fireplace. I sit up with a soft groan, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The first thing I notice is the plastic removed from all the furniture. The second thing is the aroma of tomato sauce in the air. And the third is Riot sitting on the other end of the couch, watching me intently. Food? I murmur, the heel of my hand still pressed against my eye. He leans forward to grab something off the coffee table and presents me with a seeming plate of spaghetti. It's warm to the touch and I take it graciously. Curling the noodles around my fork, I try to brush off the feeling of his eyes on me. Expecting him to talk is far from realistic, so I don't get my hopes up. A few minutes pass by, my chewing uncomfortably loud in the otherwise quiet room. Finally, I can't take it anymore. Riot? I ask, looking up from my plate. Who are you? I know who he is. The entire pack constantly whispering and talking about him made sure of that. But somehow it seems surreal. So surreal, in fact, that I need it to come from his lips instead of a jittery pack member. There's a pause, only seeming to confirm my answer past what words could. I think you know. His expression doesn't change, but his eyes let something slip. There's a flash of something, there and gone in half a second. I swallow, the soft sound of metal tings as I drop the fork on my plate. My voice is barely above a whisper, like I'm afraid of what will happen at saying the title. You're the Exiled Alpha. Another pause. I lose my appetite. Yes. This is who everyone has been making a fuss over. The one they shake in their own skin just at the thought of. This wolf in front of me is a single tyrant who has made every alpha fear for their position ever since word of his exile got out. Something within me didn't want to believe that before. It's almost as if, subconsciously, I had dismissed everyone's talk about being nothing more than rumours. But rumours don't sit in front of you and agree with you. Eat, he urges, noticing how I'm staring blankly at my food. I shake my head. I'm not hungry. I uncross my legs and get up from the couch, taking my plate and an empty one from the coffee table, presumably his. When I walk past him, I avert his gaze, keeping mine to the ground. This shouldn't change anything. Knowing who he is and accepting it should only deepen my understanding of him, but it doesn't. It only complicates what already has my head in a mess. What wouldn't sink in before now starts to. The fact that this infamous figurehead has taken me captive and refuses to feel the bond between us. It's unreal. It's frustrating. Suddenly I whirl back around, sitting the plates down on a nearby stand as I do. Why are you resisting? There's heat in my words, all the pent-up frustration leaking out. I know you feel it. So why are you fighting it? Am I really that goddamn terrible? His fingers tighten on the couch, balling the lever into his fist. When he answers, it's grudging and through clenched teeth. Just drop it. My expression sours, contemplating for a minute. No. I stare hard, making sure that he feels the scrutiny burning into his skull. Tell me why you were outside my door all night, I demand, crossing my arms and shifting my weight. Answer me that, and I'll never ask anything ever again. You're going too far, he grits out, repressing an angry growl. I have a guess. I continue pushing him. You're trying to fight what your wolf... Adrian, he warns, with a deathly undertone. Stop. The sound of my name off his tongue for the first time makes my heart accelerate, threatening or not. In a split and thoughtless second, I spit back a taunting response. That's funny. Nathan has never asked me to stop. The words are out before I can stop them. It doesn't take me long to realise the weight of what I've just said, or to feel my body pulse with panic as regret sets in. My arms fall to my sides, as does the smug look on my face when the house shakes with a thunderous roar. I cover my ears and close my eyes, but I still hear the loud, banging racket. When I look again, the couch is flipped over on its backside and lying on the complete opposite side of the room. Riot is facing me, his chest heaving rapidly as a constant growl comes from his throat. The deep ruby glow in his blackened irises in the dark put the light of the fire to shame. He takes a hesitant step towards me, then 2 steps back, before abruptly turning and striding out from the front door. My feet are glued to the floor as I watch him swing it open. It slams into the wall with enough force to undoubtedly form a hole. It seems like an eternity before I can snap myself out of my daze. What have I done? I jog out onto the porch after him, just in time to catch the view of an enormous dark-furred wolf disappearing into the forest. I don't expect him to come back. Not any time soon. He needs space. So I try to wait. I try to pass time faster with sheer force of will and want, which only turns into me prancing restlessly around the house. What if he's going after Nathan? Assuming he's even alive, to finish what he started? Or what if he's just leaving me here with no sense of navigation to the way back to my pack? Or because he just wants away from me? If it's the latter, then I can't say I blame him. Telling my overly aggressive mate that I had relations with a wolf he already hated. That's sure to get him to open up. I'm so stupid. Enough time passes for my stomach to knot up with guilt. Every passing minute I'm coming up with scenarios of what he could be doing out there, each one worse than the last. Eventually I can't take it anymore, and I find myself wandering amidst the looming trees, following the distinctive scent of Riot Sydney. The moon shines harshly overhead, but even its light can't penetrate the thick canopy of trees. There's a gentle yet chilling wind blowing through my hair, dishevelling it. I start to wonder why I'm out here, why I'm not running to find my way back to my pack, why, instead, I'm tracking down the infamous Alpha in Exile, whose title has the world shaken in paranoia. Adrian. I melt at his voice, coming somewhere from the shadows. I turn in its direction. Riot is sitting slumped against a tree, his fingers tangled tightly in his hair. He doesn't bother to hide his nudity. It takes one glance before I'm averting my gaze, heat rushing to my cheeks. I don't know what you want me to say. He stares aimlessly at the ground, his elbow popped on one knee. He looks exhausted, his eyelids and lips drooping. My brow furrows. What do you mean? His hand drops from his hair, and he laughs bitterly. I don't fucking know. It's like, when you're around, all my senses go into overdrive. When you're close, my heart starts pounding harder. and I can't straighten. My wolf goes dumb in the head, and I always want to touch you. It's fucking weird. He says it all in minimal breaths, the words rushing out. His tone is sharp, fluctuating between high and low notes. I take a step forward. The sight of him hurting hurts me in turn. Please don't, he begs, dragging his palm over his face. Riot. God, don't say my name. Why? I challenge, defying him by easing closer. Because you're afraid you'll feel something? I'm not afraid, he snaps. The wind blows in his direction, moving my hair to lay at my chest. His nostrils flare, and I know he can smell my scent. Then show me, I say, taking another step boldly forward. Show me that you're not afraid. He throws his head back suddenly, letting out a deep, guttural sound. His lips curl back in a wince, revealing sharpened teeth. He's clashing with his wolf again, this time in a losing battle. In a flash, I'm to him, kneeling at his side. Somehow I stay calm despite the apprehension growing within me. You don't have to fight it. I resist the urge to throw myself at him, or to even touch him. I don't know how he would react to that, especially in the state as distressed as his. His chin lowers back down until his eyes meet mine. There's a brokenness in them that makes my heart ache. That makes an all-too-familiar pang of hatred ricochet on the walls of my stomach. His voice is quiet and defeated. I want to touch you. I want to touch you so bad. Gingerly, I hold out my hand. So touch me. He inspects it for a few seconds, as if deciding whether to trust me or not. With great caution, his hand raises to engulf mine, our fingers lacing like a perfect puzzle piece. He watches our hands intently, like he's actually trying to see the invisible sparks dancing between our skin. I break the hold, and in the time that our contact is broken, a flash of panic crosses his face, like he's afraid of losing something. My fingers wrap around his wrist, bringing his palm up to cup my cheek. It's okay, I whisper reassuringly. His fingers twitch at the touch before giving my face a gentle squeeze. We need to get back to the cabin, I say, searching his face and failing to make out an emotion. Why? His posture suddenly improves, alert eyes darting around the forest around us. I stand up, pulling him with me, because the couch is in the wall, and I don't want to clean up messes that aren't mine. Chapter 15. A Different Breed. Riot lingers claustrophobically behind me as I lead the way back to the cabin. He isn't touching me, except for his hot breath tickling my shoulder. I bite my tongue. He's not stable. He's been struggling far worse than what I realised. If I want him to trust me, then I'm sure as hell not going to push him away. We walk through the door that was left slammed open. He frowns when his eyes land on the couch. One end is propped in the wall, drywall powder dusting it white. We'll worry about it later, I say, going around him to jerk the door handle out of yet another hole in the wall. I shut it and lock it. You should sleep. I take in his wary appearance. The circles are still under his eyes, the whites of which look bloodshot and glassy at best. His coppery hair is messier than usual, going in all directions and teased by rough fingers running through it all too frequently. He looks like shit, but somehow he still manages to look more attractive than any other being. I half expect him to argue, but instead he nods tiredly. I take his wrist and lead him up the stairs without any complaints. Once in his room, I walk over to the bed. As soon as he sits down, I go to the dressers, rummaging through them. I return to his side, holding out a pair of boxers and a dark grey sweatpants. While I wait for him to take them, I keep my vision busy in the hardcore stare at the furthest wall. I couldn't find the shirts. Hope this is okay, I say, trying anything to get rid of the awkward silence. He mumbles a quick, "It's fine," before he takes the clothes and stands up. I turn my back to him as he puts them on. The bed dips softly, signalling for me to look again. He's laying face down in the pillow, his elbows sprawled out to the sides. His back is sculptured just like the rest of his body, defined shoulder blades and prominent muscles. My roaming eyes stop dead when they land on the point of interest. A black insignia burned into the base of his neck. The ink depicts the head of a starling direwolf, the symbol of the Pathless. Centuries ago, even in primal times, wolves kept packs, the same packs which are still alive today. But there were some wolves, feral wolves, that didn't. They were direwolves, said to have different genetics than the rest of us, a different supernatural breed of werewolf. As society evolved, the dyers were looked down upon. They were feared because they were wild and savage, so they started being hunted. Eventually the population started to die out. A petition was passed on thin threads in hopes to spare some of those who acted more civil. The few that were spared were branded with the direwolf insignia, so nobody would forget what they were, and any of those who reproduce would pass on to their offspring both the brand and the reputation that it came with. But that was ancient history. It was assumed long ago that they went extinct, that the last of them had finally died out. Now, as I stare at one in the flesh of my mate, that all changes. Riot Sydney is the descendant of a direwolf. Amy was right. A different breed of werewolf. My hand had been lingering over him, itching with a desire to run my fingers over his skin. I pull it back quickly and step away. Good night. I rush out, my mind so blurred that I can't even begin to think. I close the door behind me, hoping he doesn't notice my hurry as I hasten down the hall towards my own room. This shouldn't change anything, but it does. That symbol is a large part of his past, a dark past at that, a part so potentially full of secrets that it seems toxic. It makes me realise how little I actually know about him. My only private knowledge of him is that he's the infamous tyrant in exile. Now I find out that it's even more despicable. I burrow into the blankets of my bed, wrapping them loosely around me. I shouldn't be tired since I've only slept so much lately, but the mental exhaustion is wearing me down. I stare at the sheets blankly until my eyes start to burn. It's not until I finally blink myself out of the trance that I realise I'm pressing my sleeve against my nose and mouth, inhaling Riot's scent as I fall asleep into a daze. When I wake up in the middle of the night, there's no scratching in the hall, no tormented sounds or jingling of the doorknob. It uneases me more than when it was there. Crawling out of bed as if I'd never been asleep, I tread lightly down the hall to Riot's door. I hesitate, my hand hovering over the knob. There's an aching pain in my chest, telling me that he's hurting. It takes all of my effort to hold back a whimper from my wolf, and even then it's not enough. The sad, pathetic sound leaks out. The door is yanked open, making me jolt. I manage to catch only a glimpse of a figure standing there before arms wrap around me and pull me inside. He pushes me against the door as it clicks shut, trapping me between it and his warm body. The burning hot skin of his torso melts through my t-shirt as he presses against me. His head dips down, nuzzling his face into the crook of my neck. He breathes in deeply, dragging his nose across my skin. Despite the heat radiating from his body, I shiver. Past his shoulder, I can see that the bed is a mess. The sheets are twisted and sprawled everywhere, pillows strewn across the floor. His fingers dig into my wrist with a death grip. "You haven't slept." I barely get the words out, my breathing shallow. His head rocks back and forth on my shoulder, answering no. "Stay," he murmurs against my hair. That single word makes my heart flutter. I can't quite tell if it's a plea or a command. Either way, I nod silently. He steps back and walks to the bed. I follow. Crawling onto the opposite side of the bed, my back faces him, about 2 feet of distance separating us. A few minutes pass of staring at the back of my eyelids, fully awake, my fingertips worrying at the material of my shirt as I try to relax. A low growl behind me makes me stiffen. It stops with a sudden, louder note. The bed dips, and the sheets rustle as Riot tosses and turns, smaller, frustrated growls coming from him. I tingle with the instinct to comfort him. Why am I so bad at this? Taking a deep breath, I roll over to face him. His hands are pressed against his face, his elbows sticking up into the air. I banish that 2 feet between us, saddling up next to him and throwing my arms across his exposed stomach. I use the side of his chest as a pillow, warm tingles shooting through my cheek. He tenses beneath my touch. Right when I brace myself to be shoved off, a large arm drapes across my back, and he pulls me closer against him. I wait for the tension in his body to dissipate, but it never does. His muscles stay rigid, making it the equivalent of hugging a thermal stone statue. I frown against his side and let out a long sigh, the hot air only blowing back in my face. As if sensing my aggravation, a hand comes up to brush my hair behind my shoulder. Tentatively, he touches my ear, taking the thick metal piece pierced into a cartilage between his fingertips. "Visari," he states, playing gently with the metal green ring. Every wolf has a permanent ring in the top of their ear. The colour shows the difference for pack affiliation, each colour symbolising a different pack. The rings are wide, around 3 millimeters thick, and made with an unbendable steel. Once it goes in your ear as a newborn, it never comes out. I nod against his chest, mumbling a soft yes. He's quiet for a couple of seconds. "Go to sleep." That's the last thing either of us say, before the silence takes place for the rest of the night. About an hour in, and I feel Riot relax beside me. A small smile cracks on my lips as I close my eyes. A long, satisfying groan leaves me as I stretch my arms above my head, waking up. My eyes open to an empty bed. Riot's lingering scent, the only proof that I didn't sleep alone. Not thinking much of it, I get up and enter the bathroom. The air is hot with steam and heavy with the smell of body wash, signalling that he was recently here. Dismissing it, I wander back into his room to look through this dresser, once again scraping together a pair of clothes with sheer guessing of the drawers. Taking my newfound outfit back into the black marble-themed bathroom, I quickly strip down. Just as expected, the water is already hot when I turn the shower on. I take my sweet time in there, letting the pleasant stream massage my back. Somehow, my mind drifts to Nathan. Today's the day I would have married him against my will, the day I would have turned into a puppet at the end of his strings. But instead, I'm here, in a cabin I don't know the location of, trying to teach the meaning of the mate bond to an exiled tyrant. Oddly enough, I'm grateful for the change of fate. After stepping out of the shower and taking a towel from the cabinet, I begin drying off. The plush fabric is soft against my skin, encouraging me to take my time. When I stand up from drying my legs, I come face to face with myself in the mirror above the pristine sink. My blonde hair, naturally highlighted with darker streaks, lays in wet strands, reaching down all the way to my navel. Realising how exposed I am, my hands raise the towel up in front of me, covering my stomach from view. Shifting my gaze up from there, it lands on the reflection of the metal green ring, a convenient distraction. Visari. The word comes to mind. My pack. Just the name comforts me with the feeling of nostalgia. Even if a good portion of my memories are painful, that's not the land's fault. It was Alpha Andre's and his egotistical sons. It makes me wonder if I'll ever step foot on that territory ever again. I have no idea where I am, even if I could go back. would I even want to? A series of banging through the walls catches my attention. I hold my breath on a whim, listening as it gets more frantic. Chapter 16. I'm still here. It suddenly stops. A few seconds of silence pass. Then it starts again. Something ramming against the bedroom door. A sharp crack of wood snapping sounds as it gives in. I scramble for the clothes on the counter and throw them on in record speed. An oversized white V-neck and black sweatpants hanging loosely on my hips. My frantic hands fumble with the drawstring, pulling it tight only to drop it again. The banging is drastically louder, now at the door of the bathroom. I barely get it knotted before the only barrier between me and whatever the hell is out there falls to the floor. A bleached blonde barges in, his alert eyes scanning the room before finally landing on me. "She's here!" he shouts over his shoulder before turning back to me. His face is vaguely familiar, and the ring in his ear matches mine. He's from my pack, although I can't remember ever speaking to him before. I can hear Amy's humorously exasperated voice in my head. "That's because you don't speak into anyone." When all I do is stare, he breaks the silence for me. "Nathan sent us to take you home," he says. The look on my face must be misleading, because his tone turns soft and comforting, like the fear-me-not way you would look and talk to a child on the verge of tears. "It's okay," he says gently, as if he's wary of his words. "He won't get you again." Then it clicks. They're trying to save me. They think I was kidnapped, which technically is true, but by my mate. Does that even count? A short-haired brunette bursts through the doorless doorway, showing the blonde's highly alert energy. "Get her and let's go. He could be back at any second," she barks before turning and leaving just as quickly as she came. I'm an object to them. That's clear to see. Nothing more than an objective in their mission rescue. At her orders, the blonde steps aside and gestures with his hand. I gave him a cynical once-over. The fact that they think I'd ever want to go back is appalling. During my punishments, they'd shunned me, too. The entire pack did. Yet there's a guilt that weighs heavy in my mind. There's someone I left behind there. The only person who ever cared about me. And in return, I disappeared without telling her goodbye. They'll show me the way back, and then I can gain my bearings where I am. Once I explain to Amy, I'll have no obligation to be there any longer. But what about Riot? What will he do when he realises I'm gone? It's a crazy thought, irrational at best, but I might be able to make the trip back before he returns from wherever he's gone. Finally, after biting my lip hard enough that it brings a sting, I nod. I follow the boy through the bedroom, down the stairs and through the living room. "I'll be back, Riot. Just trust me." I hesitate again at the door, like an invisible force is pulling me to stop. Something gnaws at my conscience, something that makes my wolf whine. I shake my head and push it away as I shut the door behind me, catching up with my walking compass. "How do you know he's gone?" I ask, my eyes grazing over the edge of the forest, where the trees become denser. There are 3 wolves sitting in the distance, watching us and our surroundings like hawks. I can't help but feel like that giant, rage-induced wolf is going to leap out of the shadows, just like the night of the ceremony. We've been watching the house. For a while, actually. He left about 10 minutes ago, off the other way. Don't worry, you're safe now." The blonde reassures with a calm, level voice. He's been trained well. I know the comforting tone he's using is fake, but he manages to make it sound genuine. "Creep," I mumble, not even loud enough to be considered a whisper. "Huh?" I smile. "Lead the way." As they lead the way, I try to lag behind, but not far enough that they'd noticed. One of them mentioned it once, to which I excused it as being sleep-deprived for the past couple of days. They seemed to believe me. Every couple of minutes I would scratch the bark off a tree or stand a stick up against the trunk while they weren't looking. Occasionally I would drag my feet a little, another symptom excuse for being awake for too long, turning leaves up in an obvious manner. The cabin had been on a flat surface on the side of a gigantic mountain, concealed by trees. Not the mountain, but the cabin. Nothing could hide something that enormous. Even after reaching flat ground, it was a long walk until I began to recognise my surroundings. When the Visari camp came into view, the three who remained in wolf forms kept walking. The blonde stopped abruptly, turning to me. His expression is completely different, like he took his sleeve and wiped off his stage paint. His hand grabbed my throat, shoved me roughly into a tree. His face is inches from mine, my back pressed into a scratchy bark. I suck in a sharp breath through my teeth. "You're a terrible liar," he snarls. "I told you we would watch the house. That means we saw you getting all cosy with your captor." He tightens his fingers around my neck. "Stockholm Syndrome only goes so far, Adrian." He presses me harder against the tree with his hand, but I refuse to give him the satisfaction of watching me gasp for air. I put my palm on the arm holding me and extended my claws. With a steady pace, I inject them all the more gently in with every muscle fibre. Someone likes sniffing everyone's business but their own, I croak out, grimacing as the burning lungs. He leers at me, staring holes through my face. His breaks eye contact only once to glance at the claws steadily digging into his flesh. As if making a split decision, he releases me. Gravity pulls me forward, revealing that my feet had been nearly off the ground. When he steps back, blood flows from the fresh holes in his arm, dripping into the dirt. He acts as though he'd done me a favour. "Nathan is waiting for you in his office. He doesn't know. I'll let you deal with that." He pivots on his heel to walk toward the camp with a cocky sway. He turns his head, calling a warning back over his shoulder, although I'm sure it's not meant to help me in any way. Don't expect to be welcomed with open arms. I rub the red marks on my neck as I watch him walk away. I stare harshly at his retreating form with hopes of him catching fire, but he never does. The path I follow through the mountainous terrain of Visari territory is familiar and well-travelled. A sense of déjà vu washes over me at how many times I've walked through these woods alone. This is the only place where freedom exists, so I came here to find it. Nobody cared to follow me up the path when I went on my runs, which meant there would be nobody to turn a deaf ear and shout orders in my face. Now I'm just stalling up here, looking down on the small houses nestled in the wintry hollow. The surrounding mountains shield the camp from the weather. That's the thing about Visari Valley. It's protected. Safe. Which is why Riot Sydney's arrival shook them so much. He's not safe, and not even our beloved mountains could protect us from him. Taking one last deep breath, I turn off the path and head for the bleak little village below. As I passed pack members, the only acknowledgement they showed me were cold stares. None of them said anything, and I didn't bother to ask why. It feels too much like the past, and the old anxiety starts prancing in my chest. That blonde bitch spread rumours. That's all. I go to Amy's house first, with an all too familiar "Screw Nathan, he can wait" in my mind. She isn't home. My repetitive rapping at the door proving as much. A dust of snow covers the deck of her porch. No footsteps disturbing besides mine, meaning she hasn't been here for a while. Somehow that makes a pang of worry settle in my stomach. The only person I came back for, and she's not even here. Disappointment fills me, knowing this was my last chance to see her, to explain myself to my best friend. I stall for a long while, sitting on the bench of her porch. I watch whirlwinds of snow dance in the distance, manipulated by the breeze. Time passes, and still no Amy. Giving up on waiting, I decide to rip the band-aid off. I don't knock when I reach the Alpha's door. I open it slowly, peeking my head inside before my body follows. Just as expected, Andre and Nathan have taken their house back now that Riot's done renting it. Their scents fill the area fully, restoring their claim over it. Not a single trace of the tyrant remains. I'm confident they've made sure of that. I find Nathan at the desk in his father's office, an office that would have been his if things had gone to plan. He looks upon my entry and his eyes seem to brighten a fraction. "Adrian." He sounds relieved, as if realising that himself. His eyes flicker away from mine. When they come back, his attitude is changed, more businesslike. He flips open a magazine on his desk. "Come pick out your dress." I raise an eyebrow. "Dress?" "The wedding is postponed until tomorrow. There's not much time to get all ready." He gestures up and down my body with his hand. "So we're starting now." A pang of agitation shoots through me. He really isn't letting it go, is he? A forced marriage. What more could he want for life? I would slit my own throat before I say a single vow to you. Find some other bitch to blackmail. I snap, my voice dripping with hatred. I don't know what's sadder, the scumbag sitting in front of me, or the fact that I mean exactly what I say. He stands up from his desk abruptly, no doubt with an aching ego. "Oh, and I suppose you'd rather go back to the bastard who dragged you off," he retorts sarcastically, as if that would make me leap into his arms over the alternative. Something then comes over me, a sudden anger blossoming in my chest. I barely catch my growl before it can slip out through my growing canines. "You mean Riot?" "Riot." He laughs bitterly. "That's one word for him. That mutt is nothing but a waste of oxygen." His fist clenched at my side. "And you're not? Oh, that's right. You replace it with all that hot air you blow. Besides that, it seems to me like the waste of oxygen kicked your ass pretty easily." A low and provoked growl rumbles through him. It satisfies me knowing that I hit a nerve. "Why are you defending him?" he asks, although he's the one with the defensive tone. Even from all the way across the room, I can see the prominent vein raising in his neck. My arms cross over my chest, and my weight shifts as I give the calculated stare. The natural light leaking in from the windows has been fading, and it's finally gone now. Outside, the sky has turned grey and angry, and there's a soft thunder rolling in the distance. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I sneer. He takes a step out from around his desk, coming threateningly closer. "I would, actually. Are you going to tell me willingly, or does there have to be consequences?" I can't stop the smirk from creeping onto my lips. Something comes over me, something I'm not fully in control of. It's like my subconscious makes the decision for me. I'll never be free from here. My pointless optimism that things would work out and go back to how they were when I was a kid is gone. I know my way out, and he can't threaten me any more. So I mock him for the first time without so much thinking about the punishment to come later. "What are you going to do? Sick your daddy onto me? Because he solves all your problems, right? Only the best for baby Nate." His shoulders tensed at the mention of his long-lost nickname. He stopped getting called Nate at the same time I stopped being included in the family, when I started taking our training more seriously than he did. But I don't stop at the name. That's only the beginning. "That's right. I remember. Ignoring something doesn't make it go away, Nathan. You should have learned that a long time ago because I'm still here." He doesn't respond. The storm casts shadows on the unlit room, hide whatever expression he's wearing. The atmosphere starts to press down on us, making me feel awkward now. When he doesn't speak, I answer his question quietly, yet plentifully loud enough for him to hear. He's my mate, if you really want to know. Chapter 17. Demons. "What?" His voice is strained and shaky. I know that tone. That's the way he talks always when we were kids. and he was about to have a fit. Nearly 7 years later, and that's the only thing that hasn't changed about him. He's my mate, I repeat, emphasizing every word like I'm rubbing salt into an open wound. Did you get it that time? He laughs, trying to cover up the twitch in his eye, but it's an empty sound. That's tragic then, because that doesn't change anything. You're already taken. A roar of thunder comes again, like it's in tune with my emotions. It's funny how he kidnapped me, yet he still treated me more humanely than you ever will. I say sourly. I turn on my heel to leave, sick of even looking at him. Where are you going? He calls angrily. His footsteps trail behind me until they catch up. Like a sixth sense, I can feel his hand reaching out for my arm. I spin around on a dime, my eyes black as I snarl in his face. Try and touch me, and see what fucking happens. I snap, my voice so firm that it almost breaks. He freezes in place as he makes his decision, then takes a conscious step backward. I can hear him swallow, the sound amplified by the silence. It makes me want to lunge for his throat so it never swallows again. Your stuff is being moved here, he says quietly. I raise an eyebrow at the audacity of his wording. He truly is trying to act like it didn't happen, so I decide to correct him. You mean being moved back? He grimaces, almost as if he's ashamed of something. I shake my head and storm away. If I stay near him any longer, then that thin line of control could easily break, and murder charges are the last thing I need, especially against the Alpha's spoiled son. I storm down the hall, fuming to the point that I can't think straight. I leave Nathan's house, regretting ever going in. I simply walk without thinking, and somehow my legs lead me to a rock face that helps to form the natural walls around our camp. This side of the barrier, however, has an opening, an archway carved into the stone of the cliff. The stairs within lead into the underground, a massive cave made into rock. As I descend down, the heavy feeling settles in my stomach. Everything is the same as I remember. The glistening lake 30 foot below where I walk, the silver bars in the wall that seal off my chamber from the rest of the world. The only thing different is that there are no guards standing point to shun me. As soon as I peer through the bars, reality washes over me like a flood. I realise that my eyes are hot and my vision blurred. My breathing becomes shallow and shaky as I stare at the bare, short corridor. It splits at the end, the corners hiding what's further in the cell in either stone hallway. My mouth goes dry when I see a small orange roll of paper laying on the ground in piles of smeared ashes. I notice I'm squeezing my own hand and knuckles are pressed into the palm of the other. Why did I come back? It's not like I missed it. It's been 1.5 years, the longest I've ever stayed out uninterrupted. Now that record is being threatened. Miss it? A deep voice echoes in the cave. I turn my head, but the rest of my body is cemented in place. My response is immediate and somehow composed. No. Then I would watch that mouth of yours. Are we really going to have this problem again? Alpha Andre comes to stand beside me calmly, facing the chamber just as I am. He talks in a soothing manner. Nathan told me about your little scene. Of course he did. What else did he tell you? I ask. That you found your mate? He looks at me from the side. That he's the Exiled Alpha? Correct? I swallow and nod. Andre looks back to the empty cell. That complicates things. But you're still to be the Luna of this pack. He pauses, speaking slowly and simply. You're going to pick Nathan over him, and if you don't... He nods his head wordlessly towards the cell. I finally find it in me to move, stepping back and angling my shoulders to face him. I'll think about it. I lie through my teeth. He gazes at me, a doubtful gleam in his eyes. I'm sure you will. I saunter past him, resisting the urge to bump his shoulder aggressively with mine. I keep my pace slow, trying to hide the fact that I'm falling apart on the inside. Snapping at Nathan is one thing, but disrespecting the alpha is another. I learned where the boundary lay long ago. Whether I always acknowledge it or not is not up for debate. As soon as I reach ground level, a gust of wind hits me at full force. All the leaves rustling across and blowing across the ground makes a soft static in my ears. A streak of lightning flashes in the distance. The loud crack comes seconds later. I push against the wind as I make my way towards Viserian settlements, my hair whipping behind me. People rush into their houses, doors and shutters slamming to ward off the storm. I make a beeline for my room, basically leaping up all the stairs until I reach the loft at the top. As soon as I open the door, I slam it shut with a snarl. Half of my belongings are gone. My closet is standing open, nothing in it besides empty hangers. The dresser drawers are pulled out, completely bare inside. The fairy lights are gone, as is everything else that was hanging on the wall. My room looks naked. I go straight to my desk, praying that what I need is still there as I jerk open the top drawer and breathe a sigh of relief when I see it. Maybe it's all the memories of the past that pushed me to pick up the red box covered in bold warnings and disclaimers. Maybe it's the nostalgia of going down there again that makes me pull one of the sticks from the carton as the old habits resurface. I spark the lighter and light the cigarette, trying to numb the pain just like I did when I was at my worst. I put it between my lips and inhale deeply, closing my eyes. When I open them again, I blow out a long drag of smoke, coughing as my lungs readjust to the familiar stimulation. My hand shakes as I hold it between my fingers. Just like that. That same dark place is dragging me back again. The smell of smoke makes me sick to my stomach, bringing back the view from the other side of those silver bars. I can hear the silence, minus the soft rippling of the lake and the annoyed breathing of the guards. Out of the blue, my mind snaps back to riot. I don't have to choose like Alpha Andre wants me to. I can't. It's impossible to choose when there's only one choice. 3 curt knocks come from the door, pulling me out of my own head. Even through the smoke, I can pick up Nathan's scent. One I've come to loathe. I move without thought, dropping the cigarette and grinding it into the carpet with my shoe. I go over to the window and slide it open. My legs go out first, and my knuckles turn white from the grip on the sill as I brace myself for the fall. The shock travels from my feet all the way up to my thighs. When I lose my balance and fall forward, I catch myself with my hands on the cold dirt and quickly recover. The package of cigarettes in my pocket seemed to burn a hole right through the pants and straight to the skin. I train my mind on anything else in an attempt to forget about it, observing the few blades of grass on the ground in great detail. I stride angrily out of the village, with no intentions of looking back. I reach the top of the ridge, overlooking the houses, when the freezing rain finally breaks loose. Although it's only about noon, it looks like night time as I make my way through the forest. I wipe at the water streaming down my face, trying to find the trail I'd left myself. A bare spot on a tree catches my eye where I'd ripped a slab of bark off. I follow the rest of the markings with ease, the only challenge being keeping the pouring rain out of my eyes. It doesn't take long for my clothes to become soaked. By the time the cabin finally comes into view, which is an eternity and countless hours later, my legs are burning from the climb and dripping wet. Strands of air plastered across my face. Not a single dry spot is on me. The cabin is as dark as the sky, looking eerily vacant. The front door lays flat from where it was broken down earlier in the morning. I step over it as I enter, searching for the wall, the light switch. When I finally find one, a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling illuminates the room, and I stare in awe at the scene, my mouth falling open. The house is wrecked. I thought the couch and the wall and the broken door were bad enough, but it gets worse. So much worse. The couch is now in the middle of the room, sideways and flipped upside down, The coffee table is snapped in half, the halves laying on the completely opposite sides of the room. There's obvious signs of rage, like splintered pieces of wood with claw marks on the floor, and vase shattered against the walls. Although the moose head mounted above the fireplace is the same, he looks different to me, like he's witnessed something he didn't want to. I wander into the kitchen to take in the damage there. The table's in the corner, the glass part of it shattered and sprawled into a million pieces over the tiles. I don't get a chance to look anywhere else, because my eyes are glued to one thing, and one thing only. In the middle of the room, a dark-furred wolf is curled into a ball among the shattered glass. Its paws are covering its eyes, and its tail is tucked between its legs. It lays quivering, whimpering, tormented. Chapter 18. You had a choice. The wolf is so preoccupied in its own misery that it doesn't even notice my presence. My lip quivers as a desperate, grieving pain takes hold. I scamper over the shattered glass thrown across the tile, dropping to the floor when I reach for him. I throw myself over his back and shoulder like a blanket, clinging onto him as if my life depends on it. Glass shards dig into my knees, but I don't even feel them. The pressure is there, though the pain is a ghost. I'm so sorry, I breathe out, my face buried into the silky pelt. I'm beyond sorry. Sorry doesn't even begin to graze the surface of what I am. His muscles ripple beneath me as he shifts, the cracking and popping of bones filling my ears. Instead of soft fur, my cheek is pressed against the smooth, hot skin. Within seconds he's turned around and sitting up, pulling me onto his lap with ferocious force. He doesn't seem to care that I'm soaping wet with hair plastered against my face. His arms locked around me, pressing my flush against him. Like clockwork, my legs go on either side of his torso, and my arms wrap around his neck tightly, hugging his head against my collarbone. I shouldn't have left you, I murmur against his shoulder. My fingers drag across his skin as they curl into fists, holding on to him for dear life. He inhales, taking in my scent. His wolf was making his life hell because he wasn't fighting it. I knew that, yet I still left him alone to deal with the anguish himself. I'm a fucking idiot. A fucking moron. Riot? Say something, please. I beg. His silence has always been frustrating, but I'm not frustrated anymore. I'm terrified. Terrified of what I might have done. He tightened his arms around me, squeezing me. Even if I wanted to, the possibility of breaking away now is fictional. Why? He croaks out against the junction of my neck and shoulder. His hot breath makes goosebumps rise on my back. Why? I repeat. Why what? He pulls back, his hands moving to grip my sides as he looks at me. Something flashes in his obsidian eyes, something I can't even begin to understand the meaning of. Why did you go with them? His voice is jaded. I can't tell if he's broken inside or building a fire. I had to. I come back, and you're just gone. Strange scents were everywhere. His growl lowers to even deadlier level, mixed with yours. His fingers are digging into my sides, and the growth of his claws isn't exactly subtle. Nonetheless, I hold back the wince. You don't know how badly I want to track them down and rip them from limb to limb. His eyes darken as he talks, as well as his tone, until the point I can see his canines flashing behind his lips. Just because their scents were on yours. Before I can even state my claim, another foreboding growl leaves his throat. And you let them. He suddenly lifts me off him, sitting me carelessly on the floor beside him. He gets up in a hurry, walking out of the kitchen before I can even chance to blink. Amidst the shattered glass, I there for a minute, letting the sparks of his touch fade away. In that minute I feel nothing, emptiness, until the anger sets in. Somehow the blame always falls back on me, This time, however, I'm not letting it. My pride says follow him and argue on my behalf, but my conscience says leave him be. Just like when I left him here, I go against my better judgment. You're blaming me? I fume as I follow him into the wrecked living room. He pivots around on a dime, his chest heaving like it's a bomb set on a timer. When he opens his mouth, that bomb explodes. You went with them willingly. I didn't have much of a choice, I fire back, though my volume is far from the same level as his. I catch a blur of movement in the corner of my eye. My hand flies up at reflex, and the sharp smack of flesh meeting flesh follows. I don't break eye contact as I process what just happened. His knuckles are pressed into my palm, his fist held in my palm, only a mere few inches from my face. You're not defenseless, Adrian. You had a choice. His burning gaze is enough to make any wolf crumple. But if Alpha Andre couldn't break me in the 17 years he had me, Riot Sydney isn't going to be in one try. Yeah, I say, glaring right back at him. I did have a choice, and I chose to come back. I drop his fist from my grasp, throwing it back to his side, as if to make a point. My point being that his is irrelevant. His face is like a stone precipice, an unreadable slate looking down on me. When I begin to think he's not going to respond, he finally asks, Why did you come back? I shrug. The same reason you brought me here in the first place? We both have questions, and he's capable of answering all of them. If playing mind games is what it takes to get those answers, then so be it. Blackened irises roam over my face, memorizing every line and every contour. Ever so slowly I can sense the distance between us growing shorter as his body gravitates closer to mine. And what reason is that? The hot-blooded timbre of his voice makes me shiver. His fingertips graze my waist tentatively, beckoning me to come closer. I notice his lips slightly part as he leans in, his eyes clouded with something I haven't quite seen before. You tell me. My heartbeat is thumping inside me, pumping pulsing blood through my veins. My fingertips and hands tingle to touch him. Due to our close proximities, his lack of apparel suddenly becomes obvious. I resist looking down, knowing exactly what I'll see there. Heat, other than his breath, rushes over my face. Go put on some pants. And just like that, the intensity of the moment goes up in smoke. A quiet growl leaves him as he pulls away, not like the life-threatening ones I'm used to hearing, but one of vast annoyance. A small smirk pushes its way onto my own mouth as he steps back. It may be just my imagination, but I think I see the edge of his lips turn upward as he turns away. Once he's gone, I calm myself down by taking in the state of the house for a second time. With a drawn-out sigh, I flip the couch back over on its legs and put it back to where it was to begin with, which is in front of the fireplace. I find a broom and start sweeping up the various debris thrown across the ground. I come to the spot on the floor that's splintered and morphed something awful. Small trenches are cut deep into the wood. I'll bet near praying the boards up. Beside that, a single 3-clawed mark carved into the oaks piques my interest. For some reason, I can't take my eyes off the mark. Something inside me stirs at the sight, a strangely familiar aura coming from it. Soon I'm kneeling down beside it, gently tracing over the splintered trenches. The quiet creak on the stairs causes me to leap 9 feet, heart racing. A clothed Riot comes down them, clothed from the waist down at least. His torso remains both without a flaw nor a shirt. Without a flaw, that is, except with the 3 long scars running diagonally across his right pec. Turning the other way, I go back to sweeping. It takes me about 5 seconds to realise what I've missed, and when I do, my blood runs cold. The mark on his chest matches the one carved in the wood almost exactly. The one on the floor he left in the midst of his torment. But the one on his chest? Did he scar himself? But why? Here. His husky, nonchalant voice snaps me out of my trance. He's holding out a pair of clothes for me. Hesitantly, I reach out and take them from him, forcing a nod of thanks. I had completely forgotten about my sopping attire, too immersed in other things to care. I wander off down the hall and into the downstairs bathroom to change. No matter how hard I try or how many scenarios I run through my head, I can't push out that one question. Why? I snort to myself as I close the bathroom door. Such a hypocrite thing to ask. Why? He has his reasons, yet it's so much harder to understand when looking through someone else's point of view. From the outside in rather than vice versa, I can't even fully understand when looking through my own, much less Riot's. Forcing out of my mind, I strip down quickly and toss my waterlogged clothes into the shower. The cigarettes in my pocket I stash away in an otherwise empty medicine cabinet. My hands seem too shaky as I do. After closing the cabinet, I glance down at my bare stomach for only a few brief seconds. Why? Maybe the question was never meant to be answered. I hurriedly slip on a dry t-shirt and sweats, which seems to be my only sense of fashion as of late. I come back into the living room to find Riot rearranging pieces of furniture that aren't completely trashed. Without a word, I reclaim the broom and resume sweeping the floor. Time passes in an uncomfortable silence. It's been nearly an hour of quiet cleaning, and even then the house still looks a mess. I'm focused on picking up the broken vase, piece by piece, when I hear a loud, agitated growl. Riot is slumped down on the couch, his hands covering his face as he looks towards the ceiling. "What the fuck are you doing to me?" he groans out. I stand up from my crouching position and slowly make my way towards him. "I can't even be in the same room as you without feeling all fucking weird inside. I want you near me, but you're so close yet so far. I have to walk around with your scent everywhere, and I fucking hate it because I can't get enough of it." By the time he's done rambling, I'm standing in front of him, grinning down at my mate, who once again seems so stressed out. He stares at the ceiling with glassy eyes, the whites of them tainted with a little red squiggly lines. "Riot," I say gently, barely touching his knee. "I told you. It's okay." He catches my wrist in his hand, steadily pulling me closer. I sit down on the couch beside him, turning my body towards him and tucking my legs beneath me. My knee is touching the side of his thigh, and although the contact is minimal, it somehow means so much. He still holds my wrist, showing no signs of letting go. His gaze searches my face yet again, going over every millimetre like he's sketching me in his mind. "I hate you," he finally says. I smile, sliding my fingers between his. "Good." Chapter 19. Sisterly Love. The days go by in the blink of an eye, and soon a week has passed. We repaired the house to the best of our abilities. All the holes are still in the walls and the claw marks in the floors. We still sleep in separate rooms, although there's an unspoken discomfort there. Riot's wolf has calmed down substantially, making the nights much more peaceful. The days have been spent fixing the house. Now it finally looks lived in and not abandoned, nor the target of a tornado. I've grown used to random, inconsistent acts of affection from Riot. We still aren't close physically, but he's stopped fighting it as much. On any occasion, it's become normal for him to touch me in the smallest way, like appearing out of the blue just to put his hand on my arm, or hovering near me while I do whatever task is at hand. If Alpha Andre or his son are angry at my disappearance, they haven't made it known, which has put me only on more of an edge. With every noise I hear outside, I expect to see the door that I just put back up come crashing down again. But it hasn't yet. My dreams have become hell, and it's always the same one. where I'm back in Viseri territory, with faithless people staring at me silently. Every time it occurs, I resort to cigarettes to calm me down. I don't tell Riot about the dreams or the smoking. If he's ever smelled the smoke, which I've gone to great lengths to hide, he hasn't mentioned it. I've spent so much time in the cabin that I've started hating the view of it. Back home, I took the trails as much as possible just to get away. I know that's exactly what I need right now. I step out onto the front porch and strip down. The early morning air is crisp and chilled, just the right temperature to be invigorating. I leave my clothes hanging on the inside of the door for Riot to see, in case he wakes up while I'm gone. Considering that I've just got done running damage control from last time, I'm not looking for a relapse. I step off the porch and shift, having missed the feel of being on 4 legs. I trot through the quiet forest, dawn just now breaking over the horizon. Cool shades of purple and blue paint the sunrise, the light not yet reaching through the trees. The sky, like everything else here, is beautiful. When midday sets in, turns to a clear, extravagant blue, although it's no different than the one above Viseri. It feels different, untouched. I remember a couple of days ago when I asked Riot how this land got by without being claimed by a pack, how an entire mountain had slipped by unattained by anybody. He told me about a legend that it kept long ago, one that drove everyone away from it. Something about a bleeding sky and monsters coming out at more than just night. It kept it vague, and I didn't bother to press any further. Not a single bird chirps, being too early even for them. The silence is noticeable, making the crunching of leaves under my paws all the louder, which is why, when I stop walking, the scratching of tree bark sticks out like a sore thumb. Right as my ears perk up, a weight drops on my back. Once the air is knocked from my lungs and arms wrap around my neck, not giving me the chance to get back. Irritation shoots through me in an instant, and a fighting instinct takes over. I'm kicking, jumping, and shaking frantically, trying anything at all to throw whatever arsehole is on me off. My attacker's legs slide down and squeeze my sides, hanging on tighter with a readjusted grip. The whole time, snarls are tearing through my throat as fast as my heart is pounding. "Stop struggling, damn it!" A female voice barks hatefully in my ear. I'm the one irritating her? Instead of obeying, I slam my back against a tree, proving to be fantastically an ineffective way of breaking her hold. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, but it's not enough to block out the pain. My deep, guttural growls turn into high-pitched canine screams. A hot substance runs down my side, setting it on fire. It feels like my flesh is melted on contact, like acid is burning all the way through my body. In an instant, my attacker is plucked off me. Though it's barely noticeable, I collapse onto the ground, convulsing violently. The stinging, burning pain racks my every nerve. I find myself unable to swallow, resulting in saliva puddling by my open jaws. My eyes start to dry out and glaze over, unable to blink. Through unfocused vision, I try to make out the blurry movement in the distance. I sense Riot's presence. He's one of the 2 figures I see. A more agile one dodges every lunge and swing he makes, flipping backwards like a gymnastics competition. "Oh, I missed you too," the strange, same voice coos. "But if you care about her, you better hurry. They bleed out quick." My breathing is so shallow that I begin to wonder if I even am. My muscles still try to spasm uncontrollably, but it's a lazy attempt. Riot's presence is near me, but I can't see him. Everything has become a smear of faded colours. "Baby, shift." I recognise his desperate, gentle voice. The more he talks, the more distraught it becomes. Adrian, can you hear me?" I think he's touching me, but I can't be sure. A long, dull ringing fills my ears, like I'm submerged in water. When it goes away, I hear Riot again. He sounds defeated. "Force shift her." Something thin and sharp sticks into my neck. No feeling follows. My awareness comes in fragments from there. 1 minute I'm cradled in Riot's chest, and the next I'm sitting on a kitchen counter, his scent clouding my senses. I realise I'm slumped over, head laid on his shoulder. I'm like a boneless doll that he has told up. He's pressing something gingerly against my burning side. A blanket is wrapped around me. Riot's hands slip beneath it to hold pressure on the wound. I wince sharply when I move. "Shh, you're okay," he whispers, his other hand rubbing up and down my back. The shock of hearing him sound so gentle helps to distract from the pain. "You've really let the place go downhill." The same suave voice from earlier comments, the same voice I heard right through my flesh started melting off. A girl strides into the kitchen, looking all around the room. Her body is slender, every move she makes somehow seeming graceful. Her hair is such a light shade of blonde that it looks white. It's tied up in a high ponytail on her head, a few strands hanging down on either side of her face. Her nose, cheekbones, jawline, and even her eyes contain sort of a sharp quality about them, somewhat light and chiselled. She's dressed in black, all the way from her spiked boots and skin-tight jeans to her tank top and unzipped hoodie. There are various strange items strapped around her legs and her waist, all of them giving off lethal auras. "I told you to fucking leave," Riot growls as he pulls a wad of dark red gauze away, allowing me to wrap the blanket tighter around me. He tosses them into a nearby trash can as he turns around to face her. He stands in front of me, as if hiding me from her. He knows she's dangerous. "I've spent weeks tracking you down," she says as she strolls along, observing the paintings of wintry mountains and snow-covered wolves on the wall. "I'm not leaving until I get what I came for." She cranes her neck and head to observe another picture. When she does, her hair moves to the side, exposing the back of her neck. My heart leaps into my throat at the sight of what's inked on her skin. A direwolf's snarling head. She turns around suddenly, my gaze landing on the metallic yellow ring in the cartilage of her ear. Yellow? Not one of the tribal packs. Who is this girl? Her deep-set eyes land on Riot for the first time since she entered the room. Her brown irises carry a shadow over them, hiding her thoughts. "You have a lot of prices on your head, brother. I think it's time we talked about those." Did she say brother? They look nothing like each other, completely different except for that black stigma on their necks. "Romanoff sent you," Riot states. It's not a question, but rather an assumption waiting for confirmation. The girl rounds the corner of the island, taking her time. She acts so disinterested, so apathetic. "I came on my own merit." She drags an elegant finger over the earthy granite countertop, watching them intently. "I want you to bring you back to Kopeski." Riot seems to flinch a microscopic amount, tensing up on the spot. I sense danger radiating from him in waves, just like the vibes you feel coming from a cornered animal. I lay my hand on his back, hoping his wolf will be more reasonable than him. "You could live normally, like Mum and Dad wanted in the first place." She pulls herself up to sit on the counter with ease. "Learn to abide by a pack instead of acting like an heathen."
"What don't you understand about exile, Senya?"
Riot leans into my touch, his attention never leaving his sister. In any other case, I might feel sorry for her being the target of his anger, but judging by the searing opening in my ribs, she's far from helpless. "I already pulled those strings," she maintains, her tone confident. "Within Kopeskian walls, your rap sheet goes blank. All of it. All you have to do is live idly, like a good boy." Riot laughs bitterly. "What makes you think I'd ever go back to that hellhole of a prison?"
This is your only second chance, she snaps. Her voice raises an octave, the calm and collect attitude starting to unravel. The way you're going, you'll end up headless on a burning stake in the middle of a street. A low growl fills the room, and it doesn't come from Riot. He can handle himself fine, I announce. You should go find yourself a different babysitting job. For the first time, jumping on my back in the middle of the woods, Senya acknowledges my existence. Her calculating gaze scrutinises me down to the core. Riot moves even more in front of me, but due to the height boost of the counter, he can't hide me completely. After an uncomfortable minute of being looked over passes, she jerks her chin towards me. She's your mate? Riot nods. Despite the circumstances, I can't help but feel a jolt of warmth inside at witnessing him finally admitting it. I thought so. Senya hums, pleased with herself. She slides off the island, manages to make even that look graceful. She bends over and plucks a vial from one of the pouches strapped to her thigh. What if I told you, she swirls the purple contents around, that this is the only way to stop that nasty little wound from spreading and eventually killing her, and that the only way to get it is by walking through the Kopeski gates. Chapter 20. Humans Stink. Riot, you don't have to do this, I assure him for the last time. It'll probably heal on its own. In fact, I feel better already. I lie. It's not that I'm particularly ready to die. It's more like fearing the trade-off of actually going to this place called Kopeski. I've only ever heard of it before. A city, accentuated with white and gold. They aren't tribal, like Viserys or Orca or Bastille. They live under a different hierarchy, different laws, different traditions. You're bleeding through your shirt, he growls. I look down and realise he's right. There's a growing patch of bright red in the white material, arguing against me, so Riot doesn't have to. Soon he's standing in front of where I sit, picking up a gauze off the bed beside me. He gingerly lifts up the hem of my shirt and, luckily for me, only at the side. As tenderly as possible, he presses the bandage against the open wound. With a suppressed wince, I take it from him and gesture him away. I'll do it. Just finish whatever you're packing. I hate being taken care of. Not that anyone's ever tried before, rather than Amy. She's a motherly person, and somewhere along the way, I became her pup to protect. A pang of sadness hits me when realising that I'll probably never see her again. Riot hesitates a bit before obliging and going back to the dresser. Reluctantly, I get up and shuffle into the bathroom, walking at a snail's pace. Even the smallest of movements sets my sides and the surrounding area on fire all over again. It takes so much to bear it, that inhabilitating lump forms in my throat. Don't whine. Just shut up and tolerate it. Riot has been on edge, to say the least. Even since his sister showed up, he stayed tense, and hearing me screaming out in pain wouldn't help his mentality in the slightest, nor my arguing that we shouldn't even go. My only hope is that he doesn't try fighting his wolf right now, or that would be a final match thrown into the gasoline. I take a better bandage out of the cabinet under the sink. Standing in front of the mirror, I lift my shirt up halfway. The giant chunk taken out on my side is left raw and open, the blood oozing out and the flesh gleaming. Whatever concoction Senya dumped on me, it was crafted without mercy in mind. I wrap the thick, white material tightly around my abdomen, trying to stop the blood flow. I tie it on the opposite side of the wound, and by the time I'm done, it feels like I'm wearing a girdle. When I walk back out, I can't seem to push the burning question away. Riot, I say. He looks up from his packing immediately, his eyes alert. Instead of meeting mine, however, they land on the scarlet stain on my side. What's the deal with the Kopeski pack? I ask, curious. Kopeski is foreign to me.
They're one of the packs who branched off from our ancestors' belief in origin and continued evolving their way of life right along with humans, making them modern rather than tribal. After hearing the question, Riot goes back to throwing clothes in the bag. It's as if he's entirely uninterested in the subject, though he feeds me my knowledge anyway. My parents took us there to join when we were younger. I didn't like it, so I left. My brows furrows. You were rogue before. Now that I think about it, it's a lifestyle seems befitting for him. Born one, he mumbles. That would explain why he didn't have a ring in his ear. Though he was in a pack at one point, he would have been given one like Senya's. How the hell did he manage to get it off, and with an ear left unflawed? Before I can ask, he snatches the opportunity away like a carrot on a stick. We should go. He zips the bag and tosses it over his shoulder. Senya's waiting. Can you walk? He takes a step towards me, then stops himself, uncertainty written all over his face. I nod, a little too quickly. I'm fine. He turns to head out the bedroom door. Liar. Ethan. We find Senya outside, leaning against a tree near the cabin. Upon seeing us, a smug smile curls on her lips. Don't look overly excited, brother. It's a long trip. Say something later. She prods as she pushes herself off the tree. There's a devious gleam in her eye, whereas Riot, on the other hand, looks like he would pay to die. He doesn't even acknowledge his sister before going straight off into the woods, me hurriedly following at his side. Senya is quick to catch up and soon takes the lead. My eyes bounce back and forth between the two of their backsides, looking at the only articles of likeness they share, the threatening black stigma made into their necks, snarling a warning to stay away from their bearers. What's it like, being a direwolf? I glance at the two of them. Riot corrects me almost immediately. His bad attitude is still present. We're not direwolves, he snaps. Descendants of them, Senya clarifies. What's the difference? Senya takes a deep breath before answering. Direwolves were more wolf than man. We follow our instincts. They lived by theirs. The ratio of human to animal in them is tipped severely towards the latter. Some direwolves were even so far feral that when they did manage to shift themselves back, they didn't know how to speak or even function in a human's body. That only happened in extreme cases of isolation, though. As she talks, Senya never once looks back, almost like she's recalling the story to herself and enjoying every bit of it. There's a gleam in her eye, a wistfulness on her face. Something tells me she's got a lot of information and no chances to share it. I'm all over her words and add to what I've already heard about direwolves, how looked down upon they were because people were terrified of them. Yet I continue prying. Everybody wanted them dead back in the day. What's it like now? She shrugs. It means nothing. The kids of the city have twisted it. They romanticised it, she says, the last statement, with a free-flowing bitterness. The more she talks, the angrier she sounds. When people see my stigma, they assume I'm from a play or something, walking around between scenes. She sighs. Dire descendants are rare. I've never seen any others as long as I've lived. Nobody would believe you if you told them ours were real. I look over to Riot, where he's been listening quietly. He nods slightly, confirming most of what she said. That's in the cities. He finally speaks. Out here, people treat you like an artifact on display. He sends me a pointed glare from the corner of his eye. I resist shrinking back at the silent accusation. Instead, I push further. If people have seen your stigma, then why haven't I heard any rumours that the Exiled Alpha is a direwolf? I hid it. After I figured out that no one would just let it go. He sends a death glare my way, another warning for me to stop. With a bit of thought this time, I decide to drop it. This whole Kopesky thing has put him on edge enough. If he's going back to a place he hates so much just to save my life, then the least I can do is leave him alone. We walk in silence for a while from there. It's maybe a mile before Senya decides to initiate a new subject. She whirls around, walking backwards without breaking pace. "Have you heard of Bloodrest?" she says, looking at me rather than her brooding brother. "Bloodrest?" I arch my eyebrow. "Bloodrest," she repeats, holding her arms up and out to her sides. She's gesturing to the forest all around us. Does she mean the same legend Riot didn't feel like telling earlier? Before she can say anything else about it, Riot stops her. "Did you bring us out here for a fucking history lesson, or are you going to lead the way?" He growls, irritation radiating off him in thick waves. Senya wrinkles her nose as she sneers before turning back around. "Maybe this is why I didn't miss you, because you're so fucking bitchy." She seems like the kind of person who could insult people and get away with it, but this time her words hold depth, so much that I find myself cringing back. I look over to Riot to check his reaction. His eyebrows are still scrunched angrily and his mouth is in a thin line, but his eyes, they don't hold anything anymore. Not anger, and not quite hurt. I move closer to him. Every part of me wants to reach out and comfort him, to let him feel my touch as a sign of encouragement, but I know he'll only push it away. Nobody speaks from then on. It feels like hours before we finally come to something that isn't more than trees. In the distance I catch sight of buildings and move people around everywhere. As we get closer, the ground is hard and a light grey colour. It reminds me of the stone of the chamber, yet it's different somehow. Right through the middle of the clump of buildings runs 2 iron rails, lined with smaller bars going the opposite direction. On the rails sits an enormous mass of metal, oblong and hefty looking. "Go aboard, I'll get the train tickets," Senya says before breaking away from us. I look around at the crowd of people, none of which seem to be paying us any attention. I move subconsciously close to Riot, until I realise that my shoulder is pressed against his side. "What's that smell?" I gag, quickly covering my mouth with my hand. My eyes start to water and my nose burns a bit. So many scents are mixed together, and strongly at that. Some are overly sweet, and others like rotted garbage, merged together. It's overwhelming. "Humans," he answers, his assessing eyes scanning over the crowd. "You've never been round them before?" I shake my head. His hand envelops mine, lacing our fingers together. "Just stay with me." We push our way through the people. Well, Riot does, while I follow behind and bite down the raising panic attack. Until we're climbing up a small deck of stairs, we enter a big mass of metal. Inside there are large red booths lining the walls, padded with matching red cushions. Riot leads me to the one nearest the exit. He gently guides me in first, ushering me to take the window seat. My face eats up at the tingling of his fingertips on my back. Why is he being so supportive? The only logical answer I can come up with is that he senses my anxiety in the new environment. He sits down beside me, as if forming a barrier between myself and the other passengers. A sensation of safety washes over me as I get comfortably in my little space. Security feels foreign, yet I think I like it. With knots in my stomach, I turn to look out the window as a distraction. It doesn't take long to spot Senya's nearly white hair and slender figure, weaving through the crowd with ease. She squeezes through throngs of people so quickly and fluently that it's almost hard to keep up with her in the sea of bodies. It's like she's used to manoeuvring in tight places. Feeling eyes on me, I look over to find Riot staring. "What's that face for?" he asks, the ends of his mouth starting to curl upward. At first I don't know what he's talking about, and then I realise my nose is stuck up in a wrinkled position. Humans stink. Chapter 21. Don't be petty. Senya settles herself in the booth across from Riot and I. Her eyes are shadowed over again, a stony expression on her face. That's the second thing she shares with Riot. Jaded black eyes. She peers around at the humans taking their seats all around us, filling up the booths. With the mass variety of smells swirling through the room, it's beyond me how she can look so composed. "You okay?" Riot asks, leaning over so his mouth is right above my ear. I shake my head. My eyes won't stop watering. My nose won't stop scrunching up from trying to keep the foreign smells out. And the gaping bite out of my side is on fire once again. Okay isn't the word I would use to describe it. Here. An arm snakes around my shoulders and pulls me against a solid torso. My face presses against the side of his chest. His subliminal scent pushes away all the others. I inhale deeply, relieved to finally breathe again. "You're tribal, aren't you?" Senya observes, studying me. Not even Riot's embrace can shield me from her sharp eyes. She watches me like a predator watching a predator. I want to shrink further into Riot, but I stop myself. Her gaze is unnerving, like she can see everything trapped inside me with one hard look, finding all my flaws and storing them away. I nod. "Visari." Her brow raises such a small amount that it's almost unnoticeable. Almost. She doesn't say anything else, and I wonder if it was a mistake to tell her. A soft yet piercing beep sounds out, and the door we'd entered through slides closed. The machine roars to life and lunges forward. The next time I look out the window, the trees are nothing more than a blur. Minutes later, a young boy approaches our booths. He's wearing over a black vest over a white button-down shirt, carrying a classic aura about him. "How's your ride going? Do you need anything?" he asks, politely. He flashes a wide, toothy smile that has a mandatory written all over it. "We're fine," Senya replies. Her tone is anything but warm, with the malignant undertone is even colder. I'm thankful that I don't actually need anything, because the chances of him returning later seem slim. As she looks over her shoulder to see the waiter off, my eyes fall to the side of her head, more specifically, her ear. It's the one without the metal yellow pat ring, the one that should be untouched. But it's not. A small portion of the cartridge is missing at the top, cut out. It wasn't taken out by some freak accident either. It's shaped oddly, almost like a little key. Any other time, I might resist asking such a personal thing. She took an entire chunk out of my side in mere seconds with whatever deadly liquid she poured on me, and I'm not fond of the idea of testing her patience any further. But something about Wright's presence next to me makes me feel untouchable, fueling me with reckless confidence. "What were you notched for?" The words are out before I think about regretting them. Every tribal pack has their own rules, but they all share the same punishment method. Whenever a wolf commits a crime, a small piece is taken from whichever ear doesn't have the ring. The procedure is done by a shard of metal being heated over an open flame until it's hot enough to melt the cartilage. Once it is, a metal pen is used to draw and retrace the shape until eventually the piece falls out. They call it notching. Though notching is only used by tribal packs, Senya comes from a modern pack, Kopeski. It's strange that she would be notched. The side of her mouth turns upwards into an embittered smirk at my question. "Not everyone looks kindly on bounty hunters." Bounty hunter? That would explain the numerous things she has strapped to her body at the ready, and how impossibly graceful every one of her movements are. I got caught. One time. She holds up a shaky index finger for emphasis. And I'm smelling my own flesh burning. "Wouldn't know what it feels like," I mumble sarcastically. Funny. It's almost like she forgot she intentionally barbecued half of my body. She rolls her darkened eyes. "Don't be petty," she says as she stretches out her legs across the seat. She leans back and closes her eyes, clearly settling in for a nap. Good. Maybe I'll be able to forget her existence for a short period of time. I look over to only realise that Riot is drifting off as well. I can tell how hard he's trying to stay awake by the way he's batting his eyelids and occasionally jerking his head back up. My lips curl into a grin as I study him. He doesn't look so tense. Maybe it's just the need for sleep that's dulling his alertness. But I choose to perceive it in a different way, one that tells me that he trusts me enough to doze off beside me. Then it hits me. If he falls asleep on me like this, I'm done for. The static like pins and needles would overtake my entire body, and the odds of me getting off without breaking any open wounds again, non-existent. But I can't let him be miserable the whole ride. You can sleep if you want to. I sit up straight, which sends his eyelids shooting open. He shakes his head frantically. No, it's fine. He glances around at the surrounding booths, as if he expects someone to be plotting our deaths for an instant. Riot, I laugh. If anything happens, I'll wake you up. Before he can object, I'm repositioning us so that my back is leaned against the wall and my legs are crisscrossed in the seat. I pull him down so that his head is resting in my lap. He doesn't resist, which only makes my wolf all the more excited. His hand grasps my arm, reminding me of how little touch is all it takes to calm him down when he has an episode with his own wolf. Before I realise it, I'm smiling like an idiot and trying to beat down the building desire to hug him as tightly as a koala does to a tree. With this strong of a reaction from such a small gesture, I don't even want to imagine what it felt like after fighting it for so long. The hell he must have gone through. My fingers find his coppery brown hair, running slowly through it. A satisfied growl comes from his throat, almost like a purr. Across the aisle, I catch a man and a woman, both humans, staring. Their lips are pulled back in grimaces. I glare back at them as hard and intensely as I can. As soon as we finally make eye contact, I flash my canines in a silent snarl. Their faces flush of colour as they scramble to get up and hurry towards the front of the aisle. That's right. Go cry wolf to whoever listens. Then we'll see who ends up in a mental asylum. That's your idea of handling things? Riot asks, looking up at me with a raised brow. It worked, didn't it? He snorts as he closes his eyes again. Savage tribal, he mumbles. Exiled tyrant, I retort. Riot clings to me the entirety of his nap. Every time he would squeeze me tighter, I would squeeze his hand in return to prove that I'm still here. The simple action always seemed to satisfy him. It's hard to believe that at one point in time the entire population was so scared of these creatures that they wanted them slaughtered. I'm sitting here with possibly the only two direwolf descendants alive, and both of them are out like lights. One even using me as a teddy bear. But those eyes, they match perfectly with all the stories. I shudder at the mere memory of obsidian irises, the background of which glowing a dark ruby red. That wave of danger they sent out. I don't want to remember it. A man stands up at the front of the room and announces that we've reached our destination. The humans all begin to flood out, their chattering creating a low hum in the atmosphere. Riot! I give him a slight shake. Nothing. Riot! I say, louder this time. No reaction. All right then. And with a grand gesture of strength, I give him a shove. He lands with a thump in the middle of the aisle, an enraged growl following soon after. Can't say I didn't warn him. It takes more than a nanosecond to get up. Once he's back to his full towering height, he takes a threatening step towards me and I hold my hands up in defence. I'm already wounded, remember? You wouldn't hit the injured, would you? I hold my side dramatically. The wound still sears with vengeance, but it isn't near as bad as the initial agony. He picks up the only bag of belongings we'd taken from the house and throws it over his shoulder. You'll heal, he mumbles slowly, and suddenly I'm regretting my method of waking up the beast. I happen to look over at Senya, and it's like she can feel my eyes as soon as they land on her. If you touch me, I'll finish killing you, she growls, sitting up. Her once high and flawless ponytail is smashed and hanging loosely, ready to fall out. A large red mark runs across her cheek like an eyesore. Riot growls, but this time There's nothing playful about it. It's a warning. Lay a finger on her, and I'll do more than just kill you. Senya stands up, maintaining equally intimidating eye contact with him. Her shoulders are squared with his, and her chin held just as high. She remains silent, but her words are clear. I'd like to see you try. A breath of sigh of relief when she starts to leave, then take it back when she pauses beside him. I'll see you behind the walls, brother. She presses something firmly into his palm. House 18C. Romanov will be waiting for you at the Citadel at midnight. If you don't come to him, he'll come to you. So don't be late. With that, she shoves his shoulder roughly with hers, brushing past him and down the ramp. By now, Riot and I are the only ones left, everyone else having already departed. I look at him and he looks at me. It feels like an eternity before he finally holds out his hand. Come on. Chapter 22. Only a Descendant. Nearly a whole day. That's how far I am from the cabin in the woods, and even further from my home. Home. I almost laugh at the word. Home is a place where you can always go to seek refuge and comfort. The Vasari territory is a place I can never go back to, not as long as Andre and his narcissistic spawn hold the title of Alpha. So no, the Vasari pack isn't my home anymore. So where is? Beside me, Riot tugs on his dishevelled hair for about the millionth time. We're walking along a towering stone wall, one I have to crane my neck to see the top of. The closer we get to the large golden gates in the distance, the more anxiety I can sense rolling off my mate. The big, infamous Alpha is nervous. I never thought I'd see the day. You're going to go bald, I comment, and I'm not waxing your head when you get sunburnt, so you might as well stop. Suddenly he growls, loud and thunderous. Okay, guess somebody's not in the mood for jokes. I smell your blood, he grits out. Yeah, what else is new? I say sarcastically. The wound has started bleeding through the bandage again. My shirt is so oversized that it hasn't gotten to red mesh yet, although I didn't think it was bad enough to smell it yet either. He comes to a sudden stop, grabbing my wrist and jerking me to face him. Why didn't you tell me you were bleeding again? What would you have done? Throw me to the ground and started open surgery? He growls louder, almost a roar. Adrian, you could fucking die. Stop treating your life like it's a joke. I snort. Isn't it though? He makes a grab for the hem of my shirt, but I dodge his hand just in time. He follows me and tries again, this time with me smacking his hand away. Let me see, he warns with a deadly undertone. No. He lunges at me in a slew of mumbled curses, catching me between his arms. My back is pinned against his chest, his growl rumbling lowly in my ear. As he reaches for my shirt again, a spike of adrenaline kicks in. I smear my palm into his face, trying my damnedest to push this big bastard away and disorientate him in the process. Get off me! Something warm and slimy swipes across my face. In an instant, I jerk it back, mortified. Did he just... You sick freak! I wipe my palm frantically against the side of my leg, hoping that I rub hard enough, then the spit will just disintegrate. He takes my moment of weakness as his opening. The side of my shirt is halfway up before I can retaliate by doubling over and bear hugging his arm, as if strangling it would work. That must be them. Somebody whispers, and both of us freeze. Who else would it be? Hurry up! Open the gates! A voice hisses back to the first. Riot and I's heads snap up simultaneously. There are two guards who are glancing warily at us as they scramble to push the large golden gates apart. Senya must have told them to expect us, among other things. With a dignified glare towards Riot, one which he returns, we start forward again on the sidewalk as if the altercation hadn't happened. Riot Sydney, I didn't think we'd ever see you again. The guard to the right, the one furthest from me, speaks. That sister of yours really knows how to get her way, doesn't she? Before he can answer, the guard on left joins in.
"Who's this?"
The man looks at me curiously. "Don't tell me you found your mate after all this time. Damn, she must have a high tolerance."
"Only for alcohol," I mumble, while keeping my eyes on the ground. I earn a hearty chuckle from the guard before Riot abruptly pulls me in front of him and away from the man. He places his hand on the small of my back, guiding me forward. He doesn't respond to them, not verbally at least. A tense silence falls, all except for the sounds of their armour shifting as they scramble back to their posts. When I glance over my shoulder, I catch sight of Riot's black irises. That's all I need to see in order to know how he shut them up. This way he handles people. He doesn't use his words, he uses intimidation. I can't help but wonder at it. I remember with dread what Senya had told me. Some dyers were so far feral that when they did shift back, they didn't know how to speak. But Riot isn't a dire wolf. He's only a descendant of one, so that doesn't apply to him, right? She also said that only happened due to extreme cases of isolation, which would make sense with his exile, if he were a direwolf. Inside Kopeskian walls, it's so beautiful, as it's rumoured to be. The city is tiered, smaller stone walls built into the grounds to separate each other. The houses are made of white brick and trimmed in shining gold. Pink rose bushes line the brick street as we walk down. Lampposts stand between the bushes, just starting to light up as the sun sinks behind the distant mountain, outlining the city horizon in light. This place is amazing. Why did you leave? I look around in awe, wandering down the middle of the street. That was a dumb question. If beauty was enough to make a person stay somewhere, I would still be among the green forests of Vasari. "It's not important,"
he answers from behind me. I'd walked ahead of him in my excitement, and he doesn't seem interested in trying to keep up. "So? I want to know." I absent-mindedly pluck a rose from a bush, feeling the soft petals between my fingers.
"Too bad."
"You called it a prison."
"Because it is."
Ugh. Having a conversation with him is like teaching a rock to communicate. Impossible. It only enforces the fears already in the back of my mind. I slow my pace, falling into line behind him. He leads us up a winding sidewalk on a hill. Giant oak trees provide a natural roof over it. At the top there's a single, two-storey house. Its architecture style matches the rest of the city, white bricks and gold accent. There's a little porch on it with rows of purple flowers leading up to the stairs. On the wall beside the door there's a metal plate. In gold lettering, it reads 18C. Riot pulls out a key to unlock it, opening the door to pitch black inside. Before my wolf's night vision can kick in, the door slams shut behind me. My legs are swept out from under me and my uninjured side is pressed against a hard torso. Judging by the movements, he's carrying us up a flight of stairs. I recognise the sound of a door bumping against a wall as it swung open. Seconds later, light floods the room, forcing me to blink to adjust. He sits beyond the counter of an enormous bathroom whose colour scheme isn't surprising. Yep, white and gold. Considering the magnitude of this place, there's no doubt in my mind that it's all real gold at that. Riot is in front of me, with his large hands grasped on my knee. He separates them in order to move closer. Before I can process his intentions, he reaches for my shirt, except this time, there isn't a guard to provide a distraction. "Riot, don't!" He raises the fabric just enough to expose my stomach, and the bandage wrapped around it. Sure enough, it's being bled through, bright red staining the crisp white. His movements are slow, as if he's waiting on me to stop him. His fingertips linger over the end of the bandage, brushing my skin ever so faintly, and forcing a shiver through my entire body. One little pull of that bandage, and my stomach is exposed. And he just so happens to be holding it between his fingers. Like a lightning strike, my hand is on top of his. "I'll take care of it. Don't worry," I say. Opening my eyes don't look at pleading as they feel. I hate the fact that my voice is quivering against my will. He stares at me intensely. His eyes darken. even more so than when he gave the guards his silent warning to back off. His jaw tightens and I know I've messed up. Let me see. I shrink at his tone. It's deadly, so much so that I don't dare to wonder the result of opposing it. I let my hand fall from his, lying limply on my lap. There's no use in covering it anymore. Sooner or later, he would have to know. With a gentle pull, the bandage unravels. It falls to my waist, exposing my bare stomach. His breathing grows heavy, nostrils flaring with every exhale. His chest is heavy like that of a rabid animal, one whose rising aggression could be sensed from miles away. He raises an unsteady hand, a clawed finger gingerly running over the raised tissue, before firmly pressing his palm against my belly. Who did this? His voice is like frigid stone, shaking with intensity. Nobody did. Who did this? A deafening silence follows his roaring outbursts, a silence that's waiting for my answer, one I don't want to give. His irises are deep black, the dark grey wisps almost like flames flowing through them. I remember my mistake the last time I pushed him, and I remember very vividly the ruby red glow in the dark of the living room. I remember the fear, the panic grown within, not of him, but of what he would do. I don't want to see that again. I push my shirt back down and reach up to touch his face, running my thumb over his cheek. Riot. My voice is barely a whisper, though as clear as I can make it. I did it. The anger drains from his face, falling away just like his hand from my stomach. Immediately my skin is cold without his touch. I look him firmly in the eye, preparing to calm whatever storm is about to break loose. It's okay. It's not fucking okay, he snaps. Those are burn marks, Adrian. I wince at the term burn marks, picturing the horrid scars littering my abdomen. Indications pressed into the flesh, shiny new scar tissue discerning them from the rest. My eyes flick up to his face to see his jaw hardening. His gaze is blurred, locked on my chest, but looking through me. No more silence. For the love of the gods, no more silence. It was a long time ago, I offer, as if that would smooth over whatever issue is eating at him. These are demons I buried a long time ago, ones that I've moved past even though they're right behind me, breathing down my neck. Just like any other problem, if you don't grant it acknowledgement or concern, then it becomes powerless. Now here they are, laid out on the table between my mate and I, seeking attention in the most desperate of ways. How long? Riot asks, although his tone is impersonal and lethargic. I'm not a fool enough to believe it. My answer is critical to whichever direction this is going next, north or south. Chapter 23. Things change. Adrian, look at me. Even if I hadn't turned my cheek to him, I wouldn't be able to see him. Unshed tears turn my visions watery, and staring at the tiles of the floor has become a key objective in keeping them just that, unshed. I shake my head. It doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about it. I wait for his outraged objection, for another outburst maybe, telling me how stupid I am and how only a crazy person would do what I used to. After all, only someone who's insane would harm themselves, right? That's what they all say, at least. My blurry eyes widen when strong arms wrap themselves around my shoulders. When my face meets his warm, inviting chest, the dam breaks like a piece of glass. Tears flowing silently down my cheeks, soaking his dark shirt. Damn it! Hatred for myself bubbles up in my stomach, rising until there's a lump in my throat. I thought I was over this. I thought I'd finally beat myself at this stupid game, but that's all just proving to be a hopeful mirage. My time in the cell is over. My time at Vasari is over. So why does the aftermath still follow me? Riot tries to pull me off him, but I cling on tighter. I shake my head and mumble a stuffy no. He tries again, this time with more determination. Once plucked off his chest, I sit there staring at him miserably. I don't even want to imagine what I look like right now. A puffy face smeared with tears, red, glassy eyes that only inspire pity. With one swift movement, he brushes my hair over my head, taking away my last resort of concealment. I feel so exposed right now that even running naked through the streets wouldn't even compare. I'd kill to be able to shove these tears back into their ducts and put on a mask to hide what's under the surface. But it's not an option. His expression is solemn, unreadable, but his voice is gentle, nothing like how it was a few moments ago. "Tell me why," he says, just above a whisper. I let out a small laugh along with a shrug. "I don't know. I was locked up, so it was a distraction." He goes rigid. I've said too much. "Locked up?" he growls, raising an eyebrow. I wave dismissively. I don't want his wolf back, and that subject is perfect bait for it. His obsidian irises never wager. They stare holes into me until I finally give a reluctant sigh. My explanation is kept short. Every time I mouthed off or did something wrong, Alpha Andre would lock me in the underground cell and order the pack to shun me when I got out. A sharp crack sounds at the marble countertop beside my leg, breaks off into pieces, and clatters to the floor under his hand. His eyes are squeezed shut, as if he's stuck in his own livid head. I'm so tired. The old emotion of dealing with dead demons has drained me, and now Riot's very much alive one is stirring again. His wolf. I lazily lean forward and toss my arms around him, resting my chin on his shoulder. "Please don't," I beg. The inconstant vibrations from his growling stop, and he goes still from my hug. I hear him suck in a sharp breath through his nose. Other than that, he doesn't move. It's as if his muscles have turned to stone beneath his skin. Relief floods over me when he finally returns my embrace. How the hell did that actually work? His deep inhale against my neck causes shivers to shoot down my spine. "Can we just go and relax?" I ask, almost whinily. As soon as I say it, I realise how childish it sounds, but I don't care. All I want right now is to lay down somewhere comfortable and just exist. To my pleasure, he nods silently against my shoulder and pulls away. In a quick minute, he finishes rebandaging my burning side and scoots me back off the counter. Downstairs, it's just as dark as we'd left it. He manages to find the couch among the darkness, and we both sit down heavily, as if letting ourselves break then and there. I find myself burrowing up against Riot, inserting myself under his arm and against his torso. I close my eyes and welcome that lightness place that always waits for me there. A much valued eternity of silence passes. Nothing fills it, except for the occasional rustling of fabric and the sound of Riot's heart beating calmly in his chest. Then I hear him take in a breath and open his mouth. "Where are your parents?" I turn around and stare at him, confused. "Did I?" He trails off, his gaze trained on the front door. I blink. "No, you didn't kill them." I stop my sentence there, resisting the urge to add, "when you attacked my pack." When it seems he's waiting on me to elaborate, a strike of panic slaps me on the head. How do I even begin? This is my small, exclusive window to share something with Riot, something personal. I can't screw it up. "I don't know them," I blurt out, afraid of my opportunity ticking away. "Andre raised me. He found an infant left in the woods, about to drown in the rain. Turns out it was me." I smiled cheekily, waiting for a reaction. His eyes darken and his brow furrows. He's perplexed, and since he's Riot, angrily so. "He treated you like shit, Adrian." It sounds like an accusation, an harsh contradiction to what I said about my upbringing. It stings slightly. Not the way that he said it, so much as the fact that it's true. My only father now treats me like a parasite. "It used to be different," I say. The sudden and stupid urge to defend Alpha Andre rises. "Nathan and I, We used to be friends. Best friends. Andre raised me almost as if I was his real daughter. I lived in their house. I was part of their family. But things changed. I feel the spirit drain out of me as sadness weighs me down. I can still feel his eyes on me, but they don't feel angry anymore. He's reserved when he asks, "What changed?" I laugh. Everything. Andre started training us with fighting, leadership, anything an alpha would need. But Nathan didn't take it as serious as I did, and when they started to show, it became a problem. I clenched my fist, feeling my claws lengthening as remembering the violent frustration I harbour at the both of them now. It was always in the back of Andre's mind that I wasn't really his, I recall bitterly, and that bothered him. It bothered him because out of the two kids that he raised, it was the one unrelated to him that showed more promise. So he had to sever ties before he started favouring me over his baby boy. I only realise that my jaw is clenched shut when a sharp ache shoots through my tooth. A finger underneath my chin startles me as my eyes are raised to meet Riot's. "I would favour you too." He says it without a smile or any trace of amusement on his face. He's being sincere. I smile and huff. "You're the only one." He takes my hand in his, playing with my fingers and running over his knuckles. "So where did Gage come from?" The coincidence of the situation caused me to tilt my head. It was written on my palm when they found me. "What about your first name?" I gave him a pointed look and slowly say, "Andre." It only makes everything all more painfully ironic that Alpha Andre named him after himself as well. But I'm sick of this subject. "What about you?" I poke his shirt where the scar would be. Sure enough, my finger lands on one of the raised ridges. He grabs my wrist gently and begins massaging my palm with his thumb. "Another time." As he stares at me, I can tell his gaze is unfocused, his attention lost somewhere in his mind. If only I could hear his thoughts, then this would be so much easier. He wouldn't be as complicated, and I wouldn't be left guessing what's going on inside his head. "We should get ready," he says, moving to sit on the edge of the couch. I groan loudly, throwing my head back with dread. The mere concept of seeing Senya again exhausts me. As if the hard feelings between her and her brother isn't enough to turn my hair grey, then the added edginess from her threatening atmosphere is. "You're kidding." I look at him with hope in my eyes, hope that this is some kind of cruel joke. "I'm not." "Please don't make me," I beg. He's supposed to be merciless, but maybe I can buy mercy if the puppy dog eyes aren't strong enough. He leans towards me, stabilising himself with his hand beside my hip. His breath tickling my face when he speaks. He's so close. And when he does, it's low and sinister. "You remember when you woke me up on the train?" Oh no. My eyes narrow into thin slits. "You ruthless bastard." Chapter 24. Considered dead. An hour later, and this nightmare has made itself a reality. A silky knee-length dress hugs my body, making my discomfort level skyrocket. The colour of it is light emerald, making the green of my earrings stand out. I stand on the doorstep of some looming castle-like building at the top tier of the city. Beside me, Riot bangs the metal knocked on the door. He's also stuffed himself into formal clothes, and good lord if that suit wasn't made for him. It looks absolutely ravishing, but it doesn't seem like the Riot I know. I keep having to take second looks at him just to make sure. Something about a suit and a tie just contradicts his roguish appearance. A servant appears at the door and leads us down a dark, stony hallway. I stick close to Riot, unsure of what to expect. The dependence I've had on him of late bothers me, but the fact that he hasn't been pushing me away makes it all worth it. We come to a grand dining hall, the majority of the room nothing but open space. In the middle, there's a table long enough to seat an army. At the end of it sits a smug-looking man, with Senya seated at the nearest side. Romanoff. That's the name that Riot and Senya had kept mentioning before. This must be the man who it belongs to.
Ah, Riot, he greets, dragging out his name. I'm so glad you could make it. I see you found the clothes we left for you.
Riot remains unfazed as he walks over and takes the seat opposite Senya. With one arm, he pulls out a chair beside him, a gesture for me to sit there.
What do you want?
He asks Romanoff bluntly. It isn't the nicest of tones, but at least he's keeping his composure. Romanoff smiles, as if amused. His gelled back hair blends into the shadows of the distant wall. He slumps down, sitting as comfortably and as informally as possible. No need to rush. We have all night. He raises his hand and motions for a servant standing by. In a flash, silverware and plates full of food are placed in front of us. Fancy wine glasses are also given, filled generously with their namesake. Riot stares at the food sceptically before grudgingly picking up a fork. I, on the other hand, don't hesitate. The trip to get here was long and without luxury. At least, at this point, I'll eat anything I can get my claws on. We all start eating, the soft clanging of metal against porcelain filling the large stony castle-like room. It's a few minutes into the meal before someone finally speaks. Let's talk about all the bounties I've been receiving lately. Romanoff lowers his voice a bit. A couple dozen short of 10,000 to be exact. I nearly choke on my bite of potatoes. After the initial shock of the number passes, I clench my teeth. Anger bubbles in my chest as I hold back a growl. I always knew that people feared and despised the Exiled Alpha, but I've never witnessed the full extent of the fact. I bristle at the thought of someone wishing for my mate's death, too cowardly to try and kill him themselves at that. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Senya freeze at the same time I do. She glares daggers at Romanoff's direction. Daggers so sharp shoot from her eyes that I can find it hard to believe he doesn't react to her glare burning into his face. There's something between the two. Something hushed. But what? It's not that I want you dead, particularly, but this city doesn't pay for itself, and your blood is worth a pretty penny right now. Riot puts his fork down, as if he suddenly lost his appetite. He nudges his plate away before shifting a bit in his chair. I can tell that he's on high alert now, as would be expected after someone implies their intent to kill you. I didn't poison the food, Romanoff scoffs. That would reflect badly on the chefs. If I kill you, it would be with a blade against your throat. I brought you here for an offer. The charisma he spoke so fluently was vanishing into thin air. He leans across the table and towards Riot, venom dripping off his tongue. Maybe this is where Senya gets her poison, from keeping company like this. If you stay in Kopeski, then we won't have a problem. It's mostly the outsiders who want you dead. The tribals, and that pack you took over. Balaj. As long as no lowlife outside of these walls see your face, then you're good as considered dead. I keep the money, and you keep your life. Riot lets out an agitated growl, likely one he's been holding in. Under the table, I reach over and place my hand on his knee. His shoulders seem to relax a slight bit. Give her the antidote, he says. You haven't agreed to the deal. A snarl rips from his lips. Now! Romanoff leers at him for a few seconds before nodding to Senya. In one fluid motion, she stands up, then reaches over and pulls a vial from her leg. Wordlessly, she pours a blue liquid into my glass. The wine darkens, almost so that it's black. It reminds me eerily of Sydney's eyes. Romanoff's brows furrows, a bit of a testy tone coming from it. I thought the antidote was purple. I go to pick up the glass, but Riot gets to it first. He brings it up to his nose, sniffing the contents with deathly concentration. Once satisfied, he passes it back to me. It tastes overly sweet, as if someone has just dumped sugar in it. It is. The antidote was already in there. That was a placebo, she says, sitting back down. I studied the glass exquisitely, wondering what the purpose of putting a placebo in could possibly be, unless the difference in colour wasn't supposed to be noticed. Romanov's eyes burn angrily into Senya's as he leans towards her. He keeps his words low, like they're only meant for her to hear. However, not much goes unheard to wolfish ears. I told you to wait. Do I look like one of your puppets? She hisses in return. As soon as the last drop of the remedied wine is gone, Riot shoots up from his chair. We're leaving. Unable to imagine a reason why not to, I don't waste time in getting up. When I turn to look, my mate is nowhere in sight. I swallow nervously before looking back to the table. Thanks for dinner. I force a smile. God, this is awkward. He really had abandoned me, didn't he? First he dragged me here, now he leaves me here. I knew I would regret pushing a sleeping wolf into the aisle eventually. With a mounting sense of danger, I took my metaphorical tail and head for the corridor we entered from. My pace is kept just below a jog, an attempt not to make my eagerness to leave quite as obvious. Fingers dig into my shoulder, spinning me around and come face to face with a scowling Romanov. His blue eyes are as cold as ice, yet they're just as toxic as searing acid. Make sure your tyrant doesn't try for the crown. He growls lowly. The crown? That's one of the differences in hierarchy. Instead of an alpha, the Kopecky pack has a king. I narrow my eyes, challenging him. If he wants to threaten me, he'll have to try harder. My chin raises. Or what? Or we'll have problems. I stand up straighter at the dare, excitement buzzing inside of me. Maybe you will, but I won't. He achieves a half step forward before Riot appears in the brink of an eye, grabbing him by the neck and yanking him away. His feet come off the ground right before he's slammed against the wall with a thud. The smell of blood hits me, blood that carries Romanov's scent. Over Riot's shoulder I catch sight of his claws dragging across the bottom of the other man's jaw. Senya rushes past me and separates them with alarming ferocity. She shoulders her brother back with an agitated snarl. The room falls deathly silent, all except for the faint eaves of Romanov and Riot catching their breath. With the elegance of a viper, Senya comes nose to nose with her sibling. Her tone is low and scolding with warning as she does. These people took us in when nobody else would, and you weren't grateful. You weren't grateful then, and you're not grateful now. They're giving you another chance. Refuge after all the shit you've done, and you're still blowing it right back in their goddamn faces. The absolute raw anger in her voice is terrifying. It's so powerful in the air that all of us take an involuntary step back from her, all except for Riot. He remains facing her, their tense and ready shoulders only inches apart. They killed our parents. Riot emphasises every word. If you weren't so far up his arse, you would realise that. Both shock and adrenaline flood my system. My muscles tense, waiting for the last thread between the two titans to snap before the fight can break loose. Senya leans back, shoulders relaxed, as if suddenly surfeited with arguing. They didn't kill our parents, she says, a fire still burning in her. A belligerent rogue did, Romanov adds through spite, located a few yards behind her. With bared canines resting behind his lips, Riot takes a step towards Romanov, staring at him with those tantalising black eyes. When Senya blocks his path again, like an immovable barrier, he ceases to acknowledge her. Instead, he turns and storms straight in my direction. His hands hold tightly onto my shoulders as he spins me around and pushes me to the exit. Halfway down the dark corridor, Senya's voice echoes from behind us. Don't show your weak spot, brother. I've already exploited it once. Don't give everyone else the same temptation. Her words give me the same chill, as if a snake was hissing in my ear. Riot gives a short, bitter laugh, and without stopping, calls back.
says the dog, defending her master.
Chapter 25. Buried History. Riot! Hey, slow down! Damn it! Riot! My yelling does nothing to slow his pace. He's on a mission, and no force can stop him. He pulls me out of the building and onto the front steps, where I finally yank his arm hard enough to get the hint across. Are you good? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Riot stands at the edge of the stone stairs, both of his hands in his hair, with the suit jacket straining against his taunt shoulders. It reminds me just how out of place he really is. It's midnight by now. Down below, the street lamps create golden spheres in the dark. The city seems empty, all besides a lit-up window here and there.
No, I'm not,
he says, dropping his hands to his sides hopelessly. I take a tentative step forward. Riot,
How'd you do this?
He asks, looking out over the city. Do what?
Have this effect on me.
He turns around.
Everything you do, it makes me feel something. It's controlling.
He spits the last word with spite, like the very thought of it on his tongue disgusts him. Through the night I can still make out his features, the high cheekbones and the tiny scar cutting through his eyebrow, the roguish bit of stubble that covers his razor-sharp jaw, the copper colour of his eyes, meaning that for once his wolf isn't clawing at the surface. Maybe I'm just controlling, I say softly, taking another step. Or maybe you're just easily controlled. I almost laugh at the irony of that statement. Everything about him screams defeat, from his dishevelled hair to his slumping shoulders and desperate-looking face.
Can I?
He trails off, his voice strained. He doesn't want to ask, and when he does, he acts as though he's ashamed for it. Of course. I hold out my hand, lacing it with his, and he pulls me closer. I lay my head on his collarbone and wrap my arms around him. He returns the hug, pressing our bodies flush against each other. That's how he's been coping for the past week or so, by touch. Every time his wolf starts to flare up, he has come and touched me in the smallest ways. That's all it takes to satisfy the only part of himself that he can't control. It almost makes sense. For once in history, Riot Sydney almost makes sense. Being controlled is what he hates the most. It's what he loathes, and because of this, he can't even control himself. I don't mind it, though. Besides the fact, I'm happy to feel a spark between us too.
When someone else so much as looks at you, it bothers me. When I saw him near you, touching you,
he growls. My heart pounds so rapidly in my chest that I think it might break a rib. Riot is finally accepting what he feels, finally acknowledging it. But why now, after fighting it for so long? Hey, I pull back, raising my hand to caress his cheek with my thumb. I had it under control. I can't help but grin at the line.
I don't think you did,
he says huskily. I notice his eyes fixed on my lips, their dark colouring. His head starts to lower down, creeping closer to mine. I find my chin raising on its own. My skin comes alive like it's been set on fire as soon as his lips touch mine. On instinct, I arch my back, trying longingly to get closer to him. My stomach flips as though it's been taken up by acrobatics. His fingers curl into my sides, holding me tighter. A deep, animalistic growl rumbles in his chest, convincing me that if anybody ever tried, they would never pull me away from him. It makes me feel cherished. My eyelids close, blossoms of warmth shooting through my body as we melt together. It seems like it lasts forever, and I would give anything for that to be true. Standing in this tyrant's presence, a wolf the world claims is so vile because of his crimes, I feel untouchable. It's a high that, if I were to ever come down from, would hurt like hell. When my lungs start to burn for air, and something tells me his does too, we pull apart. We pant in unison. a smile spreading across my face. I just kissed my mate. After all this time, after so long fantasizing about what could be, I finally feel close to him. Not physically close, that was never the problem, but emotionally. He's been sealed in ice. As with every good thing, the doubts start to creep in. What if this was just him losing control to his wolf again? What if this wasn't his actions, but rather what he couldn't consent to? My smile drops like a ton of bricks on the pavement, chipping the stone and cracking the concrete. Do you regret it? I hate that I sound so pathetic, so desperate to know what he's thinking, no matter how much I might despise that. I can't deny that it's true. I need his reassurance. In one swift movement, he leans back in, and before I can blink, he's throwing my system into overdrive for a second time. This kiss is shorter. When he pulls back, his lips move towards my ear, the slight stubble on his jaw, just enough to finish off his sexy, roguish appearance, rubs against my cheek. No. His voice is husky and deep in my ear. The single word makes me melt on the spot. I shiver uncontrollably, trying in vain to get myself together. My legs feel like twigs ready to snap under my weight. He's my mate, yet I'm so nervous that I'm getting sick to my stomach. I don't believe you. Try again. I can't get enough without cracking smiling like an idiot. A feeling is bubbling inside me, like I want to burst into joyous laughter for no reason at all. I feel so fuzzy and happy on the inside. Everything is warm and mushy. Maybe this is why Riot freaked out so many times before. He smirks, showing his teeth. For once, they're not razor-sharp canines, but actual teeth. He pulls me back against his chest, making my heart beat in overdrive. I lay my head against him and gaze out over the city dotted with golden lights. His fingers run through my hair, combing it out to its full length, then letting it fall against my back. He keeps repeating that action, each time as soothing as the last. Something between a sigh and a soft moan escapes my lips. Why do you hate this place so much? I ask, watching a group of fireflies dance at the top of a distant stone wall. It's a long story, Adrian. A special feeling butterflies into my stomach when he says my name, like I finally matter. I've heard my name said in so many different contexts, ranging from rage and irritation, all the way to raw disappointment, but never in a way that it just came from his lips. And coming from him especially, the warmth sparking in my veins only doubles. I quirk an eyebrow and look up at him, my chin still resting on his chest. I have time. I smile up at him. He truly is the embodiment of all things visually pleasing. It's appalling to me how he's infamous for his acts of bestial tyranny, rather than infamous for his godlike appearance. He opens his mouth to make a retort, and gets only halfway through his eye roll when the slam of an heavy door behind us makes us break apart and turn round. Senya is standing there, her nearly white hair and light complex almost glowing in the moonlight. Her black clothes and the shadows of the citadel's overhang only romanticise the contrast. There's something about her and Riot that's strangely noticeable, although you only would if you knew what they were. There's something about their appearance which makes it hard to believe that more people don't realise they're a different breed of werewolf. Something scarily mythical, something that makes you want to run the other way. The anger and intensity of what happened inside seems to already have been forgotten by her. She's once again laid back, indifferent. Make your decision wisely, brother, she says as she strides slowly out the shadow of the overhang, because as soon as you walk out of those gates, he'll start sending the hunters after you. If Riot's annoyed by her advice, he keeps it silent. Instead, he changes the subject. Tell her, he says. Tell me? Tell me what? Senya nods, and her shrewd eyes land on me. Do you know who you are? She tilts her head at me as she asks. My face contorts with confusion. What? You're Viserion. A real Viserion. What are you talking about? She growls lightly in frustration before continuing. The pack you came from isn't Viserion. They took their pack a few decades ago and kept the name. My mind reels as the information refuses to sink in, so I come to the only conclusion I can manage. You knew my parents? She shakes her head. No, but I have connections, and I know that after the switch in bloodlines, dead babies started showing up with names written on the hands in markers. The Viserions were driven from their home and dying, she says as she crossed her arms, each hand holding the opposite elbow. Some left their offspring on the doorstep of packs, in hopes that they would be given a better life, though most were found too late. A sickening feeling squeezed my stomach. I could have been one of those babies, nothing more than a corpse of lost hope, and I nearly was, if Alpha Andre hadn't come along when he did. As neglected as he's been these past years, it's undeniable that he saved my life. No, Senya says, crossing her arms and standing up straight. Do with that what you will, but I would keep your mouth shut about it. It's buried history. With that, she turns and slips back through the door of the citadel. It shuts with a soft click, and the shadows in front of it settle. It's as if she'd never been there at all. My feet are light as a feather as I bounce back to the house beside Riot. My high still hasn't come down, not since the kiss, and not since learning my roots. It's enough to convince me to forget about everything else and just live in this simple moment. We stroll up the hill beneath the oaks, not even a cricket's chirp daring to threaten the peace. So I take that job into my own hands. Hey, Riot? I tug him to stop at the top of the steps. The look I met with is smouldering, his scarred eyebrow raised in question, waiting for me to speak. You had Senya tell me that, didn't you? I grin up at him. It's just so satisfyingly amusing to watch the big bad exiled alpha squirm. He fights with the sheepish smirk that he's trying to overtake his lips when he starts to lose. He looks away in the other direction, but not before I catch a glimpse of the smile reaching his eyes. He opens the door, and we enter. I'm going to take a shower, he mumbles, stepping away to unlock the door. As he goes past, his fingers brush mine in a way that can be nothing but intentional. I squeeze my fist while watching him go, craving more of the sparks. My only wish is that he isn't making a relapse as Wolf. Once he's up the stairs, I growl at myself in disapproval. After giving him enough time to get situated by prancing around the living room, I head upstairs to the bedroom. I ignore the hum of the shower as I tiptoe past. The only bag we'd brought with us lays open on the bed. I rummage through it, wasting no time in stripping out of this godforsaken dress and changing into some more comfortable attire. Then, in an inside zipper, I take what I hid there before we left the cabin. I make my way downstairs and out the porch. In the same minute, a cigarette is between my fingers, embers glowing at the end, and I take a deep puff and release the smoke into the air, remembering when I actually started. You're letting us smoke? Yes, so? Their whispered voices still echo in the cabin. Isn't that, bad? It keeps her quiet. My bastard guards. They were supposed to act like they didn't hear me, but I could sure as hell hear them just fine. I thought I was past this, yet it is still on my mind, still between my lips. Adrian. Chapter 26. Understand me. My blood freezes in my veins at the sound of his voice. I wasn't trying to hide, per se, so what did I really expect? I feel sick with guilt, like I've done something terribly wrong. I turn around, not bothering to hide the cigarette between my fingers. Riot is standing in the doorway of the house, his signature, unreadable expression staring back at me. Slowly he approaches. His eyes are dead as a reaper's as he steps forward. I reciprocate with a step back. Another step forward, another step back. That's how it goes, until my waist bumps into the wooden railing around the porch. All right, fine, yeah, I'm a smoker. So what? I challenge, bracing myself for the worst. Maybe it's the suspense of the dead look on his face that gets to me, or maybe it's the guilt I already feel towards myself. Go ahead, tell me how stupid I am. Tell me how my lungs are blackening and how kissing me is the equivalent of licking an ashtray. Speaking of which, if you get lung cancer, don't bother suing me. I'll reimburse you myself. I rant without stopping, until I'm out of breath with my heart thumping in my throat. If I get all the jabs in at myself first, then he won't get the satisfaction. Oh, I was raving at Riot was moving closer. Now his chest is inches from mine, and for once the lack of distance is suffocating. As if in slow motion, he raises the hem of my shirt, exposing my stomach as his unspoken point was written there. I don't make a move to stop him. There they were, the various patches and streaks of my raised shiny scar tissue. Are you serious? He asks, disbelief in his tone. In the blink of an eye, he grabs the cigarette from my hand and launches it across the yard. A growl thunders in his throat, aggressive enough to make a grizzly bear run. Are you fucking serious? He snarls in my face, and I jerk my head away. I flinch at his volume, trapped between his body and the railing. He snatches up the pack of cigarettes peeking out of my jeans pocket. Within seconds, the cardboard box is shredded in his hands and emptied on the ground. Hey, what the hell, you asshole! I exclaim, although I would be more heard screaming into the void. He stomps his foot down on the white rolls of paper, grinding them into vengeance into the boards with his heel. With a burst of panic, I shove him away frantically. Then I crouch down, trying in vain to save the nicotine he's wasted. But it's too late. Every single one ruined. Anger burns in my veins, and heat rises in my face with the fury of 1,000 suns. I inhale deeply, prepared to curse him out until the devil himself is taken aback. But he makes the first move, yanking me roughly to my feet. He speaks in a deadly strained tone. Never touch a cigarette ever again. Do you understand me? When I don't answer, he repeats it even more slowly. Do you understand me? I move my gaze from his chest up to his eyes. When they meet, I put as many metaphorical daggers into my stare as possibly I can muster. No, I snap, raising my chin defiantly. If I want a cigarette, then I'll get one. Do you understand me? But I'm not done there. I keep going. You think you're so perfect. We both have demons, Riot. I jab my finger into his scarred pec. I know that came from your claw, so step off your goddamn high horse. Blackened irises stare straight at me as he reaches down and pulls up his shirt, exposing the rigid claw marks. It takes an intense amount of self-control not to look down and let my eyes roam over his torso. This is what got me my freedom, he says darkly, drilling his shirt back down. Not wallowing in self-pity. It takes me a minute to process his words. When I do, my jaw begins to quaver. I try to decide my reaction, anything between livid and broken-hearted. Somehow I remain calm, though only on the outside. On the inside, a storm is begging to break loose. Self-pity. Why did I think he would understand? I'm a fucking idiot for ever expecting him to. I should have kept my problems hidden like I always do. It's simpler that way. So much more simpler. I lower my voice and look him dead in the eye. If you don't want ripped off, then maybe you should inspect the product before buying the damaged goods. I scoff bitterly and shake my head. Now get the fuck out of my face. Venom drips off my tongue. I want away from this bastard, as far away from the earth's boundaries will let me. I shove past him, moving him out of the way with a sharp elbow to the ribs. I only get a steps away when a hand curls tightly around my bicep and pulls me against a rock-hard chest. Don't touch me! I start to struggle, but his arms clamp down around me like chains. "Listen," he hisses lowly in my ear. His fingers dig into me, followed by his subtle sniffing in the air. A drop of water drips down from his wet hair and onto my cheek. It slides down my neck and absorbs into my shirt. He smells intoxicating, his natural scent mixed with fresh smell of body wash and water. I swallow the lump in my throat. I should be comfortable around my mate, yet my heart is spazzing out of my chest as he holds me. I blink and try to focus. There's something dangerous here. That's what my animal instincts are telling me. A shiver runs down my spine with alertness, so I perk my ears, picking through the silence. There's a rustle of leaves out by the patch of trees beyond the side yard. Riot's hold tightens impossibly further. My eyes feel ready to pop out of my head, whether it's to be the intensity I'm searching the dark tree line, or the arm squeezing me with enough force to strangle a ox. I hate myself when I realise I'm holding on to him just as tight, squeezing his arm back like he's the life raft in a raging storm. As if using him as a buoy will really make the bad things go away. I wish. I expect to hear Riot's growl in response to whatever's out there, but he stays silent. He starts sniffing the air subtly, so I follow suit. Sure enough, there it is. The scent of a person, a werewolf, watching us from the shadows. In seconds, the calm night is shattered. A snarl rips from Wright's throat as he bolts towards the presence, leaping over the porch railing like a rabid dog. I'm left feeling more vulnerable than ever without the fleshy armour he provided. Stupid mate bond. Without a second thought, I take off after him, vaulting over the railing with a manner of grace that surprises even me. I chase after Riot, who in turn is chasing after someone else. Why am I following? I have no idea. Eventually, Riot stops, and I nearly slam into his back. His chest is heaving, each exhale coming out in a breathy growl. "Romanoff," he snarls, looking around the woods frantically. Patches of moonlight shine through the trees. Other than that, everything is bathed in shadow. I tilt my head confused. But that didn't smell like Romanoff. "He sent one of his hunters," he says, nostrils flaring as he tries to pick up the trail. That simple statement makes it all click. Romanoff was hesitant with the conditions of the deal he agreed to. He was suspicious enough to bother with threatening me if Riot stepped out of line, and with the attitude he portrayed, he wasn't very confident that he wouldn't. "He was making sure you didn't leave," I state. His hand flexes at my side, claws curling out of sight into a balled fist. In the snap of a finger, Riot is on all fours, dark fur shining in the dim moonlight. His massive paws scratch fitfully in the dirt, flinging dead leaves and unearthing damp soil. His snout moves erratically across every inch of the ground, over every tree trunk and every leaf. I do nothing but stand there and watch, like I'm observing an animal in the wild. Is this part of the reason he left this place before? Judging by the way he's acting, the way this went straight to his nerves, I don't think this is the first time this has happened. I open my mouth to comfort him. I even raise a hand to put on his canine shoulder, but I lower it just as quick, remembering where we stand. If I'm so busy wallowing in my own pity that it looks like I don't have any to spare for him. Silently I turn and lumber slowly in the direction of the house. Fall leaves crunch loudly under my feet to announce my leaving. Wright is too busy with his manhunt to try and stop me. Usually my wolf would be driven mad over that and convince me that he hates me after all. But now, I'm grateful for it. Chapter 27. A Safe Place. As soon as I reached house 18C, I stomped straight upstairs and plopped down on the bed like a sack of wet sand, with my face buried in the pillow and the covers hugged tightly to my body. I forced sleep overtake me, but it was restless. I tossed and turned, huffed and puffed, until the room felt hot and sticky, like the teasing mistress it is. A good night's sleep has been avoiding me for nearly 3 hours. Riot still isn't back. There hasn't been the slightest sound downstairs to indicate his arrival. Not a jingle of the door handle, not the squeak of the door hinges, not even such a single bump in the night, fabricated by my imagination. It's simply silence, and it's driving me insane. More than it ever did down in that godforsaken cave. Eventually, when the clock strikes 3 a.m, I get up and throw the covers off in a tormented fit. I storm downstairs, my bare feet pattering against the wood. My hair is all over the place, frizzy and tangled. My clothes are worn and wrinkled, lounge pants rolled up to my knees. I look like an unholy nightmare, but I don't care. As much as I hate to admit it, Riot is the reason I can't sleep. That pain in my arse made his way up into my head, and he doesn't seem to be leaving any time soon. He could have been ambushed by a party of bounty hunters, led straight into their trap by the spy, or he could have went to find Romanoff and settle whatever hard feelings is between them once and for all. Worse yet, he's lost control of his wolf, and now he's rampaging around the city, spilling blood and killing innocents. No, I've got to stop thinking that way. He's fine. Everything is fine. He'll probably not fine, but for the sake of my sanity, he's going to be fine. In desperate need of fresh air, I open the front door, then stop dead in my tracks. Night air blows against my skin, but I can't enjoy it. My jaw drops and my skin prickles. A figure is standing there. His clothes are darkened and wet in sporadic splotches. His face looks like he's had red paint splattered all over him, except I know that's not paint. The same breeze that's so refreshing carries the thick scent of blood to my nose. It's overwhelming, taking the best of my effort not to gag. Riot? My voice is frayed. I want so badly to rush over to him, but I make myself stand solid, fighting my instincts. He looks up, a fat drop of crimson liquid running down the side of his cheek. The look on my face must be of horror.
"It's not mine,"
is all he says. "The bounty hunter?" I ask, and he nods. I try to relax, but it's impossible not to remain on edge. Cautiously, I step through the threshold of the door. I notice his fingers twitching, claws out. Adrenaline is coursing through his veins like electricity in a circuit.
"Did you see anyone else?"
His voice is distracted as his eyes shift all around, checking the shadows twice. He's paranoid. I shake my head, mumbling, "No." I would have killed for someone to have turned up. Any sound to break the maddening quiet I endured. I would have been grateful for it. He doesn't say anything else, and neither do I. An uncomfortable silence falls over us, which is exactly what it takes for me to realise how inconsiderate I may be coming across. Wait here. I'll be back." I fumble as I turn and head back into the house, leaving the door wide open. I pad quickly up the stairs and into the bedroom. The bed looks like a hurricane just passed over it, the covers laying as violently sprawled as I'd left them. I go to the duffel bag in the corner of the room, digging through it on a mission. Once I pull out a spare set of clothes, I head into the bathroom and snatch a dark blue towel out of the cabinet. At the sink, I soak it in water, wringing it out and leave it wet. I gather up all the items and rush back downstairs. Outside on the porch, Riot is sitting in a chair at the edge, glaring out into the nearby woods. "Here." I hold out the towel for him to take. A small annoying voice in the back of my mind nags me. "What are you doing? You're supposed to wash his face for him. What kind of mate are you?" I can't help but roll my eyes. Of course, that's what Agatha would say. Adrian's memory. "Young lady, get back in here. You can't just leave everything unattended." Her old voice was shriek as she yelled at me. It always reminded me of a dying cow. I looked at Alpha Andre for permission. He nodded at me and motioned me off. Obediently, I ran back to the house, my little feet pounding against the dry ground. I heard Nathan's fading oomph. as I went telling me he failed to dodge once again. I barely got into the door before my ear was being pulled off by crooked, wrinkly fingers. Ow! Hurts, doesn't it? Maybe next time you'll learn not to run off. What business do you have out there scrapping like a dog? None. That's what. She dragged me into the kitchen. The smell of burnt bread made me crinkle my nose. The sight of a brown crust against the oven window made her shout even more when she saw it. What in the goddess's name did you do? She releases me and shuffles over to the stove. With mitted hands she threw the door open. Her jaw dropped. The entire space of the oven filled with a giant bloated cloud of blackened bread. How much yeast did you put in? She glared at me accusingly, her mouth bobbing open and closed like a fish. Yeast? Which part was that again? I knew if I asked, it would only lead to another endless lecture. Enough? I shrugged. Too much, she grumbled, and began digging the charcoaled loaf out of the oven, if you could even call it a loaf anymore. While she was preoccupied, I snuck my way back towards the door. Nagatha, I mumbled, so fed up with being treated like a doll. Excuse me? She raised her voice behind me. I slammed the door shut to avoid answering, and from there I ran straight back to the training grounds. Back to reality. Riot's fingers grazed mine when he takes the towel. The sparks made me jolt a little, taken off guard. As he wipes the cloth across his cheek, I lean against the railing in front of him. He rubs the blood from his skin, darkening the towel with that will probably stain later. It feels weird just standing here watching him. Somehow the silence doesn't bother me as much this time. I'm sorry I smoked, I finally say, embarrassed to be apologising. He looks up, a few dots of blood still sprinkled across the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, he doesn't look angry anymore. I didn't yell at you because you smoked. I blink. It takes a few seconds for me to understand what he's saying. When I still can't, I furrow my brow. What? I thought you were hurting yourself, he admits, looking away. He's nervous of what I think. That's the first. Somehow it makes me feel oddly powerful. The fact that I can make him, the infamous Exiled Alpha, nervous. I laugh, feeling stupid that all this misery came from one misunderstanding. Riot, that was years ago, I assure him, hoping he'll drop the subject in a hole. How many years ago? Okay, 1, but that's over. I was just smoking, that's all. I'm in such a hurry to shrink the severity of the situation that my words come out in a stumble. I can tell he doesn't like the answer. His expression darkens again and his eyes go out of focus. Shit. I won't smoke any more. My voice is unintentionally soft as I stand up from the railing and step towards him. He nods. Thank you. He reaches his hand out towards me. I take it, allowing him to pull me closer. Soon we're so close that I have to adapt to my straddling his lap. I smile internally, feeling the warmth between us his addictive touch. If you ever crave it, or feel whatever it is that makes you want it, tell me. Just don't hurt yourself. Do you understand? His tone is firm yet gentle, completely different from the one featured in our first conversation about the topic. I nod, smiling. He meant well before. He just doesn't know what it means to act rationally. When he starts to lean in, I stop him. My palms press against his shoulders, holding him there. I would, but I'll taste like an ashtray. Shut up, he laughs. With that, he pushes easily past the invisible barrier, intentions of pressing his warm lips passionately to mine. I bend down, meeting him halfway. My nerve endings come alive as my spine tingles with ecstasy. We each growl softly into the kiss. He squeezes the sides of my thighs and pulls me closer, as if I'd be jerked away at any second. Eventually, we pull apart, panting. Our foreheads are pressed together, my hair falling down to create a makeshift curtain around our faces, separating us from the world. How ironic. I readjust myself to sit sideways on his lap and lay my head on his shoulder. His arm wraps around me protectively, like I'm some kind of prized possession that all the other kids in the playground are trying to touch. The air is liberatingly cool. Past the edge of the roof I can see the bluish-black sky, starless and bare except for the gibbous moon acting like a nightlight. An owl hoots somewhere nearby, making it all more whimsical. This porch is like a safe place, so quiet and peaceful. Maybe it's not so much the porch that makes me feel safe, but rather the neurotic beast clinging to me like a teddy bear. I look over to Riot. A thin slice of the moonlight is shining on his face, illuminating him. If only the world could see him as I do. Maybe then they wouldn't be so willing to drop their life savings for his death. But then again, I don't know the side they do. Having spent a good portion of my life locked several feet below ground, for months at a time, current events aren't exactly my best subject. I wasn't free 3 years ago to witness the effect or listen to the gossip when he conquered Balaj, but I do remember the way everyone acted when the word of his exile came about, how scared they all were, how utterly panicked. I shudder at the thought of the tyrant on top of the world. "You're cold?" His concerned voice brings me back to reality. "No, I'm fine. I like the cold," I answer, snuggling deeply into his side anyway. I start to drift off, batting my eyes tiredly. The teasing mistress of sleep is back, and she finally decides to grace me mercy. The last thing I remember before she takes me is Riot carrying me up the stairs and the feel of the cool sheets on my skin. Chapter 28. Blood of a God. Consciousness comes in the form of Riot's bare chest against my face, and his arm wrapped around my torso like a python. I don't bother waking him up. Instead, I attempt to gain my freedom by rolling over, which only triggers that python to go on lockdown. Through the open curtains on the wall straight in front of me, I can see the blackness of the outside, dreary and dark. A crack of thunder rumbles through the house briefly, vibrating the bed gently. Riot nuzzles his nose into my dishevelled hair, still asleep. It's as if, even unconsciously, he's showing me that he's still there. I smile, before closing my eyes again. Morning rolls around, and when the sun comes up, it stays dark outside. The heavy patter of rain drums on the roof above, creating a relaxing sort of lullaby. We're both awake now, but neither one of us makes a move to get up. My arm is thrown lazily across his washboard stomach, one leg tangled with his, while my temple lay in his shoulder. His arm is wrapped around me, making me feel once again safe and sound. He presses a kiss to my forehead, melting me from the inside out. He has this way of always being intimidating, whether he's threatening the lives of others or putting butterflies into my stomach. The unfairness of the power he has drives me crazy, but maybe that's why it took him so long to accept this, because he feels the same way. "Are you ready to get up?" His voice sends shivers down my spine. I groan. I never want to get up. How many more chances like this will I get? Do we have to? Right then, as if on cue, my stomach decides to recite the sympathy of starving whale, growling unrealistically loud. "Yes," he chuckles, poking me right above the belly button. He untangles our bodies and sits up. Immediately, I feel lost without his added warmth and firm embrace. A pang of vulnerability shoots through me, and I quickly knock it back down. From where I'm laying, I catch a glimpse of this little black symbol made into his skin. A dire descendant. I know what that mark means, and the history of it. But what about the other particular thing etched into his flesh? When he stands up and stretches, the muscle on his back glides fluently beneath his skin. I can almost feel my pupils dilate. "No," I whine and stretch my limbs. I'm not ready to leave this moment yet, and when I reach out for him, he's not long coming back to me. He sits down beside me on the bed, tucking one leg beneath him. My eyes land on the 3 long scars running diagonally across his pec, the only other flaw that marks his flawless body. I haven't thought that much about it before. how he got that scar. All I know is that it came from his own hand. I put my hand over the top of his and raised them both up to his chest. With my fingers overlapping his, I lined them up perfectly with the grisly claw mark. It's like putting the missing piece in the last slot of a puzzle. "Why did you do it?" I asked quietly. There's so many mysteries about this wolf, and I want to know every single one of them. He arches an eyebrow, catching my fingers between his and curling them into his palm. "Do you really want to know?" I nod, certain that I do. He takes a deep breath, closing his eyes. "It's from when I left this pack, almost 4 years ago." He starts. "Those earrings, they're permanent, right?" He looks at my ear and I nod again. That's common sense. Pat rings don't come out. Ever. "No, they're not," he corrects. I scrunch my face up. Now he's lost me. There's no possible way to remove a ring once it's in. There's just not. The Bastilian metal they're made from is unbreakable, and even when they're blessed by our ancestors, they simply don't come out. "My parents brought us here as rogues. Minutes after stepping through the gates, we were being tagged like trophy kills with those goddamn earrings." I remember seeing Senya's, the colour gold, Kopeski's trademark. She still has hers, but Riot doesn't. His ears are untouched, leaving no possibility that a ring was ever near it. "You want to know why I hate this place? All of the fucking rules. It's a fine if you so much as breathe the wrong way. I couldn't go anywhere or do anything without half these arseholes watching me, and the other half telling me what to do. They wanted to smother me." As he talks, his voice gets increasingly more passionate and angry. Just remembering it is irritating him, as if it was over 4 years ago and he's still living here. As I think about it, his hatred starts to seem justified. He lived his life as a rogue he was born as, and suddenly he's been buried in pat rules and judgmental members. For a wolf who loathes control, his parents had a snowball's chance in hell of that going smoothly. "And Senya?" I trail off. I have so many questions about her, but I'm scared of asking the wrong one. One sensitive subject, and he's liable to lose what rationality it contains. "She laid down like the perfect lapdog," he growls. "She kissed every arse she possibly could. She even sided with them. She didn't give a fuck what they did. Just that they were right and I was wrong." He throws his arms at the sides, gesturing to the surroundings. "Look at where we are. This is because she can't stand that I broke the rules and left this hellhole." I've determined that they is everyone in the Kopeski pack, especially anyone with authority. Although I know Riot's anger isn't directed at me, my nerves can't help but be put on edge. It gives off the exact violently unstable air that I've heard whispered out about long before, though that's never stopped me before. "You wanted out," I state softly. There's no comforting for something like this. The least I can do is show that I'm listening. He nods. "The hierarchy hates me. When I called them to council to say I was leaving, they refused to let me. If I walked out those gates, I won and they lost, and God forbid that happens," he says sarcastically. His hand subconsciously squeezes mine with a bone-crushing force as he tells me the next part. Nonetheless, I grit my teeth and hope I don't hear something crack. "Instinct told me what to do. I have no idea how it worked, but it did. I dug until my claws scraped bone, Adrian. Then the blood did the rest. It fell off, and the hole in my ear disappeared." I squint, baffled beyond comprehension. Blood? Blood doesn't melt metal. It would have to be the blood of a god to do that. Lava would barely even melt Bastille metal. What he's telling me is far-fetched at best and beyond impossible. But it doesn't even cross my mind to call him a liar. I didn't ask any more questions. I decided that trying my luck to see how angry he could become without breaking something would be a bad idea, so I avoided it, despite the huge need to ask about his parents and the story behind what he said to Senya. They killed our parents. If you went so far up his arse, you would realise that. They were dead. Anyone could guess that. But it's just a matter of how. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose your parents once you've had them. My route to becoming an orphan was virtually painless. I didn't know them to grieve them, and the underlying resentment that I have been abandoned only helped me along the way. But Riot was barely a teenager when he was ripped away from him. The people who raised him taken away by murder. It has to sting. I comfort Riot in the only way I know how, by touching him. Touch is the only thing that can calm him down, along with a few choice words here and there, which I'm currently out of. So a long-lasting hug and a soothing hand rubbing his back will have to suffice for now. My stomach kept growling afterwards, so eventually Ryan insisted we headed down to the kitchen. "Do you know how to cook?" he asked, going through the cabins over the counter. I laugh. Honestly, I shouldn't even be allowed in here. Agatha would be growling in her grave right now, jumping at the chance to put me through misery. I can all but hear her nagging in my ear, saying she's taught me all there is to know and then blaming me when I don't know how. I'm occupied with the irritated memories of the old woman who couldn't break me trying her damnedest when Riot turns around. Before I know it, a bowl of white powder, milk and eggs is being shoved into my hands. "What are you—" "No, this is a really bad idea." He hands me a handheld device with 2 wrists and an electric cord attached. "I trust you," he says meaningfully, touching my hand gently. I raise my eyebrows in excitement. "You truly are self-destructive." With a quick kiss to the top of my head, Riot tells me he has to go pick something up in the city. Before I can protest, he's already out the door, which means I'm leaving to my own devices. A certain inkling tells me that he truly wants his house to burn down, and considering his very blatant hatred of Kopesky, I don't doubt it in the slightest. Minutes is all I expect it to take before everything spirals out of control, but somehow I surprise even myself. Nothing is burning or broken yet. If Nagatha's cataract blurred vision could see me now, she might even be proud. That's what I would like to think, at least. In reality, it would be a lecture about the proper method of stirring. God, I want a cigarette. So maybe the kitchen hasn't gone up in flames yet, but at what cost? It takes effort, which only gives back stress in return. Everything is beeping, the oven, the microwave, and whatever other appliance I've forgotten to turn off. It's gone to my head. I can hear the ringing in my ears, multiplying my imagination. Why does he hate me? Hasn't I paid enough for the training stint? Why would anyone put themselves through this? Our ancestors had the right idea. I would rather eat a raw carcass than go through this too. Out of the corner of my eye, though, the thick silk curtains, a shadow moves. It's the beeping. It's driving me mad. Then, through the crackling of bacon and blaring of timers, I hear something. A sudden shattering coming from the back patio. The chance to leave the kitchen and all the beeping behind is a golden opportunity I can't pass up. My senses tingle in alertness the closer I get to the glass door with the shades drawn. Whatever is on the other side, my wolf instincts don't have a good feeling about it. I jerk the door open to find nothing but a clay pot shattered on the ground, the plant and its soil strewn across the patio. As soon as my foot crosses the threshold of the house, my mistake is confirmed. A arm loops around my neck, dragging me backwards into a body. "Get off, you A rag smashes against my face. The smell of chemicals smothers me. My vision tunnels caving in. The last thing I pick up on is that goddamn beeping, except it's more high-pitched, more shrill and annoyingly persistent, like a smoke detector. Chapter 29. Shattering Screams. Cold stone against my skin, ropes tied tightly around my wrists. Those are the first things to welcome me back into consciousness. I sit up, bones popping with stiffness. I recognise with a stab of trepidation the face sitting only yards away. Romanoff. He's sitting cross-legged across the room, staring at me with the intensity of a scorned animal. His face is unreadable, yet somehow I can read it just fine, having had plenty of practice with Riot. I have an idea as to why I'm here, but I don't want to believe it's true. "She's awake," Romanoff calls, not breaking eye contact for even a second. "Bring him in." While we wait in silence for him to arrive, I take the chance to stake out my surroundings. The room is large and circular, with floors and walls made of cobblestone. The ceiling comes to a hollow point above the shape of a turret. Small windows dot the walls, like that of a medieval watchtower. Outside the windows, the sky is dark grey, an abyss of an angry storm clouds brewing over the white and gold city. Rain drizzles down heavily, so dark that you can hardly tell it's day instead of night. At the side of the room it begins to square off into a descending stairwell. From that stairwell comes a boy, every piece of his apparel black and every part of his body laden with weapons sheathed. One feature jumps out at me with a chill, and those are the dead eyes in his skull that are fixed on the ground, void of emotion. Something oblong and large is draped over his shoulder. It's wrapped in a black plastic and looks eerily life-sized. He drops it carelessly on the ground beside me. It lands with a dull thud. Romanoff gets up and the bounty hunter he'd called in steps back. With a gloved hand, Romanoff pulls away a portion of the plastic. I cringe. The rancid stench of decaying flesh burning my nostrils. The corpse's skin is pale. His eyes are still open, staring hauntingly up at the ceiling. They're glazed over, the expression of fear frozen inside of them. Half of his face is completely gone, torn off down to the dirty white of the bone. His jaw is slack, only a sliver of flesh holding onto it. "Do you recognise him?" Romanoff asks, almost accusingly. This is why I'm here. To guessing games for the name to a mound of mutilated flesh? How could I? He barely has a face, I say, my palm muffling my words. Romanoff growls, apparently displeased with my answer. "Smell again. Closer." Sniffing the dead isn't really my thing. "Now!" he barks, shoving my head next to the dead man's. I only start recoiling when realization hits me like a ton of bricks. The colour drains from my face just like it did his. The blood that Riot came back, covered in smells, exactly like the blood dried to the corpse's torn and flayed flesh. This is the hunter from last night, the spy that snapped one too many twigs in the bushes. Of course, that's why I'm here. Romanoff made it very clear. If Riot breaks any laws, any at all, then this entire deal is over, possibly along with other things, such as my life. For once I hate the fact that I'm right. This is him, and this is what Riot done to him. He ripped him apart, dissected him like a frog, and now I have to answer for it, for letting the tyrant run off leash. Romanoff must notice my pale face and gaping jaw, though not as pale and gaping as his friend, I'm sure. He bends down and throws the plastic blanket back over the body. "He's only the first of many I found in the last 24 hours. So many you'd like to tell me why my hunters are dropping like flies?" He steps threateningly closer, and I scoot cautiously back. His fist lunges forward, grabbing the portion of rope between my hands and yanking me to my feet. My eyes are wide and my heart thumping mercilessly in my chest. A strand of feather-light hair falls across the bridge of my nose as I'm held face to face with the mercenary hired to kill my mate. I'm so close that I can see every one of the pores in his skin and every singular hair that makes up his beard. I shake my head, not trusting myself to answer and keep my throat unslit. His hand shoots up, gripping my jaw with an iron claw. He tilts my head up, squeezing tighter as if with vengeance. "I told you to keep him under control," he snarls through gritted teeth. His dark eyes are hot, boiling in fact. He spits his word out like they're venom capable of burning me. "I agreed to this fucking deal because that's what Senya wanted. And now nobody's happy. All because you couldn't do your fucking part." Guilt fills my stomach. Romanoff is right. I had a part, one given to me through menace and warning, but I had a part nonetheless, one that I didn't fulfill. Why did I let Riot leave? I should have kept him with me. I should have made sure his claws stayed fingernails and his canine's teeth. But I didn't. I'm not his keeper, so why the hell am I feeling guilty like this? Then I realise that Romanoff's doing. He's manipulative. He's the kind of person who's controlling others comes easily to. Somehow it reminds me of Senya, which makes all the more sense. I have an inkling that they're close, meaning it's only logical that they'd be alike in some ways. Then don't send people to watch us, I wheeze out, the eel of his hand crushing my throat. "I'll do whatever I want," he sees. There was no agreement against that. I have his attention. I can't afford to lose it. It may be my hopeful imagination, but I think I hear a microscopic sliver of defence in his voice. Actually, I'm certain that I did. I squirm against his hold until it's loose enough to breathe. "You wanted this to happen," I accuse bitterly. "You know what sets him off, and you know that surveillance is one of them. You just wanted to make killing him easier on your conscience. I don't give a shit about his petty little temperament issues or his life." I shrug my shoulders. "You may not, but Senya does." I remember what Riot told me about his life in Kapeski and how much he hated being watched by the townspeople. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure of myself, and the more I'm sure that Romanoff had a plan all along. "If you all value your hunters' lives as much as you claim to," I jab a finger blindly toward the covered corpse, "then you wouldn't have sent someone as easy to find as he was. If that's how you all train, all of them, then it's no wonder you're so eager to cash in on Wright's bounty. That's a ridiculous price considering the poor service the people are getting back." It's as if as soon as I'm done, we both remember his hand on my neck. I take a gulp of breath right before he re-establishes his crushing hold on as a punishment. Bastard is the only word I can think of as I feel my face reddening and my lungs screaming for air. My vision starts to blur and distort, black splotches appearing in my sides. My head starts spinning from the lack of oxygen. Then screams shatter the air, a multitude of them, blood-curdling and terrified. I can't tell if it's an hallucination or reality. Romanoff's grip lets up. It takes a minute for my eyesight to return. His head is turned, sensing, alert to listen. I don't question it. My mind is running so fast that it freezes in place and instincts take over as compensation. With a hard shove, I break away from Romanoff. In a flash, I'm bent over, sawing at the bindings on my ankles and wrists with sharpened claws. The rope severs within seconds. I stand up just in time for a hard fist to connect with my cheek. It knocks my head sideways and forces a sharp pain through my lip, my teeth undoubtedly slicing it open. Pain pulses through my face, but the time to process it is a luxury I can't afford. Fear and adrenaline drives me to the only conclusion I find reasonable. My body shifts into a cream-coloured wolf, and with a roaring snarl I lunge at Romanoff. His back slams into the stone with a great satisfaction, my weight driving him further into it. Almost immediately his hands curl around my snout, slamming my snapping jaw shut. I retaliate by clawing at his chest, tearing his shirt and digging into the bloody flesh. From the corner of my eye, the other hunter is running towards us. I leap off Romanoff's writhing body before either of them can pin me down. Using my experience with Senya as an indicator, I quickly choose flight over fight. Bounty hunters don't play fair, and melting my skin off a second time isn't present on my list of ambitions. I dive headfirst down the winding staircase towards whatever waits at the bottom. It's only midway down when I make a sickening realization, and that's that I'm running straight towards the sound of screaming, and it's anything but an hallucination. Outside of the tower, the rain pounds down with intentions of shattering the cobblestone streets. Anxiety rises in my gut, giving me the desire to hurl as I come to a sudden halt. I'm trapped in a terrifying vortex of panic. Behind me is a man who wants me dead, and in front of me are the ear-piercing shrieks of an entire city thrown into chaos. I make my decision and gamble with my chances. Out of the shelter of the tower entrance, the downpour immediately soaks my fur, making my pelt 10 times heavier. But I keep on, sprinting through the streets despite the thunder shaking the ground, despite the high-pitched wailing raising too close for comfort, only 3 streets away. A shiver of alertness shocks my heart. There's nothing like the expression of vocalized horror in a throat-tearing cry to send your nerves on edge. Not to mention what those sounds 100 times over. Damn this city. There are so many twists and turns and pointless detours solely for the purpose of decor and extravagance. I trot to a stop at a fountain in a lavishly designed circular plaza that I've never seen before. Fuck. The array of screaming is coming closer, eerily in a way that sounds like people are being herded. No, herded isn't the word for it. Chased. My chest heaves for air, my fur completely soaked. Hysteria makes everything worse. The pounding in my ears, the spastic beating of my heart. Where is the goddamn exit? Indecision clouds my thoughts. All I know is that I want out of this place. This prison that I'm in. I sense hyperventilation coming just as my breathing jars and accelerates. Find peace. Just find peace. I start thinking of the forest, of the fresh air, of the silence, and of the freedom. I close my eyes in an attempt to pull myself back together. Suddenly, I'm back walking in the forest by Riot's cabin. I remember the chill of the air, the quiet sun painting the sky in a ray of soft colours, and then I remembered what happened next. I'm thrown harshly back into reality when a giant weight drops down on my back. Deja vu? That's all too real. Chapter 30. Ruby Red Eyes. A snarl rips from my throat as I thrash wildly, trying to throw my attacker off. The movements are so familiar that it feels like a flashback I can't snap out of. A thick arm slides around my neck like a noose. A hand grabs my snout, attempting with great effort to twist my head sideways. After all, a broken neck would be quicker than strangulation. I come to a sudden stop and flip over on the cobblestone, like I'm trying to put out a fire. The air is crushed out of the monkey on my back, causing their hold to break just long enough for me to slip out. I don't take an opportunity for granted, making quick work of the pinning the attacker down. I find myself staring into the eyes of Romanoff, his icy irises paradoxically burning with rage. My paw finds its place against his neck, the tips of my claws just barely entering his skin. I curl my lips back in snarl. I had expected to see some form of fear across his face, a bit of uncertainty at least, but his air of arrogance and anger doesn't falter. "Shift back," he demands. The demands aren't usually made by the one on the ground. "Or what?" I want to ask him, but he saves me the trouble because it's like he reads my mind. Something pokes my underbelly, a sharp, fine point, a needle. "Unless you want another dose of Senya's Silverbane." There's a threat I'd been anticipating. The reason why he let himself get pinned so quickly. He has a secret weapon he knows I won't oppose. A vile memory pops into my head, how badly it hurt when Senya drenched me in it. The sheer pain and acid-like burning as liquid ate straight through my flesh and down to the bone, along with the nauseating feeling that followed. I don't want another taste of that, whatever the hell it is. With a baleful glare, I slowly step off him. The more I encounter of this bastard, the more I hate him. I loathe every single particle of air that has ever kept him alive. "Now shift," he barks. He's to his feet now, wielding a syringe full of metallic silver substance. His thumb poised on the plunger, ready to make good on his threat. I trade my pride for logic and do as he says. My bones crack and realign. Seconds later, I'm standing with humility heating my face. I fight the urge to cover the burn scars, covering my private parts instead. I open my mouth, a slew of curses right at the top of my tongue. Somewhere nearby, a horrifying scream rings out, jolting me. Except this time, it's not only screams. A monstrous roar echoes, so powerful that the very core of the city shakes. It's close. Painfully, terrifyingly close. It's like an electric pulse shoots through my brain. My senses are dulled yet very much alive. Pounding footfalls approaching behind, charging rapidly. At the last minute, intuition controls my body. With a rolling leap to the side, I make it out of the way just in time. Seconds later, comes a thick impact of flesh meeting flesh. I snap my head over to look. A giant wolf is standing over Romanov's body, ploughed into the concrete by the impact. Its dark fur is spiky and wet from the rain. The hairs bristle to the point on its back. Riot. I watch, speechless, at what unfolds a few meters away from me. Riot's canine sinks into Romanov's shoulder right before he turned into a life-size ragdoll. My eyes are widened like saucers as I observe. Romanov is flung across the plaza as if he was weightless. Threads scream as his shirt is clamped in Riot's jaws, fabric tearing as it were sent slamming to the ground. In that head-jerking movement, I catch a flash of Riot's eyes. It turns my blood cold. Red. A flash of glowing ruby red. My heart throbs in my throat until I swallow it back down. He's lost control. A ripple of panic surges through me like an unrelenting tidal wave. I've only seen those eyes twice before. The fourth and final stage, the eyes that incite raw terror in their onlookers, no matter how brave you are. The eyes that raise a survival hysteria within you, building and building until you break and the predator takes its prey. The eyes of a direwolf's descendant. Thunder cracks simultaneously, as if it delivers that very omen of ill will. Riot's wolf is at the surface, and it's out for blood. The very thing that now splatters all the gold in Kopeski. Romanov crashes into the street, impossibly cracking the stone pathway. He bounces back to his feet with a slight stagger. Crimson streaks run down his partially bare chest, soaking its torn fabric. In the blink of an eye, his form takes that of a wolf. His fur is a hint blacker than that of his opponent's. The two beasts clash again, this time in a more equal match. The vicious snarls and the barks drown out the dull roar of the storm. A voice at the back of my head nags me to get off my arse and do something, but I remain frozen in my place. It would be suicide with loathing if anyone stepped foot in front of that monster. It goes on like this for half an eternity, claws and teeth drawing blood, and potential death blows being traded like cards. I want it to end so badly. Clumps of fur scatter across the ground, mixing the blood with the rain. A shrill whimper breaks above the rest of the noise, the kind of whimper that makes your stomach drop due to the finality of it. The fighting has stopped. Amidst the rain bouncing off the street lays one of the wolves. Its dark fur blurs its shape. I take a shapy step forward, hesitant. The smell of blood is weak in the air, diluted by the rainfall. The smell of riots, however, is what makes me cry, catch in my throat. He stands above Romanov's body. Riot is in human form now. Scarlet streams roll down his back, looking more like weakly dyed water rather than blood. A giant lump of flesh is missing from his shoulder blade, Where the hole is a grisly, gaping bite mark. I resist running to him. Everything worried thought my wolf screaming at me is drowned out by other things cluttering in my head. Uncertainty, awe, fright, disbelief, but most of all, curiosity, because he doesn't look like he's done just yet. He kneels down beside Romanov's canine shape, rolling him onto his back. I'm surprised when his seemingly dead body comes to life, clawing and kicking at Riot with frantic ferocity, while his body writhes, his head never moves. It's as if he's been strapped down from the shoulders up. A broken neck. How ironic. The bastard tried to snap mine twice within the hour. A part of me is pleased to know that karma is so petty, though another part tells me that karma had nothing to do with this. I watch unwaveringly as Riot, with a clawed hand, reaches forward and flicks his wrist at the base of each of the foe's limbs. Oddly, in a slicing motion, directly afterwards, Romanov stops struggling. Then, Riot's hands move to the enemy's chest. I can't look away, nor can I hide the shock on my face. He claws his way through the pelt, through the flesh, and through the very cage of bones meant to prevent this. As he does this, Romanov's mouth opens wide as if screaming agony, but nothing comes out. Riot reaches forearm deep into Romanov's chest. He murmurs something as he does, though I can barely hear it. I shudder at the poor hatred dripping of each syllable. I'll give this to my sister. She can watch it rot. He suddenly jerks his hand back, setting off a shower of blood spewing from Romanov's torso. Riot's hand is painted crimson, stained and dripping. In his palm is the very thing that life revolves around, the most vital of organs. In his hand is Romanov's heart, a distorted, oval-shaped lump of tissue and valves, leaking blood like a waterfall. It hits the stone with a callous thud, landing beside its owner. I can do nothing but stare at Riot. His entire body is floored with various gashes and bites, claw marks and wounds still bleeding. My chest aches at the sight, though I'm sure not nearly as much as Romanov's does. My eyes meet those of a monster bathed in blood. My breath catches in my throat. There they are, those ruby red eyes, glowing like demonic candles in the Atlas night. The aura they give off makes me want to run, to cower and scream until the nightmare goes away. But I'm not scared. In fact, I'm the complete opposite of scared. A sense of pride swells in my chest. That's my mate. He's capable of all this. He's a savage killer, an infamous tyrant, and a rogue as artless as an inanimate object. Yet by some miracle, I get to live on his good side. It's a privilege I'll never lower from the pedestal, and I hold on to it. As he approaches, I don't move a muscle. I stand perfectly still as he embraces me, wrapping his arms around my shoulder and pulling me into mauled chest. I try to avoid hitting any of his wounds, but it's physically impossible. Instead of wincing, he breathes a sigh of relief. He pulls away to inspect my throat, gently turning my head side to side, as if he were a doctor checking for swollen tonsils. It's then that I'm sure my guess was correct. Romanov's broken neck was simply a coincidence after all. Once he's satisfied with what he sees, no bruises or even a trace of a hand even been there, he gives a small growl of approval. I feel like I should speak or say something, anything, but no words come. His black irises are still present, the red glow still illuminating them. The rain lets up, lightning streaking through the sky. We should go, Riot says, running the pad of his thumb along my jaw. He's never been so soft before. It's like he's afraid I'll crumple at his touch. I nod, remaining speechless. What is there to say? After what I just witnessed, silence seems appropriate. As soon as I look up, I realise we have an audience. The streets branching off from the circular plaza are swarmed with citizens. They're all staring at us, their mouths gaping widely, all their eyes are unblinking, disbelieving. I study their expressions further, expecting to find fear and distress. Instead, I find their faces surprisingly blank, landing somewhere between shock and awe. Chapter 31. If We're Lucky. At the end of one street is a group of bounty hunters, trademarked by their sinister black apparel and deadly tools strapped to every body part. They stand out from the rest of the crowd for more reasons than their clothing. They're visibly distraught. The first impression they've ever portrayed in front of an audience, and it's one of grief. The hunters' shoulders are slumped, gloved fists ballad at the sides. Some of their mouths are twitching, lips quivering, as they try, in great effort, to keep the poker faces they were trained to. Rather than going into a blind rage from looking upon their leader's dead body, they seemed shattered. Romanoff was their kingpin, while they were just numbers under his control. That's what I had thought, at least. Looking at them now, standing frozen in place with shock, maybe I was wrong. Senya. She's a bounty hunter, just as they are. But her distress-tinged face isn't among them. She isn't here. And the leaden feeling spreading in my stomach tells me that that's a good thing. Riot? I dare, cautiously. We need to go. Now. He doesn't respond. My mate is standing just as statue still as the bounty hunters staring at us across the diameter of the plaza. Except his countenance is achieving exactly what the hunters would covet. A cold, unreadable expression. It's as I look between the two opposing parties that I realise I'm not the one being stared at. Just like the punishments back in Visari, my presence isn't even acknowledged. No. They're staring at the wolf standing tall beside me, poised and ready to achieve his bloody feat all over again. He remains stoic-faced, despite a whole city worth of werewolves' eyes staying glued on him, the same eyes of the people he expressed so much hatred for. In front of us all, his ruby-red eyes start to fade. The red glows dies out, leaving obsidian irises surging with wisps of deep grey, like a monochrome fire burning inside them. He's unaffected by the attention, completely emotionless, possibly even a bit disdainful. It's the exact same demeanour he carried in Visari, and undoubtedly the same he had when he dominated Balaj, and with it he turns and walks away. Never did I think I'd be so relieved to be sitting back in this giant hunk of iron and steel ever again. This time the train car is empty of anyone but us. The night hours, Wright explained, aren't as popular among humans. With a heavy sigh, I let myself sink down into the cushioned seat, for some reason, thinking that it might be able to massage reality away. Exiled isn't a strong enough word to describe what Riot is anymore, nor are the thousand of death warrants on his head enough to describe his public image. I followed Riot out of the city as if we were going on a casual stroll. He was as calm as a dead man, while I was overly anxious bundle of nerves waiting for a flaming arrow to stick into his back. When we approached the Golden Gates, the guards took one glance at the bloody wolf accompanying me and opened them without question. It was as if the news of Romanoff's death had spread without a word. Everyone feared the exiled Alpha before. The whispers of the things he'd done in Balaj made sure of that. Now it's like they're scared in a different way, as if they know now that it isn't the title of Alpha that he's after. And if they don't, I do. If he killed Romanoff Laveska, the very man nearly 10,000 people turned to trust in bringing the tyrant's death, then this is the end. There is no one else. There's no one other being left to bring him down. Right Sydney has come out on top. They all know it. The very wolf whose name is known across the werewolf world is sitting a mere foot away from me, leaning back in a seat with his eyelids closed. Riot? He doesn't open his eyes. What was Romanoff like?
You met the bastard.
you should know. He crosses his arms and slides further down in his seat, unfazed by the question. But I've caught on to him. Everything he does is the opposite of what he thinks. It bothers him, the mention of that name, even though its owner is dead. You want to know what I think of him? I pull my legs up under myself, trying to act like there's not a punchline dancing on the tip of my tongue. He opens one eye, as if to ask what. I think he's heartless. I barely get the words out before my lips crack into a smile, and I suppress my childish laughter. Riot closes one open eyelid again, and lets his head fall backward. He exhales heavily through his nose, telling me just how disappointed he is, better than words ever could. But his mouth curls in a grin anyway. Soon I let my laughter out, and he joins me. He drags his hand down his face as he quietly chuckles to himself. I hate you, he murmurs, though he looks over at me in a way that says just the opposite. I offer him a cheeky smile. I know. After a handful of hours nodding off on the train, I'm reminded of how long and miserable the ride back home is. At least this time there are no humans around to inebriate my senses. We get off the train at a different location than where we were boarded with Senya. At the sight of unfamiliar surroundings, I'm fully prepared to let another wave of panic set in. Riot, thankfully, seems to know where he is. With a gentle yet confident hand on my back, he leads us away from the assault of human society and back into the woods my wolf has been calling for. The smell of nature, dirt, leaves, trees, and even the air itself comforts me. I was so sick of that city. It had a unique sense of undeniable beauty to it, and was extravagant in every sense of the word. But there are toxins in the ground. The longer I stayed there, the more I started to understand Riot's hatred for the place. Another couple of hours were spent walking through the forest, on no designated path. Eventually the trees started to become vaguely familiar, the place where I never got to finish my morning walk before being attacked by a blackmailing bounty hunter. The memory makes a question pop in my head. Do you think we'll see Senya again? I ask Riot, looking over to where he strides alongside me. He seems lost in his thoughts. Not if we're lucky. There's no trace of humour in his cold voice. He was a lot funnier when he was actually tried laughing. It takes a hefty amount of willpower to resist the urge to tell him that. A spike of excitement hits me when the cabin comes into view over a ridge. I notice Riot come to a stop behind me. You go ahead, he says, looking back in the way we came. His shoulders are tense and he seems distracted. He's been like that the entire trip here, though I've intentionally ignored it in an attempt to give him space. They didn't follow us, I assure him. We even took a different route. There's no way in hell any of those people who witnessed what I would dare follow the same trail as Riot. I'm confident of that. I have to make sure. With that, he turns and disappears between the trees. I roll my eyes and continue towards the cabin. By the time I reach the bottom of the small ridge, the darkness has become more prominent. Night is falling, casting shadows amongst the ground and dimming the sky. With a pang of trepidation ricocheting in my stomach, I see the sliding glass door of the kitchen standing wide open. My senses kick into high alert, goosebumps prickling along my arms. The hair on the back of my neck stands up on edge as I approach the open door. The inside of the cabin is pitch black abyss of shadows. I stall for a few seconds, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dark. I ease through the house, subconsciously holding my breath to listen for even the faintest sound of someone else's breathing. In the middle of the living room, a chill runs down my spine. A scent is lingering ever so faintly in the air, a reluctantly familiar scent that makes me want to vomit. Nathan. That narcissistic arsehole was in this house, his grimy hands pawing all over everything. The thought makes me want to light a match and throw it down. Why was he here? It's been weeks since our last encounter. Surely he's moved on from his delusion by now. What I find odd is that Nathan's is the only scent here. There's no trace of anyone else. No pack members that might have been drugged along with him to ambush us. He came alone. He really is an idiot. After a quick trip around the entire cabin, I irked to find his smell in every single room. I quickly start opening windows and doors, waving papers, fans, and trying the best to get the place out before Wright arrives. I remember all too well how he reacts whenever anything about Nathan is mentioned. He hates his guts more than Romanoff's, possibly even more than the entirety of Kopesky's pack combined. If Riot picks up his trail here, I'm afraid he won't stop until he follows him all the way back to Visari. Ripping Romanoff's heart out was one thing. His hunters were too grief-stricken and shocked to react, but if Nathan somehow ends up with a morbid death, the story won't be the same. Alpha Andre isn't the grieving type. He prefers revenge instead. Out an open window in the corner of my eye, I see Riot's figure approaching. Sprinting down the stairs as fast as I can and nearly wiping out at the bottom, I manage to reach the back door just as he's about to come in. "Hey!" I greet, only slightly breathlessly, as I place myself in front of the doorway. "Find anyone?" He shakes his head before looking at me suspiciously. "Why are you out of breath?" Damn him. "I fell on the stairs just now," which is a total lie. "Don't worry about it. I'm fine." He seems to accept the answer as he goes to take a step inside. Immediately I block his path, masking the action by slipping my arms under his and turning it into a hug. Once again, I earn the same suspicion expression as his eyes scrape over me and around the inside of the house. "Why are the windows open?" Despite the suspicion, he absent-mindedly returns my hug. Like a slow-motion football tackle, I push him further out the door as I answer. "There was a musty smell." Once again, not a lie. "Come sit with me on the porch." He stops me dead in my tracks, like a boulder not about to move another inch. The length of his index finger under my chin forces my gaze up to meet him. However, is locked on my lips. "Gladly," he says, before softly pressing his mouth to mine. Chapter 32. The Visarian Way. Lighting the fireplace, I watch the flames burst from the tinder. Dim orange light flickers on the walls, parting the darkness like the Red Sea. I sit cross-legged on the floor, staring into the fire as if it would somehow bring peace. My eyes go out of focus, the colours of the room blurring together. The Exiled Alpha. So famous, yet so unknown. So feared and hated, yet simultaneously respected. He toppled an entire pack single-handedly. He cut them off from the world and kept it that way for 3 years, until they finally exiled him. How did he do that? Is what every werewolf across the globe has asked at least once. I'm mated to him, and even I still don't know, although I have some theories. Having witnessed his rampage through the pack of Kopesky, the terrible screams are still stuck in my ears. Never have I felt the same terror and dread as I do when I'm catching the glimpse of those ruby-red eyes. A dire descendant. That's the biggest mystery about him. There's no doubt that it ties closely to his personality, his impulsivity, the reasoning behind what makes him tick. What does make him tick? He was born a rogue and remains one at heart. Rebellion is in his blood, as much as his feral ancestors are. Any type of control is a massive set-off, just asking for a consequence. The only question being, how many? So what drove him to overtake a pack if he hates them so much? The answer is simple. Because he could. He felt controlled in Kopesky, judged and suffocated. He felt betrayed by his family for taking him out of the woods and throwing him into a cesspool of rules and laws and expected him to lie down. So that was his statement. He makes the rules. 2 legs wrap around mine from either side, joined by a pair of arms wrapping around my torso from behind. My back is pulled close against a solid chest, fitting into the contour of another body. My skin prickles at the warming sensation of his touch and the inviting sense of his embrace. Riot's forehead comes to lay on my shoulder, his nose nuzzling into my neck. The hot breath and scalding mouth make me shiver as if it were the dead of winter. I lean into him, dreading the thought of running damage control for the 9th time. "Is your wolf coming up again?" I asked with a tone that's trained for the occasion, sweet-tempered but firm. A flare-up is the last thing I need right now. I'm too exhausted to put up with another episode from him and his wolf. If only he would stop fighting. "No," he murmurs into my neck. Realization hits like a cold mist. He stopped resisting his instincts a long time ago. There are no more tormented fits or internal turmoil. It must be something about being back in this house that made my mind go back to before. I remember the first time I met Riot, when he crashed that arsehole's plans for a blackmailed wedding, and how awfully we got along. A pang of giddiness shoots through me at realising how different it is now. How he draped over me like a protective blanket instead of tying me up like a prisoner. Life does get better. Hot tears spring into my eyes. I quickly blink them away, silently laughing at myself for being so absurdly sappy. I'm so ecstatic that pressure is building in my chest, ready to burst into a laughing exterior any moment. I lay back, resting my head on Wright's shoulder. I look over at him. His warm copper eyes hold something bright and entrancing. "I want to mark you." His voice is husky. My stomach tightens. It sounds so final, so serious, but I break out into a grin anyway. "So mark me." Razor-sharp canines graze my skin, starting to pinch down. "Wait!" I shout, a little too abruptly, as I jerk away from him. His eyes immediately darken, the rare copper colour disappearing under the evading oil spill. Quickly, I put out the fire before it can start. "Not the neck." His spark of premature rage fizzles into confusion, brows furrowing. "Then where?" "The Vasarian way." This only confuses him more. "I thought they were dead to you," he asks, tilting his head slightly. "The people are, but my culture isn't," I answer simply. The green metallic ring in my ear holds true to my birthright. No matter what Nathan to the pack, I know who I am. "I'll show you." I spin around, positioning myself to face him at the intimately close proximity. I reach over and take hold of the collar of his shirt, gently tugging it upwards. With a devilish smirk, he takes the hint. In a matter of seconds, the shirt is off, and coincidentally, thrown on the top of my head. Even at such a crucial moment, it still has to be a pain. With a playful growl, the shirt gets tossed aside. We mark below the neck, not quite on the shoulder. Here, at the upper trapezius. I run my finger tip over the raised, sculptured muscle connecting his neck to his shoulder. "We both mark." I nod and wait for his reaction. A lot of wolves hate the idea of a two-way marking because it's not traditional. Even in tribal packs, ancestry, there's evidence of two-way markings having taken place, but some people choose to stay ignorant, people like Agatha. Wright's expression, however, doesn't change. It's as if the difference doesn't faze him in the slightest. His large hands takes my sides and pulls me onto his lap. I compensate by wrapping my legs around his abdomen. He then leans his head to the side and stretches his neck out, allowing me better access. His skin all but glows in the firelight, like a god presenting himself to a mortal. He looks as though he were cast from one-of-a-kind mould, built to demolish an opposer with one swing. What adds me even further is that even his flaws are attractive. He's damn near impossible to focus on task in hand. With an extreme burst of willpower, I rip my eyes away long enough to press my lips against his trapezius. My canines protrude out of my gums, my wolf already aware of what's happening. I place my palms on his biceps in order to stabilise him, and then pulling my lips back, my lengthened teeth slowly sink into the flesh and muscle. His hot blood fills my mouth, and I'm immediately filled with remorse. I try to ignore it, to push the guilty thoughts that result from hurting my mate out of my head. I close my eyes, trying to focus on how soft his skin is to my tongue, but instead find myself making notes of how it is to sink my teeth into. He lets out a deep, throaty moan in my ear. His fingers dig into me, holding me tighter and taking a fistful of my shirt in his hands. It's like a heatwave flashes through the entire room. Or maybe it's the fire from the fireplace spreading, and we're just too preoccupied to notice. After I'm certain it's deep enough to scar, I retract my canines, pull away. I make a move to sit back, and I'm instantly slammed against him, as if we're going to leave and never come back. I giggle curtly at how possessive the mark has already made him. On the bright side, at least he doesn't act in pain. Did it hurt? Is that a serious question? A drop of his blood trickles down my chin. I wipe it away with my sleeve, feeling somewhat ashamed to have harmed him, even though for a normal reason. Without saying anything else, I pull up my shirt off. Once it's over my head, I hesitate, remembering what sullies my stomach. Nervously, I keep the piece of white fabric on my lap, trying as casually as possible to keep the hideous burn marks covered. He reaches over and silently plucks the shirt away, tossing it to land on the pile with his. The razor-sharp tips of his canine graze my shoulder, in the same spot as mine did his. They linger around for a bit, as if trying to find the exact placement. Then, burning pain shoots through me, running all the way to my toes and stemming from where his teeth dig into my flesh. I drag my claws over his arms, fighting the urge to sink them in as a reaction toward the pain. Within a millisecond, agony changes into pure pleasure. My entire body comes alive as if an IV just got inserted into my wrist and is pumping me full of artificial adrenaline and feel-good drugs. Every nerve ending buzzes, and there's a swirling mixture of hot and cold inside me. It feels like it's over just as quickly as it started. At least a full minute of his teeth biting through my skin and muscle. I know he's gone far enough when the area pulses strongly, even after he's pulled away. He looks just as dazed as I feel. Crimson is smeared across his lips, his tongue darting out to lick them clean. Now you're stuck with me for good, I joke, giving him a small shove. Lucky me, he replies, over-sarcastic, as he leans forward to plant a kiss on my lips. We sit on the floor for a while longer, staring blearily into the dancing flames of our cosy little fire. I yawn loudly, which makes him yawn, which makes me yawn again, which makes him yawn again, which creates a vicious cycle of yawning and burning, blinking eyes. Finally, he lifts us both to our feet. With his hand on the small of my back, I'm gently nudged in the direction of the stairs. Go to bed. I'll put the fire out. I don't object. I can barely keep my eyelids open at this point, and dragging my worn-out body up the stairs is hard enough as it is. I enter Wright's room and all but throw myself into the bed. I pull the covers up to my neck and wrap them tightly around me. Despite the pleasure while getting it, the new mark is insanely tender. I jerk when my hand accidentally hits it, but it doesn't stop me from getting uncomfortable. I don't think it's even a full minute before my eyelids become too heavy to stay awake. They close again, and this time I don't have the willpower to open them back up. The dip of the bed stirs me into a half-alert awareness when Riot calls in. He gathers me seamlessly lithe body up in one arm and pulls me against his broad chest, keeping the comforter wrapped tightly around me as I fixed it. A kiss is planted on my ear, a silent good night. Subconsciously, I burrow further into him, finding the sense of safe and sound there that I didn't know I've been craving. Chapter 33. He Threatened You. Early the next morning I wake up in a mass of tangled blankets and ruffled pillows. Beside myself, the bed is otherwise empty. The spot where Wright's body used to lay is bare. Where could he have gone this early? There's barely even a sliver of daylight outside, and his pillow is long gone cold. Whatever. He's not my responsibility. He can take care of himself. After a long, satisfying stretch, I get up with a yawn. My shoulder is sore, where Wright's teeth had sank into it, and my shirt is encrusted with brown, dried blood. I probably should have changed before going to bed, but I didn't have the energy to even think about it. I peel it off, discard it to the floor, and replace it with another long-sleeved one, with blue arms and shoulders and a white body. While my shirt was off, I caught sight of the mark in the corner of my eye. Scabby, red, with a few areas still oozing blood. It'll scar over soon enough, and become the mark that it's intended to be. A symbol that ties me to Riot, and his will do exactly the same. Downstairs, there's still no sign of him. His scent lingers faintly throughout the cabin, more than enough for me to track through the living room, down the hallway, and out the back door. Against the wall by the door I find my favourite tall grey boots, the ones I was wearing when Riot took me from my pack. It seems like it happened eons ago, a distant memory that I remember vividly. I slip them on and head out the door, my sense of smell guiding me. Riot's scent trails off into the forest, in a direction I've never bothered going before. I've always been in the woods in front of us or to the right of the cabin. Now I'm heading diagonally behind it, with only my nose to lead me. Dead leaves crunch under my boots, the towering trees looking naked without them. The sky is just beginning to turn a bright blue, although the world looks a bit dim, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon. There's an autumn chill in the crisp air, with a rejuvenating bite to it. After a little while, not having even walked that terribly far with the cabin, I spot Riot ahead. His back is to me, and he's sitting on a stump in a small clearing among the trees. I notice his shoulders and head hanging lowly, dejectedly. He seems focused on something in front of him. He hears my footsteps as I approach, his back muscles tensing, but he doesn't raise his head, nor show any blatant sign or acknowledgement of my arrival. When I'm close enough to see over his shoulder, my heart drops at what's holding his attention. 2 graves, side by side. They're covering in a blanket of red, orange and yellow leaves, just like the rest of the forest. The only aspect that's recognisable as a gravesite are the jewelled rounded headstones sticking up. They're both a beautiful obsidian black, an exact match to the dire descendant's eyes. Engraved are 2 names, one for each stone. Rains, Sydney, and Sienna Della. Carved into the stone below each name is a symbol I've seen before, and one that if I move my eyes a few inches to the left, I can see in living, breathing flesh. The same stigma that branded into the back of Riot's neck, the snarling head of a direwolf, encased within a bold pentagon. A mere 3 feet in front of me, and 6 feet down, lie Riot's and his parents. Not only is he a dire descendant, but one with double the dose from both his mother and father, meaning he's more closely related to the original and now extinct species that I had fought. The venomous words he'd said to Senya at the Citadel flash in my mind. They killed our parents. Maybe if you weren't so far up his arse, you'd see that. This clue was obvious enough to give me a strong hunch that his parents were dead. Hell, that's basically what he said himself. But something about looking at him sitting here, so dejected and crumbled, makes the grief feel fresh. Your parents? I pause abruptly. This is thin ice that shouldn't be treaded, but the curiosity is burning over top like oil on fire. How long's it been? His answer is quiet, painfully so. 4 years. I'm sorry, I whisper, laying my hand gently on his shoulder, the one without the mark. He doesn't lean into my touch like he usually does when he needs to feel it, though he doesn't pull away either. This small lack of action is frightening. It's a prime example of how easy it would be for us to go back to the beginning. I don't want your pity, he grumbles bitterly. His hostile tone, not to mention the rejection of my sympathy, snaps something small within me. I wasn't giving you my pity. I was being a decent fucking person, is what I want to say, but the teeth clamping down on my tongue stops me. He's hurting, and badly. I can almost feel the ache of loss in my own chest due to the phantom touch of the mate bond. It's unimaginable, the sorrow he must be feeling. Instead of lashing out, I try in vain to comfort him. You avenged them. I move around to his side, stepping closer to him. Romanoff got what he deserved, although I guess that still doesn't make it right. I didn't do it for them. He stops, abruptly cutting me off. I pause, furrowing my eyebrows. What? The hierarchy killed my parents, not Romanoff. He talks in short sentences, as if each piece of vague information should be explaining it to me perfectly. My forehead creases with even more confusion and frustration. He acts as if it would kill him to say a word more than a bare minimum. I stumble over my words, not even knowing where to begin. Wait, what? The hierarchy? If Romanoff didn't, then why did... He turned my sister against me. That's why you killed him? I ask, not sceptically, but quizzically. No. I suppress the urge to let out a loud, angry groan. My voice is a bit shaky in order to keep it level. Then why? He turns and looks up at me. His eyes are on the edge of a dangerous, surging black. I know that he threatened you. Those dark irises find mine, and the sense of vulnerability they invoke make me want to shrink backwards. It's like he can see straight through my skull and right into the very thoughts that I stored there. But I don't let myself crumble under his gaze, no matter how badly I'm tempted. Yeah, so? I counter, sincerely hoping my air of nonchalance is believable. He stands up and squares his shoulder with mine. A faint shadow is cast over me, his body standing in the way of the rising sun. It makes me feel small in comparison to him. I can't decide whether I hate that or cherish it. He threatened your life if you didn't make sure I obeyed. I could have gotten you killed, Adrian. He growls, raising his voice an octave. The edge he had been balanced on is unbalanced now, and it's tipped in a direction of anger. Shame settles on my shoulders like gravity is pushing it down. I did nothing wrong, and yet I'm being scolded, which in turn results in watered-down flurries of pointless guilt. My gaze drops to the ground to study a peculiar orange leaf. As if realising that I'm not going to feed this flame, his voice softens. Why didn't you stop me? You knew what would happen if I stepped out of line. I meet his eyes again, and for once sarcasm or snide comment isn't the first thing I want to say. It's something sincere this time. I'm not going to control another person's life, I state firmly. I know what it feels like, and it fucking sucks. As I continue, passion and pent-up hatred from the past seeps out. You should know what that's like. You said the entire city acted like babysitters towards you. Well, I had babysitters too. One was a fickle alpha, and the other was a hard-ass guard that didn't speak a single word to me, and whose backside I can still remember to this day. So no, I'm not, nor will I ever, tell you what decision to make. I pause to take a breath. Besides, I am not your babysitter. Find somebody else for that job. He stares back at me unfalteringly. There's not a single trace of a tear or any redness around his eyes. His pain is completely internalized, just like every other emotion. Let's go, is all he says before walking away. My teeth grind together in agitation. Maybe I missed the point here, or maybe he's being a vague arsehole to get on my nerves. If I had bet money, I'd go with the latter. I trail after him past the graves and further into the woods. We hike uphill through the forest. Every step is more exhausting than the last. Although the cabin stands on a flat portion in the massive hillside, the main section on the mountain climbs higher. Despite spending my life exploring the mountainous and heavily forested terrain of Visari territory, my legs start to burn with fatigue. It's like the ground goes straight up in some places. At one point, Wright and I are both on our hands and toes, grabbing for roots and rocks buried in the dirt in order to heave ourselves up. Finally, we reach the top. Riot rounds a massive ancient oak tree, one so huge I doubt if my arms could even reach halfway around it. On the other side of the monstrous tree is a small flat area. Bushes and weeds stand high above my head, fully capable of swallowing me whole. I keep my eyes glued on Riot's back, like he's a life raft floating through a storm at sea. He stops, and my head slams into his shoulder blade. "What are you doing?" I ask, blinking to reclaim my sight.
"Look."
He gestures in front of us and pulls aside a giant leafy weed. I'm guided forward by his hand on the small of my back. As soon as I can process what it is, my mouth drops open at the sight before me. Chapter 34. Homesick. It's like we're on top of the world, looking out across it. There's a vast sea of trees below, an entire valley of woods nestled in the basin of a circle of forest-covered mountains. It's as if those mountains were hiding this place for the rest of the world. An impressive feat, considering it's a world all its own. It's beautiful, I finally manage, at a complete loss for words. Beautiful doesn't even begin to describe it. There's something here, something in the air itself, something eerily noticeable. There's a weird feeling swirling inside me, just as indescribable as the place itself. Like power is radiating from the ground, like something tragic took place here, lost within the grand scheme of time. I'm astonished beyond utterance, but I'm still confused. Why are you showing me this? He gives me a small hug.
You seemed homesick. I thought this kind of looked like your old territory.
He's right. It does remind me a bit of the forests and mountainsides of Visari. Visari is a home that I can't go back to, a land I love with every ounce of my being. But not even Visari can compare to this. The fact that Riot was thinking about me, of missing my home, warms my heart. There's a little flutter in my chest, making me realise just how happy I am being stuck with him. I may miss the place I grew up, but I would trade it for this any day. For a cabin hidden away in an unclaimed forest with my mate. I smile and move towards him, wrapping my arms around his torso. Thank you. I breathe into his collarbone. He hesitates a little before returning my hug, as if he didn't expect me to appreciate the gesture. Over his shoulder, my eyes land on a massive strip of natural debris. It's an enormous landslide of boulders and dirt. Judging by the grass, weeds and wild flowers that grow in it, it fell a long time ago. An irritational and impulsive thought pops into my head, an image of me trapped beneath the landslide when it fell, sealed off from any air besides the major supply that was trapped in me. Air that I would waste by screaming and clawing at the rocks, trying to find a way out. All while ignoring the knowledge that if someone did hear me, they wouldn't be able to dig far enough to save me. I find myself squeezing Riot tighter. Within his chest, his heartbeat speeds up, pounding in my ear. I look up at him with a gleam in my eye. You know I hate you too, right? He chuckles a bit, pushing my hair back over my head.
I know.
I realise with a pang of excitement that he's smiling, a full-blown, undeniable smile. Holy shit, I've witnessed history. I've caught him grinning before, or even suppressing a smile, but never have I seen one as immensely happy as the one presently on his face, and it's all because I hate him. The trip down the brutal mountainside is spent with me trying to use any method possible to accidentally make Riot fall for the rest of the way down. So far, none of my attempts have succeeded. He tries to encounter my shenanigans with little pushes and shoves of his own, with his wolf scolds him before anything can happen. About 5 minutes after, I try tossing a rock under his foot to trip him up. His hand presses against my shoulder blades and gives me a swift little nudge. I lurch forward from the force, only to be immediately jerked back into place with his iron grip around my arm. "Riot!" I shout through laughter, having been over this before. "It doesn't count if you catch me. We've been through this."
"This is a stupid game,"
he grumbles. He's clearly only grouchy because he's losing. "Yeah? Well, you have a stupid face." I can feel him roll his eyes at the back of my head. By the time the house comes into sight, the sun is fully up, and it's got to be at least noon. I'm studying the cabin from afar when I stop dead in my tracks. Riot bumps into me from behind.
"What?"
he asks, laying a hand on my shoulder to get my attention. I point awkwardly in the direction of the cabin. Someone is walking along the back side of it. Riot's eyes follow my finger just in time to see the figure slipping around the corner and out of sight. His growl rumbles in his chest, and as a result sends vibrations travelling through my back. He then storms past me and straight towards the house on a clearly marked warpath. Shit! I curse under my breath, hurrying to catch up. I follow on his heels as he rounds the corner of the cabin, right where we'd seen the stranger go. When the front porch comes into sight, a boy is standing there. At the sound of dead leaves being stomped under our feet, he turns to face us. "Who the hell are you?" I ask, trying to give him a chance to explain himself, since my irrational comrade isn't much for talking. It's up to me to get as much information out of him as I can before Riot gets his hands on him. Or not. The stranger is slammed against the front door, held there by Riot's fist clenched around his collar. Fear flashes the boy's tanned face, and a bit of dirty blonde hair across his eyes does nothing to hide it. "I'm a rogue." Riot finishes a low growl. He loosens his hold on the rogue, as if somehow that vouched for his innocence. He nods at Riot in confirmation, silently thanking him. I join them on the porch, coming up beside both of them in order to inspect the rogue closer, to attempt to read his intentions through his eyes.
"Why are you here?"
Riot snarls, stepping back to give him room against the front door he was previously pinned against. "I heard what you done to Romanoff. Everyone has." The boy seems to get a bit more comfortable now that canines aren't snapping in his face. Riot looks at him sceptically as if asking, "So what?" He truly doesn't realise how revered he is, be it through fear or admiration, and if he does, he doesn't care. "You're the only wolf that's ever beaten him. You killed him." He speaks with awe in his voice, almost like he idolises Riot, like a little kid with a gleam in his eyes while meeting his childhood hero. I audibly snort, and a sideways glare from Riot as I try in vain to hold back in my laughter. This has to be some kind of joke. Riot? An idol? Never. Despite my scepticism, he seems serious. The longer he goes on, the more passionate he becomes. "That asshole has been hunting and cutting down rogues for years. He got what he deserved." "What's your point?" I interrupt, before he can praise Riot further. If he's not careful, it'll go to his head. Then I'll be the one listening to his ego. "I'm sick of having my self-worth measured by how well I grovel at some alpha's feet," he says. "And if I have to be in a pack, then I don't want some higher than mightier than thou prick at the top. You're a rogue. You should understand." Like me, Riot snorts, almost laughing at those words. "Did you miss the exiled part of the exiled alpha? Entering Balaj territory means death. No other pack smiles at me, either." There's a bit of lightning in his tone, bitterness towards having to admit the power he lost. "No, I never said take over another pack. The packs have nothing to do with this. You don't need to be on their territory to run your own." The rogue replies slickly. He's thought this through, and thoroughly so. Riot's eyes are cold as they gaze down on the boy standing on our doorstep, seeking out his leadership. He can't be more than 14 years old, the very age Riot was when his parents took him to Krepesky. They have undoubtedly faced the same prejudice that come with being a rogue. The only difference is that one embraces it and the other wants out. "Find a different alpha," Riot says, and with that, he turns away. Ever since we watched the boy walk away, Riot has been quiet, more so than usual. For the past 7 days his eyes have often been blurry, lost in his own thoughts while I try to guess them. He's sitting on the leather couch, the very same one that's been put through the wall and flipped over the living room countless times. The fireplace burns brightly in front of him, giving light to the entire room. I roll over the back of the couch, plopping down in the seat next to him. "I finally fixed the claw marks in the hall upstairs," I say, trying to sound happy over the tedious task, with the hope that maybe it would wear off on him.
Good,
is all I get as he continues staring meaninglessly at the fire, and that's when the last straw is pulled. All right. I sit up straighter. What's wrong with you? You've been brain dead for a week. What's the deal? I pin him with weighted stare. He's not getting out of dodging this question. I've left him alone to sulk for long enough. For the first time since that rogue disappeared back in the woods, Wright's eyes truly look at me. They aren't zoned out as they do, nor are they clouded with underlying thoughts or disingenuous attention. He's looking at me like the tyrant I've come to tolerate as always.
Do you want your pat back, baby?
Epilogue. Snow falls from the dark grey sky. The sun is absent, smothered by heavy electrified clouds. Each white flake dissolves upon hitting the ground, soaking into the rain puddles that had come hours before. In the mud that was created, rogues still fight for Syrian wolves, the few of them that are left. Amidst the clearing in the street of the tribal village, a girl is on her knees. Her clothes are sodden with rain, sweat and blood. Her hair is just the same. Various shades of blonde strands hang limply around her face and shoulders. She holds her hands up, palms facing the stormy sky, as she stares at them. Not at them, but rather what's on them. Her hands are wet, stained with the crimson essence that came from the body laying in front of her. The body is a boy's, only 1 year older than the girl. They were raised together. They were trained like alphas together. They shared the same father until that father had to choose one of them, and he chose the one he had made. Now that one lays dead. His blood on the other hand. Gage. That was the name written in marker on the palm of an abandoned baby. Now here she is, a baby no longer. Adrian! The girl's head snaps up from the sound of her name. Another girl is running towards her, tight brown curls browsing on her head as she does. Amy? Amy drops to the ground beside Adrian, crushed her in a forced hug. It's been well over a year since she last saw her best friend. Last winter, when the tyrant paid a visit to their pack. Now it's winter again, and so much has changed. I told them not to hurt you. Adrian breathes into the friend's shoulder. Amy only hugs her tighter. They didn't. I may have broken one's nose, but it's all good. She smiles, trying to lighten the grave situation. Her smile quickly falls when she acknowledges the body. Huh, so the narcissist is finally dead. What were his last words? My father won't forget this. He'll do worse than lock you up. Adrian recites, recalling the words from only moments ago. Amy snorts. Even in the face of death, he expected his daddy to solve his problems. Speaking of which, Alpha Andre, he ran. Adrian's slumping shoulders are suddenly pulled up straight. He ran? That fucking cowardly bastard ran? Her fists balls in her lap, claws extending. She chuckles bitterly, lividly. I hope the wild rips him apart. She senses a presence approaching. When she turns to find it, her eyes land on the very tyrant that made this all possible. He taught her what freedom is. Freedom beyond the gratefulness for the downtime between punishments. Amy grins in a satisfied way she always used to when she was proven right and Adrian wrong. What was it I said? She fakes ignorance, flaunting her victory for all it's worth. That Adrian Gage would find somebody attractive one day. Who says I find him attractive? Adrian asks, failing to hide her smile. Yeah, okay, Amy says as she stands back up. I'll leave you two alone then. Come find me later. With an honorary smirk plastered on her face, she turns on her heel and goes. Adrian gets to her feet to meet her mate. Relief floods her chest like a broken dam. He's okay. He may be blood-splattered with the face of a walking massacre, but he's been worse. Having single-handedly conquered an entire pack twice before, he's more than experienced by the third occasion. He takes her head in both hands, pressing a kiss to her forehead once he reaches her. It's yours now, he tells her, looking into the eyes with unreasonable deepness in his own, the same deepness that hides all the thoughts she can never decipher. Her brows furrow, confusion growing in her countenance. "What do you mean, mine? I'm not the tyrant here." He shakes his head. "This is your pack, Adrian. Your shit excuse of a father figure might have not meant for you to be an alpha of it, but whatever ancestors or gods it is you look up to." Her face falls blank, mouth falling slightly open. Those aren't the words of a wolf who had just secured himself a new pack, nor the tone of an exile gaining power once lost. No, it's the tone of someone who doesn't want to say what they have to next. "Spit it out," Adrian demands, driven mad by his silence. Anticipation isn't something she values, especially when caused by the person in front of her. His hands find their way to her waist before he obeys her order. "I'm leaving." She blinks at him. That simple phrase registering in her brain is like water mixing with oil. It doesn't. They went everywhere together, from the day he took her away from the people who caused her so much abuse, to the day they gave those people what they deserved. Leaving doesn't exist between them. The world turned on both, so they become one. "It's for your protection," he explains when her gaping mouth falls open to form words. "You know what happened in Kopeski. People hunt tyrants. I'm not putting their attention on you. This place is small enough and hidden enough to keep quiet. If I'm not here, it should stay that way." Adrian scoffs, shaking her head in disbelief. Ever since he conquered Vasari for the first time, she had been trying to analyse him, to sit in a front row seat and figure out the mystery behind him, which the rest of the werewolf world never could. Now she's come to her final conclusion. "Riot, you're fucking insane." Half of a smile cracks his lips. "Maybe, but you'll be safe. A Vasarian rules Vasari." She wants to argue with him. She wants to call him names, to tell him that he doesn't have to leave. But she knows he's right. The world doesn't pay attention to Vasari, and wherever the exiled alpha goes, a spotlight follows. The distance between them evaporates as Adrian pulls him into a crushing embrace. Her arms lock around his midsection, and her face presses hard against his chest. She holds onto him tightly, like she never wants to let him go, because as soon as she does, he'll be gone. "Stay, please." She never begged for anything before. She held her ground and taken whatever punishment had come, but this is worse than any punishment she'd received. This is an exception. Riot's copper eyes soften. He hugs her tighter, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. Even without words, Adrian has learned to read what he's saying. "Promise me you'll be back." Her voice muffled against his body, but he hears her plea perfectly. "I promise I'll be back," he says, and he's never meant anything more. He knows the separation won't be long, but changes are always excruciating. It's painful when the second half you've towed everywhere with you can no longer come. "How long?" she asks. "A month." "Where?" His answer this time makes her heart ache with longing. "The cabin." It's the exact same cabin that acted as their refuge, the one where they had bonded, the one whose interior had withstood the wrath of his torment until she had taught him that it's okay to feel something beside hatred. Now he would be going back alone, and she would be staying here, attempting to become the alpha her younger self was trained to be. It takes an extraordinary strength to separate, and when they finally do, they do so with mutual reluctance. With one last look in her grey eyes and one last parting squeeze of her hand, he turns and goes, leaving her to cherish the memory of how it feels to be pressed against his body. A knot forms in her throat, a wave of grief repressed in the heart of her chest as she watches him go. "I hate you. Right, Sydney?" Her quiet voice breaks as hot liquid warms her eyes. He hears her, making the task all the harder. He looks back over his shoulder, a sad smile on his face. I hate you, too, he says. Nothing could be ever more opposite than the statement they exchange with each other. Right Sydney has a great power. He has the ability to affect people's lives. Every path he crosses, he alters, like a streak of lightning disrupting the sky, or a tear ripping the fabric apart. Just like all destructive things, he doesn't notice his effect, and if he does, he doesn't care. He caused problems in Kopeski both times he was there. He overtook Balaj within a day, and cut them off from the outside world for 3 years. He invoked fear in every pack wolf, with just the whisper of his name as the exile. He slaughtered the only person who was relied upon to bring him down. And as for Visari, he wiped them out, though not before toying with their alpha's dominance first. He saved a certain Visarian from whatever deteriorating life she would have under a narcissist's watch. He gave her a pack to lead, one taken from her before she was even born. He touched every living and late werewolf's existence, either directly or otherwise, and he doesn't notice any of it as he walks away from yet another life he's shaken. Except this time, he plans on walking back. The end.